clubs and drank alcohol and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't.
they were
Yeah, but
doing that with the
you guys got
expectation that their sins would be forgiven immediately after. It was a goofy thing, and yeah, that's not Islamic. But
I
to
mean,
say that Islam wasn't like,
I'm not saying it wasn't a
yeah,
factor, but I'm just saying it wasn't as much of a factor as it lets up. I'm pretty sure if there have been tons of
Even
atheists.
if you say it's not,
Hey Supreme, you're talking to the open mic.
is that
Oh my god.
By the way, Supreme, guys, is a Muslim.
Hey,
I guess from the name.
Salam alaikum.
But he's talking to somebody else at the moment, so we can continue.
oh right. I'm not saying Islam wasn't an influence or a factor in this. It was, but it wasn't to the extent that Sam Harris played it up.
Yeah, I'd agree with
Well,
that
okay.
too.
Well, what if it was only a bit player in the motivations of the people who flew those planes into the towers, and what was the rest of it?
They didn't like the fact that U.S. bases were in Saudi Arabia. That was the main thing that pissed off Bin Laden. Was he was outraged that there were U.S. soldiers stationed in the kingdom.
But that was a religious. I mean, that was
Well,
the info.
I'd be really. If there was a united Muslim caliphate from Morocco to the Philippines with military bases in the Bay Area, I'd be pretty pissed off about it too.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
that's
I
true.
wouldn't really. I wouldn't be like, you know.
That's true, but I do think a very large chunk of his objective, because remember something, Bin Laden was educated in the West, so he probably got a snoot full of of American culture. Probably decided he didn't like it, and that's probably one of the reasons that he went so deep into the lap of hardcore Islam.
Well, he didn't like our culture, but it was really more our foreign policy. I mean, your average Muslim hates our culture. But it was really our foreign policy that sent him over the edge. I think there was an interview where he talked about like his decision basically to leave his life of luxury. He saw footage of some dead baby being dragged from the rubble, and of course the rubble was caused by some U.S.-backed explosion or U.S. arms deal or something, and that just set him over the edge. And it was like, yeah, someone has to do something about these guys because they're basically killing Muslims all over the world, and no one's standing up to them. Of course, he then, kind of takes things a little far, but
It's kind of ironic that these kind of fundies will happily disown themselves from any other sect of their religion, but when it suits them, they're like, oh, everybody's a Muslim, everybody's a Christian. If you attack one of them, you attack me.
Well, no, I mean, he was a more, at least within the disparate sects of Islam, Bin Laden was something of a more ecumenical kind of guy. Like, he considered, a lot of the Muslims, for example, being killed in the Bosnia and Serbia war were kind of just cultural Muslims. They weren't particularly religious at all, but he still considered them his brothers and sisters, right? And that was, Bin Laden didn't really play the, no true Muslim game the way, like, Christians on Google Plus will play the no true Christian game.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I had to talk with him or somebody else, and we pointed out to him that there were some evils and horrible things did by some people who call themselves Muslim, like in the Islamic Golden Age, and before it and after it, he would quickly disown them and be like, yeah, those are not true Muslims.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's how it goes always. I mean, heck, even we atheists do the same thing, except it's more justified in our position because Stalin and Mao, atheism is simply a position on one thing. It isn't supposed to dictate anything else.
Atheism is a position on one thing, but anti-theism is not. To be an atheist is merely to not believe in God. To be an anti-theist is to not believe in God and have that accompanied with a really hateful attitude and a real negative attitude towards religion.
Yeah.
That can justify other things and other ideas, and it has justified violence towards the religious.
I want to jump in there and disagree with you. Because being an anti-theist does not mean hateful. It just means against religion.
Right, I mean, it's like being against abortions, but it doesn't mean that you're going to bomb the abortion clinic.
Yeah.
Oh, Yeah, I'm not saying.
I'm saying this as a guy who I don't consider myself an anti-theist, so I'm.
No, that's fair enough. But I think the point I'm trying to say is that it's not just a position on one thing. It expands into other things. So, for example, I could say, well, being a Christian means you just accept that Jesus Christ came and died for your sins. That doesn't accompany anything else. That doesn't seem to entail biblical inerrantism. That doesn't seem to indicate violence. That doesn't even indicate participation in the political life. That doesn't even indicate anything such as participation in the commandments and dictates of the Holy Scriptures most of the time. If you're willing to say, yeah, it's not really inspired, it was written by man, and I could, with my modern moral attitude, pick and choose which ones really come from God and which ones don't. Those, on that viewpoint, Christianity doesn't necessarily entail anything else.
Well, you're willing to say that, however, we asked G-Man the same question, and how much different would his answer be?
G-Man isn't a serious person to ask any question about religion. I'm just saying.
No, I think that's a shitty. No, I think that it's a very liberal position on Christianity that I wouldn't touch with a 2x4. But apparently, there are some people I self-identify as Christians who believe that. You could take anything and limit it to a few set of axioms and say, see, that's what people are taking up, and that's where the line is going to be drawn. But you could draw the line at any axiom and say, well, this just means this, and anything else is just additional implication.
I think to do that, though, is to just be sort of ignorant of history, and that's something that really bothers me, is when people sort of just dismiss history and historical realities and then try and like reduce a thing to these sort of free-floating axioms or something, and then, you know, it's a goofy way of looking at things, I think.
It's goofy, but it's there. And of course, these people still identify as part of the Christian tradition. And, like, you could limit what is being a Christian to kind of very bare essentials, and just still call that quote unquote Christianity. I'm not saying that it's historically savvy. It takes into account history. It's a serious position within Christianity as a whole, or even a much believed one. But if you limit Christianity to that,
thinking a troll alert.
Christianity means.
What the hell was that?
What?
It's like a dance party inside somebody's asshole. What was that?
Yeah, there was some troll, Albert Kappa.
Adolf Hitler. Alberto Kappa, and then Adolf Hitler. Boy, you're just sucking in all kinds, aren't you?
Anyway, the main point. And just add the last point. You could limit it, but the point of it is, if anybody identifies with something, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're violent if you limit it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't lead to violence as well. And you could limit anti-theism to just having a negative attitude on religion, but you're more likely, if you take the anti-theistic label, to go on to violence against the religious than if you're just an atheist, for example. That's something additional. And you could just keep building and building on that. And you could build on that to have it as a social political philosophy, like anti-theism pushes against, and thus we could justify acts of oppression to the religion. Religion itself is maladaptive for society. You could make that justification, and that justification is not much more legitimate when you legitimize anti-theism as well.
I don't know. I never saw a point to anti-theism. I mean, there is something inside of us, not all of us, but a fair number of us, that seems to want what religion provides, either the spiritualism or the socialization, couched in spiritualism. And until we as a species can work that need out of us, out of ourselves, we will always have religion. So there's no point railing against it. There just really isn't. And there's no point making people feel like they're stupid just because they believe in an almighty God. That's unproductive as well.
That's
So I don't understand the idea behind anti-theism. It just, to me, it makes no sense on a fundamental level. It's like banging your head against a wall.
But that's not, I mean, just because you can't, I mean, I'm not an anti-theist, and I don't think we need to get rid of religion. I think religion is inherently evil, but assuming that it is, that you think religion is evil or bad, like anti-theists do, even if an anti-theist can agree with you that ultimately you'll never get rid of it completely, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a reason to rail against it, to keep it in check, to reduce it, or reduce its harm.
Keep it in check is an interesting concept. I'm not really sure how any of the tools in an anti-theist's toolbox ever works to keep religion in check. I guess it would help if we started with a working definition of what it meant to keep religion in check.
Well, that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing that we should keep religion in check or we should lessen.
No, but I'm just saying,
your specific statement saying that we'll never get rid of it completely, therefore there's no point in railing against it, doesn't really follow, because from the anti-theist point, even if we can't fully get rid of it, which a lot of anti-theists might agree with, it still doesn't follow that we shouldn't rail against it, because you could still lessen its harm.
Okay, but once again, despite the fact that you're not actually taking that side, you are speaking with their point of view. So my question once again is, what does keeping religion in check mean? What do they think they can do?
This time, when I reiterated, I clarified by saying lessening its harm.
Okay, well, how does that work, though?
I don't know. Stopping religious laws or blasphemy laws, for example. Let's just take one example.
All right, now there that we can look at. But I mean, acting as sort of a breakwater against the worst religion wants to do can also be done by people who aren't anti-theist, can't it?
Yes.
So, I mean, now I suppose if you're looking for the real fire in your pants, I suppose it's anything done against something is best done with zeal, I would imagine. But, to me, it's an awful lot like the war on drugs. The problem with the war on drugs isn't that drug exists. The problem with the war on drugs is that people take them. The problem with any war against religion isn't that religion exists. The problem with any war against religion is that people want it. So what are you going to do? Because these anti-theists aren't they may settle for limiting religion's damage on society, but that's not their dream. And I'm sort of asking about their dream, to me, because let's face it, folks, you and I know dozens and dozens of Christians that are really good people, despite the fact that they have some funny ideas as to what happens to them when they die. They're really good people. They wouldn't say shit if their mouth was full of it, and they're certainly not interested in hurting anybody.
I mean,
but the anti-theist would say that, yeah, sure, they're good people, but they still have ideas that are harmful. Right, and those ideas should be challenged, or at very least the effects of those ideas should be banished from the public sphere as much as possible.
You said that the dream, apparently, I guess you're speaking of anti-theists, is well, at least implied, to get rid of religion completely. That's the idea or the dream. But
do you disagree with me?
Yes, absolutely. Let's look at the archetype for the anti-theist, the guy that named anti-theism. Christopher Hitchens, who didn't want to get rid of religion completely.
Actually, I think he did.
He very specifically said that if he had the choice to get rid of it in one day, he wouldn't.
I would love to see where he said that, because he spent an awful lot of time vilifying religion, such that one was certainly left with the impression that if it was up to him, religion wouldn't exist.
Right.
I know what you're talking about, Seth. Are you talking about the interview where he's in a car or something?
Yes.
With someone. I think more specifically, he was presented with a hypothetical situation in which there was one remaining religious person, and he wouldn't want to banish religion entirely from the earth because he has some kind of vague, believe it or not, still kind of sentimental attachment to it, or he still sees some good in it. But by and large,
he'd be out of a job for sure.
Well, he's out of a job.
Although Sam Harris's position on that was very different, Sam Harris said if he had a magic wand that allowed him to either abolish rape or religion, he would choose to banish religion over rape.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep.
Assuming that he said that, and assuming that that's the context he said it in.
I could find you the blog.
That's definitely a Padlin.
Yeah, I could find you the blog where he said this.
Yep. Maps a whooping.
Because most of the, and I understand that this is a nauseating comment for a lot of people who think it's irrelevant, but frankly, most of the Christians I know are okay people. They just become problematic when they want to, tessellate the words out of their holy book onto our laws. So to me, now the other thing too is I keep getting different definitions of what anti-theism is. I've got no less than 2 definitions from no less than 6 different people split between them as to what it is, and it keeps bouncing back and forth between, we don't like religion and we don't like religious people. So I don't know which definition I'm supposed to work with in any given day of the week. But to me, just the notion of wanting religion to disappear, it's a lovely dream. It's a lovely dream, but it's one that, given our current morphology and psychology that arises from that morphology, I think it's unrealistic. I don't know, maybe in 10,000 years we might have evolved out of a need for that sort of thing. Who knows? I hope so.
It was Freud. Freud said that man will never get rid of religion, or will always have a need for religion as long as men are afraid of death.
That's a good point.
So I don't know if it's a good point. I wouldn't want to insult our theist friends in the room. It would be really insulting.
Do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
I personally have never been afraid of death, whether it's as a Christian or as an atheist. I mean, as an atheist, I always agreed with Epicurus. When I'm dead, I'm not going to be there to revel in it. I'm dead. I'm not going to think, oh shit, I'm no longer alive now. I'm not going to feel anything. I'll be like I was before I was born. It's no big deal. That's just me.
I think for most people, by the time they reach an age where they have to contemplate it, they're much more worried about how they get dead than they are about what happens when they are dead.
Yeah, it's the dying. It's more the dying and not the death. I think that is for me, which is unsettling.
I disagree completely. I think what's fearful about death is knowing that if you're lucky, if you're very, very lucky, you'll get a chance to say goodbye to everybody you care about.
That's the scary part?
Yeah, I think so.
Most people that would be considered a rare privilege.
Yeah, but a very, very scary privilege. That if you're lucky, you will have to say goodbye to everyone that you care about. And that's if you're extremely lucky. Everyone you care about, everyone you've ever met and would like to talk to again, there'll be a time where you do not get a chance to speak with them again.
I think most people just come to make peace with the fact that there are things that we will all leave behind us that are unfinished, and if we're lucky, those things will be as small a number as possible. Well, aren't we a moribund fucking bunch on a Friday morning, eh?
Yeah, I've kind of lately I've been kind of adapting absurdist philosophy.
Why would you be doing that?
I'm convinced by it. It's not by choice.
The myth of Sisyphus. I love Camus' way of reconciling the whole thing.
How does Camus reconcile it?
No, sorry, not Camus. Wait. Yeah, this is Albert Camus. The myth of Sisyphus. So Albert Camus says, how do you deal with life? How do you deal with the fact that life has no meaning? It gives you no purpose. And he says, well, there are 2 ways of doing it. You could either commit suicide, but that's cowardly. No one wants to commit suicide. Or you could give yourself up to God. But that's just a form of spiritual suicide. There's a notion of trying to make your own meaning in life, but any meaning you give it is really no better than any other meaning. Is the meaning the rapist gives to life, finding rape victims, really any better than your meaning? There's really no standard or criterion. So, Albert Camus says it's really just absurd. It's kind of like Sisyphus. Sisyphus was sentenced by the gods to take a boulder and move it up a mountain, and as soon as he got up to the top of the mountain, the gods would push the boulder right back down and force him to do it again for all eternity. And how does Sisyphus deal with this? Well, Camus says the only way he could imagine that happening is Sisyphus just embracing the absurdity of it all. It's senseless, it's meaningless, it's pointless, but hey, it's something. Just embrace how ridiculous it all is.
I really don't think it's been said yet, but I think it needs to be said.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up, Max.
Aw.
Come on.
Be nice.
Come on.
I said it with a smile.
He sat there making a point.
It's a good piece of existential literature.
Max, what do you go to school for? Because you study stuff.
Something to do, apparently.
Philosophy?
Religious studies mostly, but I minored in philosophy at undergrad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Personally, I
thought you were like in your first year of college or something for some reason.
Oh no, I have my undergrad degree.
Van
Okay.
makes a really interesting. Van makes a really interesting point. There was an Onion article, I think it's today, that said kid in philosophy class needs to shut the fuck up.
I love that one. I saw
that one. Yes.
Hello, Max. Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Hello?
Hello? I can hear you.
Did you say that the attribution or something, did you say something like this? The attribution of any purpose is just as good or bad as any other attribution of purpose?
Oh, yeah, I was saying that as a response to people who say, well, there is no meaning to life, you make your own meaning. And really, if that's the case, then no meaning is any better than one another. Because the universe doesn't, if the universe isn't going to give you purpose or meaning, it's also not going to give you purpose or meaning as to the nature of which purpose or meaning you choose is really any better than another. That's like some objective criterion, and the universe doesn't seem to have one of those.
Would you agree that human beings, would you say then that human beings create purpose, or is it intrinsic to the nature of being human that purpose exists?
Yeah.
Or do we actually just imagine it?
Well, I would actually say that purpose does exist. I actually disagree with Camus on a very fundamental issue. I think purpose is intrinsic to human nature. Man is essentially a rational and social animal. These are things that are universal within all of us. And of course, anyone who has the virtues that best exemplify that are living more faithfully to that than those who are not. And those who aren't really living according to their purposes. They're just going against this. So I agree with Aristotle ultimately. I think that meaning is inherent and intrinsic to what it means to be man. I think that those are real properties. They're not just projections, which I think is really why Camus was going with this very existentialist philosophy. People like Aristotle thought that essence precedes existence. What you are precedes that you are. But the existentialists like Camus thought, no, existence comes first and then we define ourselves. Existence precedes essence.
That was actually a quotation by Jean-Paul Sartre, right?
Yeah, sorry.
And by the way, do me a favor, Maximus. Stop pronouncing Camus' name like he's a dairy cow.
It's not Camus.
It's not Camus, it's Camus.
Camus.
I know that doesn't necessarily. I know to your Anglo faces that doesn't necessarily sound much better, but frankly, it's a big difference between the notion that there's some French philosopher out there chewing grass and giving milk.
So I was reading Socrates the other day.
Socrates, yeah, Socrates.
I love Aflaton.
Somebody's funny. That must have been Seth.
That was Seth.
I thought so. Probably thinks that Caesar actually looked at his troops and went Wendy Weedy Weeky too.
In in his defense, he just beat me to it.
So we're starting off on a very cheery foot this evening. This morning.
Oh, yeah, apparently. We're strapped to a fucking absurdist boulder rolling down a hill. Thanks, Seth.
Oh, no problem.
So, was that what you were meaning when you said absurdism, or did you mean something else? Because
no, that's exactly what I meant.
Okay, cool.
Life is a banquet of shit, but every now and then, for some strange reason, we are treated to a piece of cake. However, if we spend so much time staring at the shit and contemplating the shit, we will not notice the cake. That is the trick of life, to notice and savor the cake. There, that's my philosophy for you. Knock yourself.
Maybe it's not so much that I'm convinced by absurdism, but that I've been struggling with it recently.
Any major events in your life that pushed you towards this, or was it more along the lines of reading some stuff?
No, not even reading some stuff. Just I've for the longest time I've had this kind of existential terror. Ever since I was like 10. The thought that one day, if there is no afterlife, that all will be for naught. And it terrified me for the longest time, and it still does, and I still struggle with it. And I'm just kind of starting to embrace a little bit more.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. One of the things that really bothers me, I think, about a lot of the sort of atheists and agnostics here on GoogleTube is they don't really take the death of God seriously. And they have this very glib attitude towards life in general and history in general that's sort of grating in a way. Like, if there's no God, I mean, that's kind of mind-blowing. I mean, if God exists, that's mind-blowing, but if there's no God, that's also mind-blowing. And yeah.
Theism is, I know. Theism, I don't think, is just a meaningless question. I think it is something that deserves a good amount of reflection and thought. I mean, even if God isn't real and God is dead, I think the theologian still has something to study. What does it mean now that God is dead for the rest of us? What does that imply or entail?
How should we console ourselves?
What consolation is necessary? Console yourselves in your own existences, in your own destiny. Console yourself that you decide what goes on, and you decide why. Console yourself in the fact that for the first time you've actually been given power over your own destiny. Well, that's a heady thing, and it's scary. It's scary not to know what's going on.
But that's not necessarily true. I mean, whether God exists or God doesn't exist, I mean, there's huge problems for free will. So then, what kind of real force do I have over my own destiny in that situation? And
I'm not convinced that
and,
just
and
because.
what is destiny? And what is destiny worth if we're all destined? If we're all living in a universe that's going to suffer from a heat death?
But that's like saying why should I enjoy the Lamborghini that I bought today because 20 years from now it's going to be a rust heap? You would never think that way for more mundane concerns.
Yeah, but I might think that way if once I get out of the Lamborghini, I'll forget I had a Lamborghini and have forgot that I've had any fun in the Lamborghini.
You really will forget that you had a Lamborghini?
I have a paradox though that's kind of always kind of got to me. I grew up religious, and even as a religious person, I kind of always felt that you live your kind of quote unquote immortality is through children. But if you look at it, people who are irreligious, those countries, Norway, Japan, with the most non-religious people have some of the lowest birth rates. And you would think people that aren't religious, right, that believe like this life is it, like you would want to, you would think they would have more children. Am I wrong on that, or more children?
I actually have a really wrong on that one. Quality of life versus quantity of life.
I think it depends on the culture too. I think Japan has a certain number of cultural challenges that we in the West are only partially equipped to deal with. I think a lot of the Nordic countries, what we do know is that the more educated the average member of the populace is, the lower the birth rate. So we would really have to go country by country and sort of try to tease out what's going on over there. But I'm not necessarily ruling out the Mighty Shoes notion. I just think it may only be specific to certain nations.
I think I read
also, if I might just throw in one more thing, if we get to choose our own destinies and our own purposes and our own means, what does that really mean for someone who chooses something that we don't like or we don't care for or find inherently repulsive? Take for example the rapist who says my whole purpose in life is to get away with as much sex as possible, whether someone consents to it or not. Now we would consider that to be just horrid, unthinkable. Yet at the same time, what is it in the universe to direct his purpose as being any more noble or ignoble than our own?
Well, the point there, I think, is that we don't think there is anything directing our purpose. Or I don't, at least.
No, that's my point. If there's no one directing your purpose.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. If humanity, human groups have a very simple way of figuring out who's going to stay and who's going to go, and we've had that way. I say we've had it since before there was formalized religion. Rapists are not good for people. They are not good for the group. They are not good for group cohesion. They hurt people. They make people sad. Sad groups of people don't hunt and gather very well, ergo sum. Stop that shit.
Yeah, that rapist in the past would have been ostracized, right? He would have been kicked out of the community.
In some cases, killed.
In some cases. Oh, definitely.
So, I mean, but part of the problem is that and not to rag too hard on theists, but part of the problem is that theists have spent a couple of thousand years being told that somehow that's not good enough, and I'm not sure why they think that, because it has been.
I'll consider this. The answer you gave isn't really any more different than how a theist would answer. I mean, a theist would put justice on a more cosmic scale. He'd say that person would probably burn in hell for going against the divine wishes of God, and those are his consequences. But yours, you're not. Are you really supplying any more of a different answer, just on a far more local scale, where it's us as a group who deal the consequences for him? Where if he doesn't do what we like or what we as a group would prefer, then we're going to give him hell. We're going to ostracize him. We are going to kill him on some occasions. But if you go with the purposes of the group themselves, then, well, if that's the case, then the group is really just doling out the consequences that they like and going against what they just happen not to like.
God brings
and also, if we're going to decide, just the last point, and also if therefore the purpose is also in the group itself as a whole, then doesn't that mean we ourselves don't define our purpose, but our societies are really driving it for us in what we kind of all prefer or not prefer?
In the words of Atticus Finch, a mob is made of individuals. A society is made of individuals. There are many things. There are many things in reality that are greater than the sum of their parts. And by the way, in response to your first point, right. Yes, God and immediate consequences sort of do the same thing, but human consequence comes with a lot less baggage and a lot less potential for exploitation for harm than the implementation of a God that only a priest class can tell you what he thinks.
Mm-hmm.
A lot less baggage.
Can you expound on that?
Finch was a racist.
Expound on what?
You said that only a priest class can tell you about?
Well, up until relatively recently, I'd say at least the last 300 years, what God said was something that had to be told to you by a priest class. And so what God said, and of course since what God said entailed things like how you should behave, who you should talk to, when you should plant your crops, what sort of animals you should eat. That's an awful lot of power. That's an awful lot of power, particularly when it, for instance, and this is just an example, you look at the Roman Catholic Church, who, you know, most people didn't actually understand what their own priests were telling them in their religious services until relatively recently in terms of that religion's history.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the gospel went out. The gospel went out for the average person. It wasn't supposed to be something that was monopolized and used to control the masses. Or you know, like the scriptures were not meant to be kept from the masses. For example, it was, you know, it was given for everyone to understand and learn, not be kind of hoarded and used to kind of lord over people with. I just find that interesting that's happened.
Oh, I find it interesting that it's happened too. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, you know, I'm pretty sure that there are a great number of human conceptual and material constructs that are used in ways that, you know, would horrify the individuals who originally created them. Nonetheless, you know, we either have to decide if we're going to maintain their existence because they might serve some other good, like for instance dynamite, or, you know, we're going to have to figure out how to contain and deal with them.
Can you expound on the whole? You quoted Atticus. You quoted Atticus Finch. Could you expound on that one for me, if you don't mind, Gus?
I'm sorry. Do you not understand what a mob is made up of individuals means?
Wow.
Yeah. You said a mob was made out of individuals, but society is greater than the sum of its parts. That was kind of what you were going with, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Could you? I know that you drew a pretty nice analogy, and that is a fantastic saying. But could you expound on when a group of individuals acts as a society and when it acts like a mob? Just clarify that distinction, if you don't mind.
I think I'm not exactly sure why I need to clarify what I think you know very well, Max.
Atticus Finch is a racist.
I said the same thing and nobody listened.
Yeah, I know. Well, right now there was a huge pause in the conversation, and it kind of felt awkward. So it was like, say something elaborate. Well, say something that will encourage talking again.
He's also a boring character, and Harper Lee was a crappy author. It was probably written by Truman, anyways, and
fantastic.
It's a crappy book.
I'm sure it's a terrible. I'm sure it's a terrible book. I certainly didn't necessarily enjoy reading all of it, but even a busted watch is right twice a day.
Yeah,
and a mob is made up of individuals.
Most of the books they have us read in high school are pretty terrible.
I actually really enjoyed that.
I'm beginning to think you don't like much of anything, Will.
Maybe, I don't know. I know I come across as kind of negative, but at least
I really enjoyed that book quite a bit.
Not that that necessarily means that your opinions are invalid or something. I'm starting to feel kind of sad for you.
It's okay, don't be.
I'm sure y'all have heard about the new book coming out from Harper Lee.
Yeah, and I have no desire whatsoever to read it. I mean, I
don't either.
I gleaned what little pieces of information and wisdom I could from To Kill a Mockingbird, and there are some there. I don't completely push the book to one side, but, you know, I think there are a few pieces of wisdom to be gleaned out of that. But yeah, having said that, I have no desire to read her new book.
Yeah, me either. I'm actually rather a bit upset about it. It seems like a money grab to me. Not from her.
I don't think it's a money grab by the author. The author is pretty not all there. Money grab by the lawyer.
She's got some pretty bad dementia going right now.
Yeah.
Her sister had been managing her affairs. Her sister recently died, and whoever's in charge of her affairs now is releasing the book.
I have to ask, what is so shitty about To Kill a Mockingbird? I enjoyed it. Can you elaborate on something specific? Maybe I can change this one.
One, I don't think that she was just particularly good at crafting prose. It's been a while since I've read it, but if you want a super post on why I don't like To Kill a Mockingbird, I'll serve one up in due time.
Oh man, you should actually have a blog, Will. In fact, I have a blog.
Maybe.
I'd love to have you.
Sure, I'll blog.
Awesome. Have you ever heard of? I'm on a blog right now that's mostly atheist, skeptic-centric. It's called Skeptic Free Thought, but they allow me to blog as a Christian because I don't know. I have been with a few of the people there. You could just, I could just suggest to you, and you could come on in.
Yeah, I know. It's I'm almost done with well, I don't really know where I was going to publish it, but another kind of essay type thing.
Oh, okay. I'll give you the links to the blog. There's probably
and why atheists should read him. Everyone should read him.
Who? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Feuerbach.
Okay, one of you say it.
Or at least say it in harmony, for Christ's sake.
Feuerbach.
Oh. Thank God, I thought somebody said Bachman.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, Gus, did you get the link I sent you, or tagged you in? That was the one where Sam Harris was speaking about magic wands, rape, and religion.
To be fair, I remember Sam Harris did an article on self-defense that I thought was quite good. I know that's not something that he normally talks about, but someone linked it to me, and I didn't even know I was reading Sam Harris. But I was like, this actually makes a lot of sense. Like, this is, I agree with this. And then
that's why you're confused that it wasn't Sam Harris.
And then I was like, oh, this is actually Sam Harris's blog. How did I miss that? So yeah, he's written some good stuff, just not really about his usual topics, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be fun. We each go around saying which an author from the other side that we actually enjoy reading, or least hate reading.
Before you do that, though, I will say that Sam Harris did very handily gut Deepak Chopra.
That I agree.
I enjoyed watching him do that.
That's some,
Oh, here we hear from Joyless Bob again. Come on, tell me how that's no good. Also,
it's Deepak Chopra, man. Come on, like that's.
Oh, I know.
It's like beating up. It's like beating up the retarded kid, Gus.
They have these things called mattresses now, man. You don't have to sleep on a bed of nails, Will. You just seem so. You know what? Actually, you know what? Humor me and tell me one thing that gives you joy, so I can be happy for you.
Other people's suffering.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
There. No.
Do you have a dog? Tell me you at least have a dog to watch over you when you get like this.
No, I'm a cat person.
That's
My cat
fine.
died recently.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I watched an anime where the girl was a cat person.
I'm not that kind of cat person.
I thought we were going to talk about the people from the other side we like reading from. My favorite author from the other side would have to be my own philosophy professor, J.L. Schellenberg.
Oh, Schellenberg.
Yeah, dude is awesome. His work on divine hiddenness is one of the best arguments against God I have ever read. But he's written a lot about religious studies too that really are underappreciated in the literature because he writes as a philosophy of religion professor. So.
You said an argument from divine hiddenness, right?
Yep, he's the one who put that. He's the one who put that shit forward in the literature.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I think I've heard him from, and yeah, that's my favorite argument right now, as you know.
Awesome. So, Seth, who's your favorite from the other side?
Planning it easy.
Oh, nice.
He's precise. He's not an ass.
He every time I'm reading him and I think of a possible, almost every time I'm reading him and I think of a possible defeater, he follows it up with the response to that defeater, and it's like he's reading my mind. It's wonderful to read.
Yeah, but his AC is always busted, so.
Yeah. Well, no one's perfect.
Oh yeah. All right, Gus, is there anyone on the other side you enjoy reading?
No, I think you're all full of it, frankly. But
Least
frankly, when it comes to stuff like this, I'd really much rather have a good conversation than just interact with words on a page.
I think my favorite people on the other side would be, well, not other side, but I really like David Bentley Hart and Saeed Hossein Nasser, I think are two great theist writers.
Oh, by the way, did you see David Bentley Hart's tiff with Edward Fazer? It's quite funny.
Yes, I did. I read everything by David Bentley Hart, like, exhaustively. Like, I don't think there's anything he's done, except for a few things which are behind a paywall or are scholarly articles hidden away in, like, JSTOR or something.
Don't tell me about paywall. I've gone back to playing the Old Republic. You want to talk about paywall? Oh. Anyway, sorry, that was.
You have to pay me to play the Old Republic.
Yes, I know. I know, Captain Smiles. I know. It's all right.
All right.
The world sucks. The world sucks. We'll protect you from it.
All right. I'm actually curious to see who Peripheral's favorite atheist writer is.
You're kidding me, right?
Who's your instead of favorite? How about least hated?
You're a Hitchens fan. Come on, you know you're a Hitchens fan. You know you love the Hitch.
I feel bad for the Hitch. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Artur, are you a reader, or has your glaucoma killed any chance of that? Artur, get your head out of the vodka bottle and answer us, Artur.
Who is your favorite theist writer or least hated theist writer?
It doesn't have to be, well, like, theist specifically.
It has to be your favorite. Anything less is avoiding the question.
Oh well, he's having a snooze.
He's on a coffee break, quote unquote.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, even though Deepak Chopra is a theist of sorts, I wouldn't consider him to be a quote unquote theist writer. And though, if Art were to say Deepak Chopra, I think that would count.
Oh, actually, I did want to say, I'm sorry. I was a bit sketchy on this when I was first asked because I was trying to remember his fucking name. Ravi Zacharias. Now, I don't necessarily think that guy is any less full of it than anybody else in his particular ilk. But boy, he can string his bullshit together like nobody's business. Man, he can sling bullshit.
And he comes with an uppity Indian accent.
He does.
The accent's hilarious. I'm sorry. I find that kind of accent just really funny. Like, I'm sure to some people somewhere on the globe, my accent sounds really ridiculous. But something about, like, that Ravi Zacharias, he sounds so goofy. And I know he can't help it, and I'm sure, his English is way better than my Hindi or whatever, but I've always just found it really funny. And I know I shouldn't, and I know that's racist, but well, I don't really care.
Hey Gus, can you do a Ravi Zacharias accent?
Actually, his accent is very different from Deepak Chopra, and I never bothered to learn it. And should know his limits. I might, like, if I was willing to listen to his, to his voice, and I've listened to a lot of him. But the thing about listening to Ravi Zacharias is, after a minute, you end up shaking your head and go, "Huh? Where was I?" Like he really does sort of create a labyrinth of his own ideas and then drops you in the middle of it and says, "Find your own way out, sucker."
Hey, Drake. Currently we're asking each other about our favorite writers from the other side of the debate. Who's yours?
Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss is someone.
I will not love God, Sam I am. I will not love God in a boat. I will not love God whilst afloat. I will not love God through my scrot. Will not love God. Sam I am.
I literally like woke up 5 minutes ago, so
There we go.
you had to give me some time on that.
Well, top of the morning to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It was a late night at the Carnival of Sexual Freaks.
No, I stayed up late talking to you and everyone else in your hangout
About Star Wars.
about Star Wars, and then I
That's
stayed
right.
up.
That's right. I run the fun hangouts where people want to stay up past their bedtime. That's right, kids. Over here. Over here.
Oh
I
yeah.
stayed- I was just gonna say I stayed up like another hour trying to watch Hidden Fortress, and oh my goodness, I got through like half the movie, and it's so many things. Yeah, that movie's definitely Star Wars.
What?
Go rescue 5 Rio or 10 Rio reward for capturing Princess Akiku. It's like, oh wow, okay.
There we go. If only it was that easy, huh? Actually, a bit of a funny story. Back in the early to mid '80s, a couple of friends I knew took advantage of an old rule at the Royal Ottawa Hospital in Ottawa. And the Royal Ottawa Hospital was essentially it was a mental hospital. But if you found someone who, looked like they belonged in a mental I'm not kidding here. If you found someone who looked like they belonged in a mental hospital and you gently brought them there, they would give you some money. I think the number was about $50. And this was a practice that went on until the mid '80s, when I'm pretty sure a newspaper reporter, or a newspaper article, not with the Sun, because the Sun wasn't established yet, probably either the Citizen or Le Droit, exposed that this was going on, and it was a stop was put to it. But yeah, essentially, from what I can tell, the practice began back in the late 1960s. So, for a good 20-some-odd years, you could make decent smokes and road beers money picking up people and, who perhaps required a bit of mental health or professionalism, and taking them to the hatchery. How you like that, huh? There's a little fun fact about my city. And if that hasn't woken up Dragnot, I don't know what will.
And you want me to come visit you?
No,
I'm in his place for a little while.
Got this
Not
nice
like
jacket for you.
warm, Frank.
Maybe they'll put you right next door to Opera Man, for all I know. Fucker. Scared the hell right out of me. I used to be a security guard at the Royal Ottawa Hospital, and unlike a lot of other mental health institutions, it wasn't this big. Excuse me. It wasn't this enormous stone building. I mean, there was a large building, but one of the other programs they had something called the cottages, which were essentially sort of round, sort of small bungalow-style houses that were on the campus, and there was maybe 3 or 4 rooms in there, and it was a much less institutional type setting. And one of my jobs as a security guard was to patrol the whole campus and, to catch any runaways and to sort of gently help steer the folks whose mind was here, there, and everywhere. And you met all kinds, right? And one of the guys I met was somebody I called Opera Man, because using a schedule understood only by him, periodically he would literally, like a whack-a-mole, he'd pop his head out the window and start singing opera, right, for about 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 5, 10 minutes at a time. I found this out when I was walking past the bungalow, and his head pops out, middle of the night, his head pops out and he starts singing, and he just about gives me a fucking heart attack. So Van thought this was funny. I thought it was funny too in hindsight. Then there were, I don't know if you were around, if your internet connection crapped out on you, Van, when I first brought this up, but there was also there was an instance where the guy for one reason or another didn't make sure his own window was open, and so he put his head out the window. You know, you heard, instead of just, you know, suddenly opera, it was crash tinkle opera. He cut himself up pretty bad too. Like, he was. I got called by the on-duty attendants there. Like, get in there quick, because he was leaking claret by the bucketful. This guy, and it was really something. Like, they really. It's a good thing there was, like, you know, 6 or 7 nurses on station on the campus at the time, as they just came running, and they stitched his noggin up pretty good. But you know, he gave no indication as to why he did. I mean, Opera Man very rarely actually said anything. He often chose to sing things, but he very rarely actually said anything. When you asked him a question, it was about 25 to 75 whether or not you'd get a question out of it. Whether you get the answer out of him, excuse me, heavy on the 75. So it was kind of hard to figure out why he did what he did, but he's, you know, there was all kinds. There was the girl who well, we used to call her the banisher. I called her the excommunicatrix, because she used to take all of her stuffed animals and at one point throw them out the window. Say, "You're no good." This is all you'd hear if you stood by the window. "You're no good." Stuffed animal come flying out. "You're no good." Stuffed animal come flying out. And she'd do this with all of her stuffed animals, and then she would pitch a hurricane-level fit if somebody didn't go out and get her stuffed animals. Guess who got stuck on stuffed animal duty more often than not? I'm like, all right, I'll get the stuffed animal.
Thank you, kind man. Let me shower you with kisses.
Yeah, there was none of that. Thank you very much. I don't, you know, my girls need to be like no higher than 3 on the crazy scale. Otherwise, it's just not right.
What gives me the biggest giggle about the Opera Man story is it reminds me of a story I have from basic training. I was on dorm guard one night, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. And I'm just walking through, checking the locks. And this one kid sits up, looks over at me, yells, lays back down.
Sleep yeller?
Oh,
like 7
actually,
guys.
oh no, I got a story very similar to that.
I'm sitting on top of a locker at this point. They're full, you know, 6-foot tall lockers. I'm sitting on top of a locker at that point. With the full cat jump.
I got a.
I'm sure Drag's got plenty of those too.
Poor Will's upset at me because I brought up the excommunicatrix again.
I had a guy who was my bunkmate. Well, he was my battle buddy, and I forget his name, poor kid. You could tell like he had just gotten out of high school, and you know, of course, I had some years on him, so I was a little bit, I guess, more prepared for the rigors of infantry basic training at Fort Benning. So we were probably at week 3, and he wasn't adjusting that well. You know, he would kind of confide in me and tell me that, you know, he wants to go home and he thinks he made the wrong decision. So I got to get up for fire guard. And so as I'm kind of getting my shit together, I'm jumping down from the bunks, and this kid pops up and goes, "No, no, I don't want, no, I don't want," and then he just goes back to sleep. And I froze, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Night terrors?
Yeah, like he woke up, and he was lucid for a second, and was screaming that he doesn't want to, no, you can't make me, and then just goes right back to sleep.
Do you ever bump into somebody who, for like the first 3 or 4 minutes after they wake up, they literally can't speak? They want to speak. They think they're speaking, but they can't speak. I lived with this girl for a while, and she got this job for a while, and it meant that she had to get up a lot earlier than she was used to. So she'd say, "Hey guys, can you help me out? Can you wake me up?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." And we weren't like crazy about it or anything. We just sort of knock on her door, open up the door, and say, you know, get up, it's time to go to work. And she'd look at us, and she looked at me, and she sort of went, and she looked at me, she's kind of bleary-eyed, and out of her mouth came, "Whiskaboo?" Like, and I said, "What?" She said, "Ham subu." I said, "All right, whatever. Get up, have a coffee to smoke because you need to realign your speech pattern centers again or some fucking thing because I don't know what the fuck whiskaboo means." So, those are always fun.
I usually have to deal with the folks that you have to make sure that they're up because even if they're up and they say, "Yeah, I'm fine," they're still not fine. They're still sleeping. They're just responding.
I've been known to do that.
We had a guy when on my boat. He came from the USS Cole, which is the same Arleigh Burke class destroyer that I was on, and he woke up and went running through the ship screaming, trying to warn everybody. He was like, I guess he was like reliving his dream and woke up and thought it was real and like had a total freak out sesh, running through the ship trying to warn everybody that it was about to be bombed or something like that. And I think he got discharged for that, actually.
Oscar's coming. Oscar's coming. That's what my father used to call Osama bin Laden. Oscar. He says, "Have they found Oscar yet?" My dad's character. I said, "Who the fuck are you talking about, Oscar?" He says, "Yeah, you know, the one there. Al Capote," he said. "What the fuck?" And then eventually he points to his picture and the, "Oh, Osama bin Laden." He said, yeah, Oscar." Oh, fuck me.
I love the people who, when Osama bin Laden was alive, kept saying he was dead, and when he finally died, they said he's still alive.
Yeah. Well, some people are just going to be reflexively suspicious of like any establishment, narrative. Not even like suspicious. Will just like reflexively take like the opposite stance. So like when he's alive, like, oh, he died years ago of kidney failure, and like now we
don't believe it. Don't believe it. He's on the moon with the rest of the moon people.
Don't forget, lawn gnomes are greys.
Yeah, they got Cuba.
Yeah, apparently Clockwork has had his fucking Nickelodeon fired up again there last night, or was it this morning?
Clockwork is still around.
Mark saw it.
Ew.
Mark has a Clockwork-seeking missile, man. Every time Clockwork opens his mouth, Mark goes sniff, 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 and he's fucking zoom. He's in there like a dirty shirt. And he has no mercy whatsoever when it comes to Clockwork. None. Not an ounce of it.
What's wrong with Clockwork? Who is Clockwork? That's the better question.
Perfectly rational guy.
I've often remarked with open fucking admiration at the woo that guy can pitch.
No, I spoke to him finally about 2 days ago, and I was like, "Hey, I'm just coming in here because I heard Clockwork was in here." He's like, "Oh, so they told you that I was kind of crazy, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, okay. Well, at least you're honest." I was like, "Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to hear what you believe." Oh, he said, "Oh, and he was cordial about it. He knew, like, he's lucid enough to say, well, I know what I'm saying is woo woo kitty fuck. And so other people will consider it woo-woo kitty fuck, and I respect that, honestly. He didn't try to fucking sugarcoat it.
Oh, I told him. I said, "Fuck this, man. What are you doing sitting around talking to us, man? Write a book. Make a fucking religion." Like his bullshit is tight. That's some silky tight bullshit right there. Reinforcing fucking premises, self-reinforcing delusions. Shit that requires not an ounce of evidence. I mean, how the hell do you go wrong?
Can somebody explain some of the things he believes?
Well, I'll take a shot.
Any of it, but it's basically like a mishmash of various New Age and Gnostic stuff that he kind of just cobbles together in this patchwork manner. That
how do you know he doesn't believe it? Can he tell you he doesn't believe it?
You can kind of tell he's just making stuff up on the fly.
Come on. How can you tell that? What are you, part tricorder? How can you tell that?
Are you guys talking about Commando?
No. Yeah, Clockwork Commando.
Yeah, Clockwork Commando. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nadia's room and.
He's out there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't prove it, but I think I have a fairly good intuitive sense of these things. I'm a master bullshitter myself. Come on, I know.
Hey! If your woo-woo kitty fuck meter is more tuned than mine, then I want to know.
He's got the whole flat Earth thing going under a dome. We're in a snow globe.
It's a concaver for him. It's yeah.
And I've heard this, but I'm not sure that he minimizes the Holocaust.
Yeah, there's like a weird anti-Semitic strain to his thinking as well.
So he's a Holocaust quibbler.
Yeah. He's just, I don't know. I just find that guy really boring. Like, he never has anything interesting to say. Like, it's all like just, oh, well, you guys are under the baleful influence of the demiurge, so you don't have, like, the Gnostic inner light, which lets you discern the true reality behind the realities, so...
I heard him...
And you don't think that shit's utterly hilarious?
I heard him talking to Nick in Nadia's room just before I left, and then ended up coming into this one, and Nick was asking about his worldview, and he was saying something about how he believes that the creator is an artificial intelligence, and
No, I hadn't heard that one.
He just makes
an artificial intelligence in a non-traditional way, and Nick stopped him and said, "Your world, in all earnestness, your worldview makes more sense than materialism." And I unmuted myself to ask how, and then I just muted myself. No, I'm not even going to ask. I guess.
He's also
Who said
really
his
into
worldview makes more sense than materialism?
Huh?
Was it Nicholas Strode?
Yes. The
right.
Muslim
the crazy ninja of Nadia's Hangouts? Yeah,
the ninja.
Oh, right. I can't do that room, like, anymore, but no, I mean, like, he's also really into, like, astrology and sort of, like, the movements of celestial bodies, and it's just really, like, I mean, it's fun for, like, 20 minutes the first time, but being in a room with someone for hours on end who just goes on and on about, like, how, I don't know.
Yeah, but going on about the constellations and how they're related to his worldview in all seriousness. And again, I'm wondering, Nick's response was, yeah, this makes a lot more sense than materialism. And I'm like, how?
I think it makes more sense than materialism.
Fuck off.
I'm just kidding. Actually, it makes more sense than a lot of the materialism. Well, it makes more sense than Jim Jones, aka O.P. Taylor's idea of materialism.
Yeah.
But there are materialist ideas there are materialist conceptions of reality that I find plausible. Well, at least far more plausible than that.
There is actually a guy on here who's some sort of, like, Greek religious reconstructionist.
Oh yeah, Kevin.
Kevin, who knows he actually knows a lot about, like, the various Gnostic movements and just pagan religion in general, who's interesting to talk to. And I've always considered Clockwork like a bargain basement version of Kevin, which isn't even really fair to Kevin, because Kevin's a really nice guy.
Oh yeah.
But
Kevin's a delight, actually. He's fabulous, in fact.
He is.
Literally.
Literally.
Is that your way of saying he's gay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way. I mean, it's perfectly cool. But
First of all, Arthur, I want you to stop that. Second, if a man wishes to take pleasure in the joys of life, that's not up to you to contradict or confabulate. Do you understand, you angry, drunken Russian man, you? Now, I'm sure one of these days some fine Ukrainian woman is going to decide that you're her man. But until then, don't raid on other people's fabulous sparkling parade. Just cut it out.
Fabulous sparkling parade.
Just stop it. All of you stop. You too, Will. You need a fine piece of something in your life, if only a steak. Oh my God.
I'll take it, sure.
Seth, you're a sexy man too, but you're already taken. I got nothing but respect for that situation there. Nothing but respect.
I was gonna say he could get a mail order bride from Russia, but I guess he would get a mail order bride from America.
Well, the postage wouldn't be that much, I guess.
No, just have her fly from what'd you call it?
Vilnius.
Alaska to Kamchatka.
All the finest Russian mail order brides come from Vilnius. Everyone knows that.
Well, we can send one from Kentucky, and that'll be comparable.
I've seen a post by somebody. G Plus was a actual ad in a newspaper. I think so, at least. By a Vietnamese wife. If she runs away within a year, you'll get another one free.
Oh man, that's quite a deal.
That's horrible.
That's not a bad deal.
He runs away in a year. Oh my god, that's awful.
I don't see the downfall.
It's like those.
Yes. Wait.
It's like those mail order prairie wives, like back in the American West, where you could send away to get like a wife to come and help you with the washing and the whatever all else you had to do on your homestead.
The cow milking, the field plowing, the dang-a-line playing.
Oh, there's gonna be some plowing if I were one, for sure. Giggity.
No, not that kind of plowing, you fucking.
Damn it.
You need 40 acres, not you need 40 acres, not just to be a mule.
Yeah. Well, so Clockwork, back to Clockwork. He's actually not just hanging out right now. I'm pretty sure if I send him an invite, he would pop in.
I'm so surprised.
Send one to King Matthew, because he's
right, King Matthew.
Send one to King Matthew.
Who's King Matthew? When did Matthew? Oh, I know King Matthew. I've bumped into him once or twice. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy.
No, he's not bad. He has his stuff, his woo-woo kitty bullshit, but you can talk to him about it.
Right. But he's kind of out there. I've seen him, like Beyond Bredkin's, comment section is like, typical Bredkin video of, oh, you all atheists are just horrible, immoral bastards, and Matthew, King Matthew comments, good stuff, Brett, good stuff, good words. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah. What annoys me about Butt Cream is that
he's breathing.
Well, it's not even so much him. It's like you get these people who have really no ability for like personal discernment whatsoever, who hang around him and like are totally mystified as to like how he's a complete jackass. Like,
well, that whole label of Christian kind of absolves him from all responsibility, so he can do and say what he wants as long as he claims Christianity.
Totally. Well, he doesn't even do that. He just he claims a more abstract God belief, and that's still enough for that. And it's like, well, I guess he's in my in group. He gets a pass.
That's kind of sad.
It's pathetic.
I have never given anybody who is a Christian. I have never given anyone who identifies as a Christian on here any special, and because we simply share the same religion.
Well, that's obvious though, because G-Man said you're not a Christian.
You guys are actually kind of missing the point. It's not the fact that he's in their same camp. It's the fact that he attacks people that they don't like.
Yeah, but they perceive that as being in the same. That's the whole point. Is like he doesn't consider himself in their camp, but they do, and like the fact that it should be so obvious to anyone who has more than 2 brain cells to rub together.
Right, but
I guess it's not for a lot.
I just think it's more useful to think of it more as what they like is what is damaging to people they don't like, right? Like Veckel earlier today posted this thing about the Planned Parenthood Sting video where looks as
the
if
one that they say they're selling baby parts.
Yeah, baby parts. And somebody linked Veckel to the New York Times article debunking what the hit piece, and I had to explain. You don't understand. Veckel doesn't care about what's true. Veckel cares about what's a good stick to beat Planned Parenthood with.
Veckel's never cared about truth. That's not in his lexicon. He can say it, but he doesn't know what it actually means. He is a perpetual liar, and I will say that again and again and again. The more he lies.
So the unedited Planned Parenthood video, I've heard that wasn't really that much better. Like, is there any important context the unedited version has that the edited version cuts out?
The context is there are aborted fetus parts, and they get donated to science. And yeah, there's a small fee that goes into storage of these parts so they can be kept safe and in good condition to when they get donated to science.
So okay, so this kind of goes into
from somewhere.
This goes in the field that I'm getting into. Like when we're talking about doing stem cell research, most of the stem cell research that we can conduct is on pluripotent stem cells. That's taking adult cells that are like already epithelial tissue or renal tissue, and then kind of re-engineering them back into their the progenitor form, which would be the stem cells. This is not a really viable method to get stem cells. The best place is from the source, which is embryos. And so rather than destroying genetic material, we can do the testing on stuff that's already going to be destroyed anyway. So it's not, people going out and say, hey, I want you to go have sex with your husband, your mate, then go get an abortion, and we'll pay you $50,000 for all your genetic material. No, it's not that. So it's a practical use to waste. That makes sense.
See, it's proof.
Okay, alright, that makes more sense.
Something about the video, and I'd have to watch it. It just came across as very ghoulish, but.
Well, yeah,
it comes across as that because people don't. It's just like during the Bush era, people don't understand science again, and from their ignorance, they let people who are not scientists speak for science, and they're not science communicators. They're not trained in they're not trained in anything remotely resembling microbiology, and so they're using their fear mongering and their ignorance to try and convey a message that they have no clue about.
No, but there's another thing. It does seem ghoulish, but I think it seems ghoulish in the same reason it seems ghoulish if you're going to bring a mortician to dinner with you and discuss his job and what he does.
I agree. I mean, there is a certain aspect of it that's like, well, this doesn't sound right. It doesn't seem right. Well, if we understand what happens during the abortion process, we have not just genetics, but tissue itself from a fetus or an embryo that's going into an incinerator. That's medical waste. That's biological waste. You can't keep that around for fucking decoration. It needs to be destroyed. And so rather than just destroying it, we can use it then to say, well, let's see if we can create an esophagus for someone's child that was not born with one, and save that child's life. There's a practical use to things, and people just don't have enough education to realize what's actually going on in reality.
Did anyone see the South Park episode where they were with Christopher Reeves and he was just taking baby fetuses and rubbing it on himself to heal himself?
That's an old one.
It's like cracking their heads open and like sucking out the.
Yes.
Staring at this image, which is exactly what Beckel shared or posted, really makes me think of how uncritical you really have to be to post something like this. Do they really think that Planned Parenthood is selling this for food? Or do they?
Yeah.
They have to. If they think about it for 2 seconds, they have to realize that this is for medical purposes that they're selling these things for.
It doesn't matter. I had to correct Jimmy Stevens for posting another meme that was like, it was kind of the Joker from The Dark Knight. And it's like,
right.
Yeah, it's that one where it's like, Planned Parenthood could sell baby fetuses on the black market, and no one bats an eye. But the second, Christians say no gay marriage, everyone loses their minds. And so he just creates this completely fallacious scenario, and I correct him on it, and of course, like a true child, he gets upset and condescending. So I think a lot of it has to do with the fear-mongering that already exists within some Christian circles, and then you combine that with the ignorance to the whole microbiology and stem cell research field itself, and it's just sad. It really is
What would
truly
happen
sad.
if there were no? Let's say theoretically abortion was illegal. Would that hinder science in any way?
No,
Yeah,
because
also
they would do it illegally.
Like how many scientific breakthroughs would not exist if it wasn't for abortion?
Well, there's stem cell research is not contingent upon people's
So
abortions.
actually,
I think
no, there's a really good episode. There's an episode of Radiolab. I think it was last week's Radiolab that discussed. It wasn't an abortion. This woman had she was going to have a selective abortion because her baby just was not going to make it. Wasn't going to make it. She was having twins. It was putting the other infant in danger, or the other fetus in danger. She apparently couldn't go through with it because there was a complication, but she ended up giving birth to a baby that died very shortly after birth. And yes, they donated the body parts to science. And yeah, the whole episode is the story that the woman was kind of traumatized by this, obviously, giving birth to basically a dead baby. So later, they think a year afterwards, she went around and found all of the labs that got her baby's parts and how they're using the baby's parts and how useful they are. One specific example was they couldn't use the liver because it was bruised. But what they would do is they would kind of, in layman's terms, mash up the liver and like inject it into infants to the cells or whatever would be able to be used by the infant. I can't remember why, but their liver was bruised, so they used it to experiment to find the best temperature to keep a infant liver at, to keep it safe. And that's something that's useful, that's going to save lives.
Cool story, bro.
And I could understand.
Whoa. Did you say cool story, bro?
I'm just messing with you, man.
Okay.
babies.
So I could understand that in the sense of donating your body to science. All humans, a lot of human beings do allow for that. I want to be an organ donor myself. If I find my body going away and not going to be able to help anyone, as long as the majority of the husk of my body is available for burial, then I'd be perfectly fine with organ donating. Because that's going to help someone too. So I can get that, but ultimately, I think the problem just stems back to whether or not you are pro-life or pro-choice. I think if you have the pro-life position, this is going to come across as being rather different. But I think even as someone who is pro-life, I can understand why people would at least want the bodies to be donated to science afterwards. But I think that. I do think that abortion, on most occasions, is unjustified.
There
at least
are
I'm convinced of that one.
there
At
are
least I'm
significant
convinced on that
number
side.
of groups who refuse placental stem cell research.
And yeah, that's actually something that my wife and I were presented with when my son was born. They wanted to know if I wanted to store his cord blood, because there's already some type of treatment for some congenital disorder if he should develop it, later on in his life, that they can use my son's stem cells still in my wife's placenta to actually develop this cure or treatment and tailor it to him, since it's his own genetic material. And I thought that was fascinating. I didn't think we were that far, but it's expensive as shit. It was like $4,500, but it's, having it available would have probably saved his life. I got to look up what the possible genetic disorders are, but that's what's happening. That's what comes about from this. And so people want to look over that, and a lot of people don't know this, but the reason we have open heart surgery is because of Nazi Germany. They did open heart surgery on Jews while they were still living. A lot of what we know about the vivisection. Yeah. A lot of that stuff that we do now was because of that. We got their research. And so if you want to talk to people who've had open heart surgery and let them know, hey, since this came from Nazi Germany, since this horrible, horrible thing that happened, would you have refused it? And I guarantee you they'll say they want to save their life. So, we can I mean, we can say, you know what, the conditions that brought about this cure or this therapy were not the best, they're not ideal, but neither is condition itself. So we're going to make do with what we have.
Well, it's kind of like going back to the organ donating example. If I was murdered in cold blood, yeah, I'm still going to want whatever salvageable organs I have to go to another person to save his life. It doesn't necessarily make the act itself moral. It just means I prefer if some outcome is going to come from it, it would be a positive outcome, not a negative outcome.
So if you actually want to take a look at that the podcast, it's not a full episode of Radio Lab. I think it's like 45 minutes. There it is.
I can't see the side chat, by the way.
Well, it was in response to Peripheral's question, so I was really meant for Peripheral. I'm sure you can find it if you want to find it, Maximus. It's Radio Lab, Gray's donation.
Oh, I see.
The name of the episode.
Cool story, bro. Sorry.
That was more geared at like the mashing up of the liver and kind of just seemed kind of like primitive.
I know. I'm just going off what the podcast said.
I know. I mean, it makes sense. It does make sense, but
no, it really doesn't make sense. It sounds like medieval
Frankenstein.
Yeah, type shit. You mashed up baby livers to inject into other babies, but that, according to the podcast, that's what they're typically used for.
Well, the liver is regenerative, right? I mean, it's
I guess so.
I guess if they kept it like somehow alive, so that the cells were alive or something, it would make sense that as long as it was compatible with whatever.
It still sounds like turn of the century.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like rhino horn.
Inject this hamburger meat inside.
Yeah, I mean, it is gruesome. That's a part of it, and maybe one day we'll get better at manipulating adult stem cells and creating the pluripotent stem cells to use for treatments. Because right now I can get stem cells from anybody just from your skin cells, from the epithelial tissue, and it's not a real viable way to culture those. I forget the rate that that the cell cultures actually survive, but I want to say it's under 20%. So you have least likely chance to work with some of these things, and then there's even fewer of them to deal with at all. So if you can get actual stem cells, then that's the pie in the sky. But I'm still a few years away from actually being able to manipulate it. So I have an idea of what I want to do when I actually get to that level, though. But taking chemistry next semester, so that's good.
I had a friend, and I remember back in university, I had a friend, well, undergrad, I had a friend who was taking chemistry, total pothead in high school. He kind of used some of his knowledge to, he made some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure he found some recipes for THC, huh?
Yeah, this is why you don't give stoners science degrees, but yeah, he graduated with top honors.
Speaking of stoners and science degrees, I've heard of, and I only just recently tried to watch and found out I really like Rick and Morty. Anybody else?
Oh, that show is the best.
Yeah, it really fills in this gap that's been missing since Futurama has been gone.
Rick and Morty?
Oh, it's fantastic. Go watch it.
Is it a cartoon?
The whole first season.
God's not real.
I think Rick says that in the first episode.
Okay, then I have seen it.
Yeah. God's not real, Summer. Better rip that Band-Aid off before... better rip off that Band-Aid now? Look at that.
Dude, Herk Kittenhoven is going to try his hand at YouTubes.
He's put out like 30 videos already.
Really?
On Q&As.
Wow.
On Q&As alone, it's
How
like
to survive in prison?
You guys are all screwed.
mostly
Oh,
evolution
they're
creationism.
All the Christians are so amazed and happy that this guy who didn't pay his taxes is out of jail now.
You got to clarify that one though, not the Christians, the radical evangelicals.
Yes.
I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, is he just going to kind of pick up where he left off, or...
If he does, he's going to be very surprised. Because since he's been away while the majority of the YouTube revolution happened, and his stuff has been seen and demolished by many, many people.
I would pay good money to see a live YouTube hangout between him and Logic. I would pay good money.
That would actually be kind of funny.
I bet
Especially since he knows who Logic is.
How much money did he get thrown in prison over?
100 and some odd thousand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think over 100,000.
Like back, was that back taxes or?
Well, it was a couple different things. It was 12 counts of evading taxes, 12 counts of evading taxes, and
fraud too. I
like
believe.
39 counts of structuring.
He was in
and
prison
then,
for
and then
a
one
while.
count of fraud, 2 counts of fraud, or something like that.
Then again, like, I don't know. He was in prison for what, like over a decade or something like that.
Not quite a decade. He was sentenced to 10 years. He didn't quite serve out 10 years. I mean, like 9.5, but still.
Yeah, on good behavior.
No, because I think towards the end, he during some hearings, he wasn't. No, I think there were some issues. I think he had some hearings later because.
Oh, he got charged with another set of felonies, mail fraud.
Yeah.
And he was actually convicted until they vacated the conviction.
Yeah, but they can make the conviction again because it's without prejudice.
Well, since it was vacated, that means that he can be tried again for them.
So what?
Since the charges were vacated, that means he can conceivably be tried again for them.
Right. So if he pisses somebody off on the internet, and somebody who knows somebody in the government, they're like, might put him back.
Honestly, I don't think they're going to do that to him because he's been such a lightning rod for the cause.
Yeah, there was a lot of protests, right? I think, at least on media, like Facebook and shit, within the creationist groups.
Now, if he gets caught evading his taxes again, they're going to throw the book at him.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I think almost a decade in prison, people, several books, heavy ones, law books.
Those
tax code.
Those are going to hurt, and those are going to really hurt the face.
They're going to throw tax code at him.
Yeah.
10,000 pages.
This could have all been so avoided. Just pay your damn taxes.
Well,
you would have thought
I can actually
you'd
speak
learn
as a
from Wesley
person who has
Snipes.
been. Yeah, I can actually speak as a person who has been behind on my taxes before. And I've had problems with the IRS before. And what you do is you talk to them and say, hey, listen, I'm in financial straits. Can I get a payment plan going? And they say, okay. That's it.
Right.
And they leave you alone for a while, though, don't they? You don't have to start paying at that moment. They just leave you alone for a while.
If you tell them you're going to start a payment plan, you're good.
If you
miss a payment plan, you're still good.
So wait, you're telling me that they will not bust into your home with guns and try to steal the money that you owe them?
No.
Yeah, they send you letters in the mail. Yeah, they send you letters in the mail.
Or you could be like Wesley Snipes and just say, fuck you. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, but he also went to prison too, right?
Yep.
So he's in prison.
After he tried to flee the country.
Is he in prison right now?
Blade.
No, he got out. He shot some. He's shooting some movies, but no, he got out a few years ago.
Yeah, he got tried in my hometown. I think his case got tried in my hometown here in Florida.
That's
damn. Well, at least now he's like, has some experience. Maybe he can play some, some parts when people are in jail.
Funny
He
thing
was in The Expendables 3, and it was kind of funny. He's been in jail for the last decade in Expendables 3, and they bust him out at the beginning of the movie.
Oh wow!
He actually he's talking to Marvel to see if he can if they want to. He's trying to get them to reboot, not necessarily reboot Blade, but he wants to join like with the Avengers and all the other kind of stuff that's going on.
He'd be better off on the Defender
Blade was
side.
part of Marvel. It was one of the first Marvel movies too. People don't.
Yeah, I didn't know it was Marvel.
Yeah, no, it's based off a comic book and. I'm sorry, graphic novel. You know,
no, it was straight up comic book.
Yeah, because it was in the Spider-Man universe. Because I think he was fighting Kraven, wasn't it?
Break it to you guys.
He's full in the Marvel universe.
Blade was awesome. The first one.
He would actually fit in on the Netflix series. He's more of a street level guy. He would fit in pretty good on the Netflix stuff with Daredevil and those things, the Defenders.
Well, they tried that with the guy that filled in for him because they had a Blade TV show with some like a kind of a chubbier, lighter skinned version of him that wouldn't.
It was a hip hop artist. I'm trying to think of his name.
Don't tell him it was Eminem, for fuck's sake.
No, it wasn't Eminem.
That'd be
weird. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg.
No, it wasn't a big name person. It was.
It wasn't a big name at all.
He's a B-lister at the most. I can't think of the guy's name.
Give me a second.
No, I'm too fixated on Snoop Dogg being played. What is Pink Tails?
Oh, it's Sticky Fingers.
Yeah, it was
Sticky Fingers.
That's D-list at the very most.
And if any of y'all ever saw any of that, the production values were not that high, but the show itself wasn't horrible. I mean, it was easily as good as Hercules.
That's not helping too much.
Well,
you enjoy that time.
I mean, okay, relatively speaking, back in those days, Hercules was kind of a major thing, right? Just like Xeno was. It was Universal Studios.
Yeah.
So, but today,
when Hercules worked, it actually worked.
Yep.
It was mostly just cheesy, but when it worked, it was pretty good.
Yeah, well, today it's cheesy. Back then, it was like cool, awesome stuff, right?
Well, that was back.
I thought it was mostly cheesy back then.
The macho.
Well, I was younger then.
I was like 8, and I didn't like Hercules, and it was like made for 8-year-olds or something.
Damn, we have to get you on your level, dude.
Sorry.
There was a really cool Greek myth series on Teletoon when I was growing up. Teletoon, I think, for those, well, Gus isn't here, but considering everyone's here as an American, Teletoon was a kids network, kind of like Cartoon Network, and on this show they animated all the legends. Yeah, it was
do that on a kid show. What about like Zeus and Ganymede? Did they animate that?
It was
the scenes that were very rapey, they just made it out to be consensual.
That doesn't help.
Well, no, it was kid-friendly versions of the
Zeus
stories.
and Ganymede, I guess.
It would be like, and Zeus fell in love with the mortal, and they had a son. And also, they didn't portray any of the more homosexual stuff.
What about, hey, what's going on, my sister? Hey, why don't you come over here? Oh, I fell down on top of you.
Yeah, they also didn't get
Where'd your clothes go? Oh, darn, we lost those too.
You know, a lot of the Greek myths, I think, are just a little too weird. Like, I don't know. I guess there are, like, some variants which have endings that are more, like, palatable and, I guess, like, PC than other ones, but almost all of, like, the major myths have, like, some retelling that you just couldn't put in a kid's show, like, ever.
I mean, you know,
they mostly stuck with the Aesop stuff.
Looking back at, you know, my kind of childhood and what I was watching, kind of surprised that it would show me that stuff. I mean, do you guys know Courage the Cowardly Dog? The cartoon.
Love that.
Cowardly Dog. I've actually got a behind-the-scenes story on that one.
Oh.
My favorite meme had Caitlyn Jenner, and it said, "This isn't Courage," and then it had Courage the Cowardly Dog underneath and said, "This is Courage."
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah. I saw it. The stuff that they showed you in that show, fuck's sake, like a zombie chicken, headless chicken. Like, okay, I'm freaked out by now. I'm freaked out by that right now. I wasn't back then. I was like, what the heck?
Okay, now check this out. If y'all, those of you who are familiar with Courage the Cowardly Dog, Now think of it how fucked up that show was. Now think of it from the perspective of an actual dog. This monster comes in and he starts attacking your owners, or you have or attacking the sofa, or attacking the sink, or you have a plumber come in and start working on the sink, and the dog's losing his shit. It's actually just everyday things seen through the eyes of a dog.
No.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Just blew my mind, sir. My childhood rethought.
Honestly, Art, I thought growing up, I thought growing up you would have just played with dolls who had more dolls in underneath.
Yeah. I saw where you're going with that. It's not popular, actually. It's just some kind of stupid thing. It's like, I had it once, but I'm like, okay, cool. Now give me the Lego, bitches.
Did you, out of curiosity, you grew up in the 90s, right, or the 80s?
So did you say Drag or me?
You.
Oh. I grew up in the... Hold on a sec, sorry. I have a fucking... Damn it. Hair in my mouth. Damn. Never mind. Yeah, so I was born in 1887, so early 90s, yeah.
Oh, wow, so you grew up after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I was born a year before it collapsed.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Coincidence?
Yep, I caused the fall of the Soviet Union.
Out of curiosity, do a lot of the older people you run into, are they like, oh, this sucks, it was much better in the Soviet era, or was it more like, oh, the Soviet era sucked, I'm happy we have capitalism here in Russia now?
You see, I'm in a different community than what you see typically represented in sort of Ukraine, Russia. We've moved, right? So most of these people are like, yeah, fuck communism, capitalism for the win. But a lot of people in Soviet, not Soviet, in past Soviet countries, former Soviet countries, still do think that communism was a good thing because they had a job. They had almost a guarantee of a job, even though it was kind of sucky, and you had to wait in a huge line to buy fucking meat. So it's kind of a... Yeah, there is nostalgia, definitely.
All right.
Yeah, but by the way, interesting fact. So I was growing in the 90s, but we had a lot of movies because we don't have the most modern things that you had, right? Because it takes time for them to be pirated from your television and your movie theaters.
Right. Have you 80s joke? Never mind. Go ahead, just go.
Yeah, I'm just watching, Ghostbusters now. Is that where you're going there, Seth?
Oh no, I was going to ask you if you had the new Huey Lewis and the News album yet.
Well, with the internet, yeah, I do. Fucking dude.
Heard this awesome band called Rage Against the Machine.
Music today sucks. You guys would be lucky to be getting our 80s hits. It's probably the best we...
I want to kill Matthew Steele right now. Sorry. He responded to a comment, and he responded rather ridiculously. Don't derail.
He always does that. He gives these clever, silly responses that are like not real responses, but they still take some time to unpack.
No. We're not saying unpack. That's on the naughty list. We're not saying that.
Really? What's wrong with unpack?
Okay, Roy says that too often.
Roy heard that in a phrase. Ooh, that sounds smart.
That's
so he says it every fifth word.
Okay, so let's unpack that. He always places his weird emphasis on it.
I had this really feminist philosophy professor in college, and she would say that all the time. And she would always say it to things that you could tell she didn't like. So if you made some statement about I don't know, some political stance that she didn't like, she'd be like, let's unpack that. I don't know why I just used it, because I kind of don't like it either, but...
Let me help you understand why that's wrong.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's how she would use it. She would basically say, you're a fucking idiot for thinking that, and I'm going to try and explain to you why you're an idiot, but I'm going to do it in this really kind of passive-aggressive and condescending way.
Okay, I disagree.
Well, let's unpack that, Van.
Yeah.
Pass.
No, I disagree.
But wasn't the 90s like a horrible time in Russia too? Those were the Yeltsin years, right? Where
Well,
you guys got
yeah. Well, it's kind of the shitty transition. So
yeah.
depends who you were, depends where you were. My dad was quite resourceful, so we are actually very well off. My dad had a huge company there, so but there are hardships there still, especially for lower classes. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what was in the late 90s or something, like the communists almost won another election or something because people were so fed up with like capitalism's failure, I guess, to deliver on its promises.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not really that much.
And obviously, that there was some. I forget. There's some because there's still like there's like different communist parties that.
Instead of you're not sure about that, don't you mean let's unpack that?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the whole history. I like the things that I know is from my parents really, and they're biased as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm now in a capitalist country, so communism for the win. I mean, capitalism for the win. Damn, I almost misspoke.
He gave himself up. Kill him.
Almost blew my cover.
That felt I better go and take off. It's bedtime for me.
Take care, Van. Take care.
Catch y'all later.
Ciao.
Okay, I'm gonna invite some fundies here. Like, what the heck? Some arguments.
What do you mean
I don't know
going to
anything
invite some
about-
funding? We have peripheral here.
Oh, he left.
No, I don't know anything about the Czech Republic. Anyways, I thought you guys were. Kind
We
of
are
like-
very calm here.
Yeah.
It's like whatever. We don't.
I
care.
hate you. I hate you, Art. I hate you, Art. I hate you, Max. I hate everyone. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, we don't believe you.
Oh, damn it.
Okay. I'm gonna send Arcane an invite. Jesus DiCaprio.
No.
I will
if
warn
Jesus-
you,
if Jesus comes in-
Arcane.
if he-
Arcane's got me blocked, so he won't be able to get in anyway.
Well, he has a
Jesus-
sock, I think.
If Jesus shows up here, I'm leaving. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, he won't be here for long. I promise you that. But if he will show up at all. Okay. Invite. What's that? What's the Mexican somebody dude that we had an argument yesterday?
Dre something? Dreas? Is that him?
What's his second? Sanchez. There we go. Sanchez.
Dirty Sanchez is what I call him.
Is
We
that,
are.
is that Unicorn? Oh, hey,
Okay,
Unicorn.
so I'm
You call him Dirty Sanchez? Unicorn?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
run down how that argument's going to go. Guys, there's a singularity. The universe started to exist. Why won't you listen to science? Well, the singularity does not exist in the way you're thinking of it. It's mostly a stopping point. Well, Stephen Hawking said it's a universe from nothing. And
That's
then,
Lawrence Krauss.
and so does Lawrence Krauss. No one takes into account the quantum mechanics stuff. No one.
He doesn't understand the difference between scientific nothing and philosophical nothing, and I actually asked him to unpack that. And what he described is, for those of you who weren't there, is that, well, dude, like, science is like this cup, all right? And so, like, you put water in the cup, and you could measure it, right, dude? So if you don't put it in there, like, science can't measure it. Yeah, like, does that make sense?
Can't unpack the cup.
And dude, my mind went the fuck. Like, literally, I couldn't imagine. He worked that hard for 5 minutes with that explanation of pure stupidity. He had no fucking clue what he was talking about. So I said, okay, you know what? Do you understand what exactly a singularity is? And so he proceeded to tell me that it is nothing, and that from that nothing, everything in the universe then came about. So I said, okay, it was from my understanding that you have this really, really, really dense piece of matter and energy that then brought forth the rest of everything we know now. And so he proceeded to read off this quote from Stephen Hawking, in which Stephen Hawking uses the term nothing somewhat ambiguously, but that goes back to that whole misunderstanding about scientific nothing. And then from there, he proceeded to dick wave and posture again and again, and I called him out on it, and he got pissy and left. Dude, this is just science, dude. Like, science, dude.
Yeah, he also called himself a scientist at one point.
Oh, he did, yeah. He said he is a scientist. I mean, I didn't know that community colleges had labs, but, you know, whatever. Mine doesn't.
Drag, you're just a object credit giver.
I sure am. I give credit to my dick every time it makes me happy. I really admire some of the guys that come on Google Tubes and work diligently to be dumbasses. Like, it is an art that's perfected.
Well, it's evidence of the education system, isn't it? I mean, you guys are ranked, what, 50-something in education? So, you know, obviously people like this is going to pop up everywhere.
You really can't blame art. That's not fair.
10th in Canada, really. So Canadians are very smart.
Oh, yes, we are. Maximus is Canadian. He's a testament to that.
Yeah, but he's a
no, surely not. Surely not. He's a Christian.
Surely not.
It just goes to show you, even our Canadian theists are smarter than your American theists.
Right?
Right.
Well. I beg to differ.
Well, what do we have here? We got people making fun of Canada. You know what I gotta go do? I'll come down there and just punch you in the face and then rape you. Because that's what we do in prison.
That was Rand Campbell, everyone, for those of you who are watching. It's not an actual rape threat. Because Rand Campbell would...
For that
You guys heard it here. Dragnot was threatening somebody to rape. Yep.
Rand Campbell in drag.
Rand Campbell in drag.
In drag, yeah.
There's like two things wrong with that statement.
Only two?
First of all, the image of Rand Campbell in drag. Second of all, the image of Rand Campbell literally inside Dragnot. It's just...
Where it's a fun time.
Yeah.
Now that's a singularity. That's what that is.
Oh, yeah. Because it blows your mind. It's like...
Oh,
It's
man.
not the only thing being blown.
I knew this one philosophy teacher who was a hooker on the side. For $50, she'll blow your mind.
Wah, wah, wah.
Strike one, Seth. Strike one.
These are the breaks, people. I never said I was good.
2 strikes and you're out from a hangout. There's a 3-strike pun limit here.
It wasn't a pun, it was a double entendre.
Okay, fair enough.
It's 5x plus...
Now you blew my mind, sir.
That's 5x square root of 3.
Well, I like puns.
They're punny. Puns are punny.
It sounds like you're doing maths there, Drag. To make
Yeah.
it easier, every answer to everything you're just saying there is God, alright?
Yeah, let me try to put that in right now, actually. Yeah, that
God
didn't
is
work.
the...
2 plus 3 equals God.
That's it.
Well, I got the, let's see, 6 square root of 6 minus 9 square root of 7 times square root of 6 plus square root of 7.
See, I thought he was joking, but the answer to that really is God.
It is, yeah. 42, right?
Yeah, 42. So 3, so 1. Holy fuck! I need some. I'm gonna get some coffee.
That's exactly what I was just doing.
The square root of 42 squared.
I never liked math. Math just always seemed like such an unfair discipline. Like there are just some people who are, well, I mean, in the sense that there are some people who are just ridiculously good at it and can be ridiculously good at it with minimal effort. And I suppose that's true of other subjects as well.
But
But
it's not. But.
Easy, Groovy.
You either get it right or you don't. It's not like your teacher has to like your paper.
yeah, well, I was speaking like in terms of like
I know.
pure
What?
competition. Like I remember I stopped at like linear algebra, and I had like an incredible amount of difficulty with the subject, and I would spend hours in the library trying to figure stuff out, and there'd be other people in my class who would just do it, right? Like it wouldn't be a problem for them. So
Yeah, I guess that's kind of how it comes to me. As soon as you show me how to do it and I understand the methodology, it's like that, you know. I look at it like a jigsaw puzzle. Like I need to turn this into something else, and so there's a certain way you need to turn each jigsaw piece to get into the picture. And I use that same mentality going into it.
Yeah. Once the teacher was like, you can write down all these formulas and use them on the test, I said, what's the point then? Are you just teaching us how to plug in numbers?
Basically.
We're not actually, yeah. There's no thinking. There's no, hey, why do these formulas?
yeah, that's true. I think of like a lower level math, but once you like, at least so I'm told, like once it
Yeah,
gets to like the really higher stuff, it's not like plugging in numbers into formulas, but like weird proofs or things like, I don't know. I couldn't even list examples because it's so out of my league.
Well, the stuff that I have to do.
Better. You had to figure out the problem and then fix it.
Yeah, there's a lot of the stuff that I have to do with on here is the higher level algebra. It's the algebra right before pre-calculus, and so you have to actually take the word problems like the dreaded 2 trains leave the train station at the same time and one takes the detour. When will they meet in the center, and then you have to take that, turn it into an actual problem, then solve it. And through that, you still need to remember the distance, the rate times time equal distance formula in order to do that.
Yeah, I think with a lot of the word problems though that they have in sort of like Algebra 2 or Algebra, like if you do enough of them, like you kind of know how to. Like there's only like a few examples, right? They have like the train thing. Another was like the mixture one, right? Where they have like pump putting water and then another pump putting less water in at some rate, and when's it going to fill up? And then there's another pump taking things out.
Well, there's shit! I just hit the button. Oh fuck! I just hit the thing on my Keurig and I don't have a cup underneath it. There we go. Okay. So yeah, the mixture ones are fun. I had an issue with that. Because I know how to set up the table, but the way that the problem itself is phrased would always throw me off because I would end up putting the wrong amount into the wrong section. Like you know where to put the percentage of it. So if there's a if you're putting in 30% of copper and 10% nickel, I know how to convert that into decimal form. And then from there plug it into the table, but what amounts are being combined with what for what total, that just the wording of the problem will throw you off entirely.
Yeah, and if you have a mean teacher, they'll intentionally try and do that to you sometimes, because like they know that people are trying to kind of, get their way through it through like rote memorization, so they'll give you like essentially the same word problem, but maybe they'll switch a few sentences around, or they'll word things in a counterintuitive way. I had a teacher like that in algebra who was really mean, who would like give us all these practice word problems, but the one on the test would be like some weird thing we hadn't really seen before. Math sucks. I don't like math.
Well, they're changing. It's changed now, dude. Like all the math homework and stuff you do, it's online. Like it's not that go into the book and do these problems, or I'm going to write these problems on the board and I'll check them tomorrow. Like everything online.
I'll bet.
Philosophy of math is also pretty interesting. Just what the nature of mathematics is.
Okay, Matt Bell.
Oh.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh, that's nasty.
Okay. But everything's changed in math. I see my daughter's homework, and I can't do it. And I was a math major in college. I started off as one. And it's just the most convoluted way to ask someone something. And I can't believe it. I'm like, nobody has time for this.
Boy, I bet you feel dumb.
I do. I'm like, huh? You haven't learned this yet. I'm like, let me teach you. Well, not now, but at the time she hadn't learned calculus. So I'm like, here's how I'd solve it with calculus or differential equations. This simple question that when she like learned how to do it herself was as simple as like 2x, it was a formula, but I was like, why didn't they just ask it like that then? You have 2 something.
I know what you mean. Like, no, there's been like this weird move away from like arithmetic, especially with like earlier on math. Like, I don't think they teach long division anymore. Or
no, there's a new system, like Common Core.
Even before Common Core was added, there was like it changed a lot. Like, I remember the school system I went to. We were the last year to do long division, and we had to memorize our multiplication tables up to like 20 or something like that, and they got rid of all of that, and they would ask them these weird they were like it was like quantity analysis, but like nestled in word questions.
Yes, that's exactly
really
it. And you're like, maybe you should learn the quantity analysis first and then learn some hawk-eyed question. But I think their whole goal was to teach kids how to think. But if they don't even know the fundamentals of how to get there, you're screwing them.
Yeah, it didn't work. Like, we should just do whatever the Asian countries do. Like, that's basically we should stop trying to like have this faddish thing in math education.
So by that you mean give the kids an overabundance of homework, and if they don't do it, treat them with shame and contempt?
Sure.
Yes.
That works.
Yes.
Yes.
That might work.
You have failed me. I banish you to the...
They're hardcore. And
Sonny, either do your math homework or go get the knife and stab yourself in the chest. One or the other.
I had in high school, there was like a student from Singapore, and apparently at a school in Singapore, like they would like publicly rank everyone's, like, I guess, grade in some big bulletin, and like the person who was at the bottom would get like ritually mocked or something, and they'd like tease him or her about how like they're going to be a janitor and everyone's going to like be their boss in the future. It was pretty fucked up. Like, it wouldn't really happen in United States schools.
You have to be a janitor.
You actually see that a lot in a lot of anime that damn near any anime that depicts school-age children, you always see that. And now that you mention it, I just noticed that they do that. I was like, well.
You also see pervy old guys hitting on them.
Yeah. Oh, you're smart.
You guys are crazy.
That we
No,
are.
I'm serious. It's true. Like, I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt the guy. I believe it. It's really like cutthroat competition there, but
that's why they're number one.
Yeah.
We're number one too. As prison capital of the world. So we got something going for us.
Woo. Hey, in prison, people get educated, so that kind of works out.
Well, there's actually a push now to allow prisoners to get access to Pell Grants so they can go to school and probably not be criminals later.
I think that's a good idea.
Not if you need cheap labor.
No, I was actually involved in like prison education efforts, and I think that's like there should be like plenty of stuff like that where prisoners can get an education if they want. There should be more education programs in prison. Like, anyone who's in prison should be able to take basic like community college classes, if lower division stuff, if that's what they want to do. I'm all for that. Or get vocational training or
Or something to say, where it's like, I'm going to spend some time here kind of reflecting upon what I've done. So let me work toward a goal and improve myself and, get out of that system. But there is a concerted effort to try and nip that in the bud to keep people in prison so the privately owned prisons can stay full. Because once the state says, you know what, we want this company to run this prison, then that company, there's a quota involved in that. And then they don't make money if there's no prisoners. So that's when you get to this school to prison pipeline and all the other things that we could talk about later, but I really don't feel like going into that right now.
Don't private systems also benefit from getting to pick preemptively which prisoners they want to in the first place? So
yeah, because if they can get somebody for a higher charge that's going to stay there longer, then guess what? Hey, welcome to the Holiday Inn.
Well, no, but I would imagine if I was running a private system that I would want the prisoners who cause me the least amount of trouble, the ones who aren't going to be there long enough, they get in, they get out, I get room for another prisoner, and plus, when they're going to annually compare me to the public prison systems, my institution's going to look a whole lot better because, that criminal who's less likely to cause problems isn't going to be there in the first place.
That's faulted reasoning. You can't charge as much for those prisoners that aren't as troubled. So if you're there doing a life sentence or you need maximum security, you can charge a boatload for those prisoners. But if you're there on some, I don't know, domestic
minor
violence
drug felony.
Drugs are still pretty, you can get people, because they're usually people who get drugs and go to federal prison. It's more than one offense, and usually it's like racketeering. They get them for some other things as well. So you can charge a lot for drugs.
I see. But I meant in terms of victimless crimes, just like drug using. I'm not saying in terms of, I guess I shouldn't have said it in terms of who's going to stay there for a short amount of time. I should have said which kind of criminal is less likely to, is more violent, is more
docile.
More docile, so that they're less likely to commit any violence once in prison.
Right, but you don't get paid as much for the ones that are less docile, because the ones that are less more docile, excuse me, are the ones that usually don't commit those those ridiculous of crimes. They're not doing armed burglary. They're not doing whatever, so you don't get paid as much. So there's maximum security. It's all based on what your offense was, right? So if you're running a minimum security prison, not jail, you don't get paid as much per bed as if you're running a maximum security.
Oh, I was kind of wondering then, I've heard that private systems actually have lesser recidivism rates.
Yeah, that's because the really bad ones just get killed in it. It's a horrible system, privatization of jails.
Okay, I'll take your word on that. I haven't looked into it that fully.
Actually,
I did this project. One of my clients was prison. We're on air. I'll just say they were a prison healthcare company. And one of the things they looked at, they didn't even want to do healthcare for maximum security because the people were always getting so brutally beat up and all these types of things. And it was lucrative because you get paid more per head for the maximum security. The problem was it could potentially cost you a lot in medical fees because there were so many incidences.
Yeah, maximum security is like a whole other. You're dealing with just a lot of people who are really difficult to deal with.
That's actually the
a
plot.
lot of times.
Go
ahead.
That's actually the plot of the latest season of Orange is the New Black.
Oh. Well, a lot of times it's just interesting for me because I wonder with the minimum security prisons, a lot of them, whether the people should even be there in a lot of cases or be there that long. If you need minimum supervision, I'm going, what did you do? Or two, have you learned your lesson and should you get out? Most private firms are running minimum security, but some, I think Sing Sing, there's one in New York, for instance, I don't remember which one it is, that is just brutal and it's private.
Sing Sing's an old prison though too. That's been around for
I actually delivered to a prison in, I don't know if it was the Folsom prison, but it was in Folsom, California. It delivered to there. It was privatized. They had delivering some boxes for something they were.
Oh,
I just remember it was boxes.
Yeah, I think I've been to that. Yeah, I've been to that prison as well. Although for very different reasons. I shot a man in Reno.
Yeah, I don't know if women's prisons are different than men's. I've never done that analysis before.
They're way
but,
different.
and I've never wanted to, right? Like, I'm not going there to figure it out.
They're probably sexier.
No.
I kid.
All I know is after watching the show Oz, that is my biggest fear in life, is to ever do something that's worthy of me doing a stint in prison.
You're a woman.
I'm
so,
more
like,
afraid
you
of
can't go
that.
to Oz.
Yeah, but it's still like getting raped by a woman that like scares the shit out of me.
I don't think that happened. Yeah, it would be scary.
This reminds me of Tom from. You remind me of Tom from the Boondocks.
I'm not kidding. I'm more afraid of that than I am of snakes, of this, of that, of anything, spiders, anything, scorpions. I'd rather deal with than losing my freedom and doing it in such a horrid environment. Like, I think losing your freedom and being locked in a jail in Singapore would be, and getting like beaten or caned would be easier than like getting raped.
Yeah. Actually, sometimes maybe getting like beaten or caned would be preferable to like stints in minimum security type things. Like, I know I'd probably rather get like, just caned or lashed or something than go to prison or jail for like 3 or 6 months or for like a minor nonviolent crime or something like that.
Yeah, for putting
in a way that's maybe more merciful. As weird as it might sound, like yeah, it's violent but I don't know, just keeping people locked up in a room for 20 hours, 23 hours a day is really a form of violence too, I think. As I get older.
There's this thing on the internet right now going on, and I'm just going to say, you white folks are going to have to explain it to me. Why do Caucasians get so mad over a lion being killed, but like black people get killed by, the cops, and it's kind of like, it's like, it's humming a hum. Well, there might be a reason for it, or there's no outrage.
I'm just as outraged.
To be fair, I am pissed off at both things.
Yeah, but you
I think
guys are. I'm sorry. I should have asked white Americans.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind.
You're an Arab.
Yeah. So I'm not. So I'm not really sure what the evidence is. That I mean, it's a tragedy that she died in police custody, but I'm not sure what the evidence is that this was because of any.
Right, but forget Sandra Bland. There was just a guy in Cincinnati that got killed. There was that guy in North or South Carolina who ran from the cops, got shot, and then the cop tried to plant a taser on him. Like, it just.
Oh yeah, no.
Nobody is an outrage over these, but it's like, but a lion
I've seen
gets
outrage on
killed.
both, as well as the lions.
Well,
Actually,
the
that's
lion
not
is
fair.
not going to try and rob me at night.
There's a guy, what's his name? Jon Stewart actually showed some outrage, and I was shocked. I was like, wow, go like, that's why I like Jewish people, man. They're my peeps. Anyway, I'll get off that rant for a second. It's like they know. I thought so.
Yes.
Have you watched any of his stuff? I don't think he goes 5 minutes without mentioning it.
Have you not seen the best skit from The Daily Show ever? Steven versus Steven?
Yes. Love that one where they had a Christian and Muslim off, and they were having prayers and shit, and then when Jon Stewart interjected, they were both like fucking Jews, and like, wait, you hate Jews? Yeah, I hate Jews. You guys hate Jews? Yeah, we really do hate
I
them.
always thought they kind of should be.
And that's the only thing Arabs and that's the only thing Muslims and Christians can agree on.
I honestly
that's
didn't,
not true.
notice.
Black Christians love them some Jews. I don't know what that's about, but I guess because they're like the promised people. All us Baptists, oh yeah, if you grew up Baptist, them is the chosen people. Yeah, you don't mess with no Jewish folk. Those are like the folks in corporate America that are going to pull you up versus pull you down. Yeah, it's like there's just this unsaid thing that you support Jewish people. It's
Interesting.
weird. Yeah.
I've always known, according to I've always known the Jewish people, according to what my parents tell me, as the people who invaded the country south of us and who control America secretly.
You know, I hate being the guy that knows.
Not my belief, just saying.
I hate being the guy that knows the deepest, craziest conspiracy theories, because saying this makes me feel like people are going to think that I feel this way, and I really, 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 really don't. But there's a conspiracy theory that's specific about Jews, about Jewish Zionism, about how the Jews control the media, that relates around the Jews making white people feel guilty about, or white guilt, which makes them God, I can't remember how exactly it works. Something about their treatment of black people, which God, I can't remember how it goes now.
So they have mystical Jew powers that make you feel guilt?
No.
My mom has that, and that's just because she's Catholic.
It has to do with Jews, because they run the media, are putting in messages that make white people feel bad about black people, which gives them white guilt, which makes them overreact to black people, which to give them extra rights and adopt black children and all this weird stuff.
So Jews have they're a part of a conspiracy to garner sympathy for black people.
No, I remember what it is. It's about interracial marriage and racial blending. It's a white supremacist conspiracy theory. It's about the Jews are trying to destroy the white culture by making white people feel white guilt, which makes them intermingle with black people, which destroys their heritage or something.
Oh yeah, that does. I think I read something like that in Stormfront. That does sound familiar now.
You go to Stormfront, Dragnaut?
Why not?
No reason.
Well, when you hear as many, like when I'm talking to people like Josh Brister, and I start smelling bullshit, there's a reason I start smelling bullshit, because I've read it somewhere. Just saying.
So you go in there for intel.
Pretty much, and entertainment.
I mean,
Yeah, that guy is.
I kind of parallel it with myself. If there was a website that just said anti-Arab shit, and I know there are plenty, I would not want to go there because that shit would just piss me off all the time. But if you could handle it, then I don't see why not.
To be fair, like, most Arabs are hated because there's a perception that they're all Muslims. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
know.
there's really much of a difference between Islamophobia and just anti-Arabness. I don't even know what the word would be, anti-Arab bigotry or something.
Oh, yeah. My last girlfriend, when she introduced me to her folks and her uncle was under the assumption for half the time that I was a Muslim.
Why would they ever think that?
One of the guys that was one of the guys that owned or worked at the hookah bar that I frequented when I was too young to drink, but too old to, not want to go to a bar. I go to a hookah bar a lot, and I brought my friend Kenny with me to the guy's house that works there, Ali, who's become a good friend of mine, and we went to his house for the first time. And, I wasn't at his house for the first time. My friend was, and his sister, wore a hijab, and it's a pretty traditional American Muslim family. And Kenny, my friend, who's totally socially awkward, has to go to the bathroom. And as he turns to go to the bathroom, he walks up really close to me and he whispers, "Sleeper cell."
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
It wasn't hilarious when I was there. I'm like, you fucking dick, shut the fuck up. But afterwards, I thought it was hysterical.
No, that is why I'm finding it hilarious. I'm thinking, oh my god, you must have felt so awkward.
Yeah, it was extremely awkward. Again, telling the story now is hilarious as hell, but when it happened, it was really fucking awkward.
I could have sworn I heard when I went to go buy my car, like over in the next state. I could have sworn I heard the guy that I had just spoken to call me a terrorist-looking guy, because I had full, like, my beard was bushier than this, and I just so happened to look for a guy that had called us and said, hey, your car's ready. And so I was like, yeah, go ahead and call John. And so I was walking out of the office, and I was just kind of at the corner because I was texting, and I overheard the guy say, hey John, this terrorist-looking guy is over around here looking for you. And I kind of walked back around, and so I see he looked a little startled, like he didn't know I was still there. So I was like, yeah. Didn't say anything to my wife because I wanted this thing to go through, but it's like, really? You like this? Is that what we do here? Okay.
Is it battery powered?
Yeah, I mean, it was on the charger. Well, it was plugged in, but I didn't have my laptop plugged in, so oh well.
Yeah, my mom. I remember having a beard myself, and still living at home. My mom told me to shave it because I looked like a Muslim. So I've been there.
Yeah, it's weird when you look at like old pictures of like Arab socialists. They all are like clean shaven, or they have mustaches, which I guess are a big no-no in Islam.
Yep, that's actually what I have. So now I look like an Arab socialist.
Yeah, mustache.
Mustache.
That was a really weird part of like Middle Eastern history. Was like the very brief reign of like Arab socialism, and I wonder like, I don't know if it ever really could have gone somewhere had not the West and like the Cold War and all that other stuff happened.
Most of the Shias in Lebanon were socialists. In fact, if you look at most of Hezbollah's makeup, it consists of former members of the Lebanese Communist Party.
Well, Shiism in general is just like a really weird thing. Like, I don't know, like Shia identity seems to be more, I don't know, complicated in a lot of ways. Because yeah, I've noticed that though, like that there are a lot of like weird, like commie Shia hybrid people, I guess, in the Middle East. Even though that makes no sense, right? But it's still like they're around or something.
I have flirted with an idea of Christian socialism in the past, but I don't think I could ever be Marxist or communist.
Yeah, well, I mean, Christian socialism is basically like the welfare state as it exists in a lot of places of Europe, right? Like, I wouldn't have a problem with Christian socialism if it was like heavier maybe on the socialism.
In fact, the guy who wrote the Pledge of Allegiance in the United States was a Christian socialist.
Oh, really? He was Amish?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I said, oh, really? He was Amish?
No, not Amish. He was a self-described Christian socialist.
I know.
Oh, I see.
Amish.
A lot of the major parties in Europe, like in Germany, right? That's one of the major parties. It's like the National Democratic Christian Socialist or something like that. Or maybe not. They're around.
Yeah, but isn't that party very socially liberal?
Yeah, I don't think they're not really Christian. I think the name is from like an earlier time in Germany's history or something like that. But I don't know. It's weird because like a lot of like the strongmen sort of in the Arab world were part of socialist movement. Like the Ba'athist was kind of like a quasi-socialist thing in Iraq, right?
One of the coolest Catholic movements is that of distributism, and it was heavily pushed by people like Hilaire Belloc and G.K. Chesterton, one of the coolest things, they were very in the middle between capitalism and socialist communism. They believed that land was an inherent right that people are owed. Small land, but still land nonetheless. They also were of the opinion that welfare and assistance was a really good thing. It helps push people up, and it helps them accomplish what they need to. They weren't against that. They were anti-capitalistic because they thought if you just make things about money, then you are just reducing them to desire and necessity. You're not actually reflecting the nature of what something is. You're not. I mean, both an apple and a television are on the free market, but they're reducing down to $1 price. There's no reflection there of an inherent worth or value that it has to you. An apple sustains you. A television, that could be a gateway to some kind of sense.
I think Belloc went a bit further in his critique of capitalism, because he basically thought that capitalism would sort of ineluctably lead to human beings being viewed in some sort of purely instrumental way, right? And not, we would look at humans as just, something to be manipulated towards some other end and not some end in and of themselves, right? And that was his whole thing on capitalism and why it's bad.
But they were but they were still socially conservative. They were they're pro-life. They were probably anti same-sex marriage at the very least.
Like literally every human being and all of human history until 1991 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they would have probably gone as far as to institute anti-sodomy laws.
Yeah, that wasn't. I mean, we had anti-sodomy laws in the United States until 2003, when they were struck down. I think in it was Lawrence v. Texas, I think, or something around there, sometime around there. I forget when exactly it happened. But yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Chesterton would be anti-same-sex marriage. I don't think that's.
That is not.
Had a really great, really short book on Christian heresies that I remember reading and really, really liking. It wasn't even a book; it was like an essay almost, but
a pamphlet.
A pamphlet. There we go. He was a great writer.
Oh, that he was. So what was interesting about it?
Well, it was just a short overview, and I don't know. It was just like well done. He was just a good writer. I mean, he talked about Arianism, and oddly enough, I think what I found most interesting was he classified Islam as a form of a Christian heresy, which I
would have started at St. John of Damascene.
Yeah, it was an old view. That's actually what a lot of early Christians thought of Islam too, right? It was some sort of.
Oh, that's my view of Islam right now.
Yeah. He talked about the Cathars and I forget. He gave out some other groups their treatment. It wasn't like an exhaustive analysis of like every major Christian heresy that came up, but he kind of speculated on the psychological impulses that would make them appealing to some people, and like what united them. And
if I remember correctly, he was against religious tolerance. He thought that no one religion should be preferred, ideally his own religion. And
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he would have had religious preference, and I think he would have been okay with certain religions even being illegal.
Who, Belloc?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think that religious pluralism, like historically speaking, being like really in favor of religious pluralism wasn't a super like Catholic kind of thing, right? Like wasn't. I mean, actually, historically speaking, it's just not a very human thing, right? Usually there is one religion that's favored by the state, often at the expense of others. I mean, that was, true for most of European, it was true most of human history, really, right? Like, especially for a guy writing in like the early part of the 20th century, which was still in many ways not a super liberal era.
And yeah, I mean, aside from some of the aspects of the social conservatism, I do kind of like that mentality or that viewpoint.
Yeah, well, I think that what happens is when you try and have religious pluralism, you having some sort of like hegemonic view, I think, is unavoidable. It's just sort of like what human beings are. It's who we are. It's how we function. So you end up with some sort of, supposedly value-neutral secularism, which isn't value-neutral whatsoever. So I can understand why Catholics would want to live in a Catholic state, or why Muslims would want to have their caliphate, or things like that.
Hey, Maximus, could you broadcast Dex?
I can't. I'm on my cell phone.
Okay. Well, who's not? Yeah, Dex, hold on. I'll broadcast you in a moment.
Wait, can I share something with you guys?
Oh.
I got one of my clients is doing a dictionary of terms, and they're kind of a woo-woo client, like that's the only, or woo. And so listen to a couple of these terms. Universe, anything you don't understand that helps explain coincidences in your life. Holding space, not doing anything and hoping what you want to happen will.
He needs Matt Bell.
Higher self, the person in your head when you're meditating that you wish was there all the time. Masculine energy, anything having to do with numbers, technology, competition, greed, and money. Then feminine energy, anything, all the good adjectives such as love, nurturing, teamwork, and faith. Denial, what you are accused of when someone doesn't agree with you. Checking in, telling people all the things that are going on for you that you were taught to hide at all costs. And lastly, I'll do work. The combined efforts you make to improve yourself. Note, this work is never paid. In fact, you're usually the one paying. I love that.
I kind of find funny that all the masculine energies are negative and most of the feminine and all the feminine energies are positive.
Yeah.
Did Annika Sarkeesian made that firm or something?
It's just a joke right now, but I think it's absolutely hilarious, and they should post it as quotes like once a week to their, Facebook or Twitter or whatever page, just to keep people lighthearted and not also always so ethereal. I think it's funny as hell because I know exactly what they're talking about. Because when they first start using these terms, let's co-create, let's do this, I'm like, what are you people? Can someone break it down in English for me? So now that they've got a dictionary, I'm like laughing my tail off because it's really true. Like they're accurate, whatever, but they're funny.
There we go.
What?
That's.
Sorry,
So
I needed a laugh.
So this is like an alternative dictionary for somebody.
Well, yeah, they're going to use the Women's Network is going to create a dictionary of terms because I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can you define that? Can you define this? And then in their definition, they use 10 other terms that I need defined, right? So I asked them, what is mindfulness? Well, it's the connection of the spiritual in your mind in a way that reverberates. I'm like, what?
Let's unpack that.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's a typical term that they would use, unpack, where I'm like, let's peel back the onion, right? But like, I was laughing. I was like, you guys should do a bullshit bingo. So every single time, sometimes I'm in a meeting, I'll create a bingo and I'll like write down words that I know are buzzwords that people say, and then I just check it off. I'm like, bingo, and people are like, what? And I'm like, oh, the mindfulness bell just went off. Let's take a moment to breathe. But it's actually kind of cool because you stay so much more composed, even in difficult situations. You learn to, like when someone says something, except for Matt Bell, I don't know that I haven't gotten good enough to just stay composed with Matt Bell. But usually when you guys say stuff sideways, I just shut up, or I like, why do you think that? That's really interesting. Like I've learned these like cool phrases to just keep my composure.
I have the same difficulty with Matt Bell.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot
of people I can be pretty calm and composed, but with Matt, slowly start to lose it.
I love Matt Bell.
I love him too. I make no apologies. I love the Bell.
There's something wrong with you guys too.
Matthew,
You could put his hangouts on pay-per-view and I'd still watch.
One of my, I love how he tipped down Nephilim free on a couple of occasions, and I just loved it.
Yeah, like I said, I love watching Matthew Bell rip into other theists. That is fun. Yeah, but but that's because I'm kind of on the opposite side, and I like to see the other side kind of getting shrugged, especially if the younger creationists who are complete. Well, we know. But Matt is a jackass.
Matt is a jackass, but he's not entertaining to watch. I have a lot of relatives who are jackasses, but I still like him. In fact,
that's your relative. Not your relative, so don't like him. Damn it, stop liking him.
No, that's true. But lately he's also been joining me in ripping into Matthew Steele, and he made some really good points, like how Matthew Steele blatantly ripped William Lane Craig out of context. And
yeah, that was pretty shame. I watched the video that Bell did, or I read the text rather that Bell did in response to that video, and that was really that was pretty shameless of Steele. I have to say that was. First off, if you're going to critique someone, you should go to their written works and not some things that they say in front of a lay audience. Don't just compare some very short clips of what people are. People can misspeak. It's just.
Yeah,
it's just silly.
Interesting thing about that is that Matthew Bell quote-minded. What's his name? The soap actor who's an atheist on Google Plus.
Scott Clifton.
Scott Clifton. Yeah, he quote-mined Scott Clifton in his presentation because Scott Clifton said something to the effect of he was talking about a kalam, and he said the kalam doesn't show that the God, there's a specific God, and then he paused for a little bit and added, not that it's supposed to, that's a different set of arguments. Matthew Bell cut out the last bit, used the first part, and then criticized him for saying that a kalam doesn't have support, or doesn't provide support for a specific God. And he said that's stupid because the kalam isn't supposed to do it, right? But he cut out the second part where immediately Scott Clifton in his presentation in Skepticon says exactly that. That's in a video actually. That's in a live video. That's in his response. His comment is on that video of Scott Clifton in the Skepticon presentation.
But Scott Clifton has a very unphilosophical attitude, so I think it's okay. Oh, that's terrible.
That's why I don't like Matthew Bell, because he's a jackass. He's well read. Sure, that's the only redeeming quality, even though it doesn't redeem much, because he's still a jackass. He's a
consistent. No, he's not. He's a consistent jackass.
Well, look, yes, he's a consistent jackass. That's right. He's inconsistent intellectual because
there's a difference between being consistent and consistently stupid. Jesus. I don't even know who we're talking about right now. I just kind of cut that in. We're talking about Matthew Bell. Well, I can say about him that he is. Would I call him consistent? I don't know if I can call him inconsistent. I just think he's a dick.
He's consistent.
Well, okay, he's consistent.
But I'm saying he's consistent. But I'm saying he's consistently a dick to both people.
That's his only problem.
But what I'm saying is he's consistently a dick to people on both sides of the aisle in this debate.
True.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Well, he's consistent within his.
He just has a cadence of talking that I really don't like.
Right. He's consistent with his goal of showing that everybody else is stupid and he's smart.
But he does.
The thing that he always attacks people on is stupidity, and then people take that. So if you have a bad argument, he will call you out on it by calling you an idiot, or just saying that's stupid. But what happens is people take that personally after that.
No, he makes it personal. He says it personally.
And then once they insult him, well, the gloves are off.
To be
I
fair,
don't think the gloves were ever on in the first place, but
he'll tell you why the argument is bad, but then he'll also call you an idiot or something to that effect, and then it, at least most of the time, when someone gives him a really really bad argument, he will respond to the argument usually, but he'll also, at least usually, also be a little mean.
snarky.
Yeah, he'll just be mean.
Hey, does anybody know why? Quick question: does anyone know why mixed drinks usually result in worse hangovers than taking your drink straight up?
Sugar. The sugar.
Oh, anything else?
Well, and generally, okay, so the hangover is basically dehydration. That's what it is, right? So when it comes to mixed drinks, you have the sugar content in there, which dehydrates you even more. And generally, mixed drinks, they have less liquid in them than, for example, if you were to do straight beer, something like that. If you're doing just like straight vodka shots or something like that, just straight booze, you're gonna get drunk much faster, and then you actually won't consume as much alcohol as like cocktails. So, but I would recommend if you're gonna do mixed drinks, do the boozy stuff. Do stuff like Negronis, Manhattans, Martinis. Stuff like that.
Okay.
And then a glass of water before you go to bed, you'll be fine.
I can't do alcohol.
I'm so sorry.
I just can't. I don't know. I don't like the taste of almost any alcoholic beverage except for a few that are basically non. I don't know. It's probably for the best.
What do you like?
I like White Russians, but that's. I know.
Oh,
I
God.
can tell.
Dairy
I know.
alcohol. Oh.
I know.
I do like White Russians too. Those are good. I have Kahlua and I keep cream once in a while just for that.
Yeah, but Kahlua is like what, 15% ABV? That's hardly, that's hardly an alcoholic beverage there. But vodka and milk, that's just one of those things that Russians made up because there was only two things available. There was a cow and there was a bottle of vodka, and there's probably two bottles of vodka. After the first bottle of vodka, the milk and the vodka somehow got together, and White Russian was born. Yeah. Sorry to derail. Yeah.
So, who of you those? You guys sounded just a little bit homoerotic when talking about Matt Bell earlier. Just to let you know.
Homoerotic about Matt Bell?
That's okay.
It's not a
I'm
given.
okay with that.
Well, in all fairness,
I'm secure in my sexuality.
it's not that homoerotic. His forehead looks like a vagina.
Yeah, but his head is a penis, so.
But the forehead looks like a vagina.
And he is referred to as a dick. I mean, you
Yeah,
guys
so
were saying,
he is a
"Oh,
penis
I love
with
the
a
dick
vagina?"
Matt Bell. I love the dick Matt Bell. He's so dick." It sounded very homoerotic.
Okay, it was kind of gay. So what?
You know.
Is there something wrong with that, Simon?
Gay.
All right.
There's something wrong with that, Simon?
I'm comfortable with my
Yeah.
Matt
Let's
Bell
unpack this,
homoeroticism.
Simon. What's wrong with that?
Oh dear. Well, let me just get you a fucking hard on then. I'll speak like Matt Bell, I promise you, dumb fuck.
Wow. You guys are from the same island. You should be able to do a better Scottish Bell accent or something. Actually, I don't know. The Scottish accent is just so weird.
And so is Matt Bell, so, you know.
I always thought it weird though how the British Isles is a rather tiny place, but you guys have so many accents. And then you look at like America, which is huge, and we have like 4 or something.
Yeah, we're known for our imagination.
Hey.
Also, our backhanded humour.
And seclusion. Don't allow anyone on your land, you don't have to talk to them.
That's fair enough. No, you can't stop the Queen coming in your house.
Yeah, but she just sounds funny.
Oh man, Art, you gave me mod controls? Oh, that was a mistake.
Really?
Who did you start? Wait, who did you give mod controls?
I don't, is Art not up? I just thought I heard his voice.
I guess he's not here.
He's around.
Yeah, he's probably gone unconscious from the vodka again.
Are we talking about me or you fucking bastards? Just came back.
Just mentioned vodka and bang, there he is.
Yay. So did we all agree that Matthew Bell is a cunt?
I think some of us thought he was a bit more of a dick than a cunt.
Well, that's acceptable. That is acceptable. That is interpretation. Eh? That's different denominations of the cult of Matthew Bell.
I just do not get why you guys think he's smart. I really don't get it. He's such a lazy. He's so lazy in arguments. I don't understand how this can be confused with being smart.
Your mom. Well, he probably makes some kind of claim about having sex with your sister right now. So I'll just put that forward.
Sure. I would. Yeah, that's okay. He's told me that himself, and I think he used my mother. And I said as long as you use your big fucking dick, which is your fucking head, she wouldn't mind.
Oh man, I'm looking at the wiki
that right now, and it's disgusting. Thanks a lot, Simon.
You're welcome.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia article on White Russian.
You want to throw Matt Bell insults at me? I'm here all day for you.
Wait, you said White Russian?
Yeah, I was looking at the Wikipedia. There's something called a white Mexican, which is basically a white Russian, but you substitute the milk or cream with horchata. That sounds really good, actually.
I think you'll find that's a Texan. Or white Mexican.
No. Maybe.
Yep, I think so. The Texans probably call it a Californian.
No, not many. Apparently, there are a lot of Californians who've moved to Texas recently. I guess like Austin is a really popular destination or something, but not that many Texans seem to come here.
I would love to hear Matt making an argument being totally drunk. You'd never be able to tell. He's Scottish. You'd never be able to tell whether Matt Bell was drunk.
There is some Scottish guy on here who I see him in Hangouts every now and again, who gets like super freaking wasted and just starts like shouting at everyone.
Paul Trees.
Yes, that's the guy. It's like every Hangout.
He's kind of a douche.
Kinda, yeah. I eject him. I used to
Only
eject
when
him
he's
from
drunk,
that
though.
But he's always drunk. That's the problem.
Is he friends and lovers with Matt Bell, perchance?
If they were, they would be a very interesting odd couple. Let's just say that.
He was super abusive to me at one conversation where he was talking about how he should have like gone on Twitch TV and made a lot of money, and I just like calmly pointed out that you don't make that much money on Twitch, and then people would have to want to watch you first, and then that like just set him over the edge.
that is kind of bad.
I am the most interesting, intelligent man in the fucking universe. Why would they not want to watch me?
Yeah, the reaction was really uncalled for.
You dumb fuck.
It was actually kind of funny though, in hindsight.
I mean, as you know, if there's nothing else to poke, I'm quite happy poking Matt Bell. But I prefer other. You know, there are some more interesting theists to poke.
Poking means something different to me, Simon. You sure you want to poke him? Poke is that
You
good
can't help
morning.
it. He's just such a sexual magnet for men, that Matt Bell.
Right, right.
He's a real manly man.
Is Matt Bell actually a gamer? I mean, you can't just go to Twitch without playing games.
It's not Matt Bell who won it. Matt Bell on Twitch TV would be hilarious.
That would be
I would watch
amazing.
that.
I would watch that too.
I would watch that as well.
I would watch him every day on Twitch.
I wouldn't mind. I think Matt Bell in another life would have been a nice Lewis Black figure. You know, someone who can get pissed off, but get pissed off in a very funny way.
Well, it would be interesting to see Matt Bell play some social games with other people on Twitch TV. That would be very interesting.
No. You have to guess what the film is. I'm not going to give you clues.
You would just be criticizing people the whole time.
Yes, of course it's a fucking film. I said it was a film.
It's not just a film, it's an axiom.
Oh, you're too stupid to get fucking this Avatar.
Matt Bell playing GTA 5 online. Streaming on Twitch. Boom, that's it right there.
I would pay to see that. So how does Twitch TV work? Do you have to pay to watch people, or?
No.
No, it's actually pretty bizarre, the whole thing.
Yeah,
Is,
it is kinda weird.
You set up a channel, and then I guess you can monetize it, or I guess they're all monetized anyways, or something, where people click to watch you play games, which is itself kind of inexplicable, but yeah, and then I guess most of the people make their money through like donations or something. People just give them money freely, which I'll never understand.
So I could just set up a Twitch account, play a video game, and talk about some shit incessantly while that's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, but you need to be entertaining. You need to be either really like
maybe
good at the
don't
game you're playing, or be funny, or you need to, people would need to have some compelling reason to watch you. Like
Doom
it's
on
it's
Fire.
entertainment.
Doom on Fire is one of the most
Does he have followers on Twitch?
He does, or he plays it at least. He has a Twitch channel.
Actually, I discovered Matt Dillahunty is on Twitch TV, and Russell Glasser is also on Twitch TV, but they rarely play and they have very few followers. I think it's because they never mentioned it in the show just once, and then people find them, search them out, but they're not really popular gamers. I mean, they're somewhat known because they have the Aces Experience show, but on Twitch TV, that's really no one cares.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine many people make a living from it.
Oh, well, some certainly do.
Oh yeah, I mean there are a few, I guess, who are really well known and
And
somehow
I think
it works.
I think it's also a connection thing. If you get connected with the people who work at Twitch TV and they come into your show, then you become popular really quick. So like
And then
some role-playing shows like that, and some of the people who are in Twitch TV, they join your show as guests or something. Then you get a lot of views.
I wonder if blogging still makes a good amount of money. I actually thought of doing an apologetics now.
I don't think it ever did, really. I can think of a few bloggers who were able to kind of like hit it big with their Andrew Sullivan, right? Was one of the first who comes to mind, right? But I don't think there are a whole lot of professional bloggers out there.
Oh man, I love Sullivan. It's kind of awesome having a gay conservative man who you're allied with on some issues.
I still think it's funny that they found his like sex profile thing, and then
Sex profile thing.
you didn't hear about how Andrew Sullivan. This was like years and years ago, like when the internet was still really young. But apparently, people were able to like find out like what his. It was some like gay sex profile thing that was made public, and it was hugely embarrassing because he was like advocating for bareback sex or something, and that's well, that was kind of a problem with the whole AIDS crisis, and I guess previously he'd taken some sort of public stand on like why everyone should use condoms, so there was a hypocrisy kind of angle to it as well.
Well, he is a Catholic. I mean, and Catholics are contraceptives.
I'm against condoms, so.
And you never know. The other man could have been Matt Bell, in which case it's perfectly understandable, right?
No. We should get off the Matt Bell hate train. It's
not a fucking chance. Are you kidding me?
Simon loves the Matt Bell.
Temporarily.
Matt Bell is a very green, natural, abundant resource.
Just I mean, this is the major source of entertainment. It's like, oh yeah, I've got a TV, but I don't watch any TV stations,
TV's boring.
Yeah, Google Tube has totally eclipsed television for me. It's even eclipsed Netflix to some degree, which is.
They do. Same here.
I was thinking to myself, like, do I really want to keep Netflix? Like, maybe I can just do it like 1 month on, 1 month off, and have it work that way. Because I find I tend to just binge watch it anyways, where I'll like watch every horror movie they have and then not touch the thing for a month.
I once thought of actually doing an apologetics blog / YouTube network where I would just get other apologists who aren't idiots and just answer questions defending Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that as a hobby, maybe like part-time thing, but I don't
Max,
see
I have a
how
question
anyone could make a living doing that.
What is it?
I was just wondering, because you're quite well-read, is there like an actual, because I've asked this question a bajillion times, but is there like an actual like source, like objective source that you guys go to know if you're interpreting the Bible correctly, or is it kind of just whimsical?
So usually when it comes to interpreting the Bible correctly, what you do is you take into account, first of all, the history of Christian doctrine. Usually, I kind of like the stick to him. If I die, I hope it's professing nothing somebody else didn't profess earlier. So you stick to orthodoxy. Your best bet is to look at all the church councils, especially up until the 10th century, and make sure that you're holding nothing that's heterodox that isn't already present within there. You might come to a whimsical or maybe even a new kind of interpretation that no one came with before, but if it contradicts anything already held there, then yeah, you're really, really just going against it.
Right.
It depends on your denomination too. Like Catholics just can point to, basically the magisterium has the final say on what the doctrine means and what, how it is to be exegeted and what we're supposed to take away from the text, right? So.
Yeah. Also, another thing you can when you're.
1 second, Simon, you're being very quiet. We can't hear you.
Sorry, just welcome Cerberus. Hello, Cerberus.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Your microphone, because it didn't sound like you were far away from your mic. It sounded like your mic was like very close to muted.
Mm-hmm. So for example, the doctrine of the Trinity and the virgin birth, the doctrines such as those, they are pretty much affirmed in the councils. The rulings against homosexuality, rulings against abortion. They're also present in the early councils and through a lot of Christian ethical tradition. So those are pretty much standard.
When they made that ruling against abortion, did they know Matt Bell was going to exist? Did they bother asking God?
Unfortunately not, so we'd have to reconsider.
Exactly.
Okay. So there's that. Another thing you can look at is the scriptures. So that's something you have to keep in mind before going to the scriptures, some of the already held Orthodox beliefs. The second thing you have to keep in mind when interpreting scripture is also the genre. So the first thing I look at is the genre and what I'm specifically reading, especially in light of what's going on with ancient history in terms of how people would have understood the genre that they were reading themselves. The second thing I'd have to understand is what these authors would have been using when they're constructing their narratives. What kind of parables they might be using, if they are using parables, what would be most likely to be exaggerated and what's more likely to be the main central focus. So I'm not going to read the Psalms and the Proverbs, the wisdom literature, in the same way I read the minor prophets. The minor prophets are trying to be, for the most part, historic. They're trying to detail prophecies to come to Israel, whereas what the Psalms are doing is just giving bits of wisdom and advice. But that doesn't mean I might not take into consideration the writers of the text. So when Solomon says anything that comes to parental advice, I'm going to be very wary of that because Solomon was a shitty parent. So it might be reflective on what not to do when I'm reading the wisdom literature. When I'm reading the war literature, I have to keep in mind that ancient propaganda was about humiliating the opponent. It wasn't about anything historic. It was just about showing the utter defeat someone would have come to in light of God conquering them. I don't think that literally everyone was killed or destroyed. I don't think it was total genocide. I think when you write about exterminating a people, what you're writing about is just beating them, trouncing them in battle. In fact, if you look at Numbers 31, the group that was said to be completely exterminated and their women were all just taken, that group actually lived on later in the Bible. So either the Jews thought that they all died. Either the Jews accidentally thought that they killed them all, which would be a mistake in the text, or the text was just meant to convey some kind of war humiliation, not actual bit-by-bit extermination. So I look to the genre, the techniques the author might be using. I would also look to the words and the vocabularies as best I can in the Hebrew and Greek. And but the central point I'm trying to get to is what the author's intent in writing was. And for the Christian, the most significant part is that the scriptures are ultimately read to learn and understand Jesus. So even when you're reading the Old Testament, there's a notion that learning about Christ or the Messiah was the main point in writing all of the Torah or all of the Bible. So that's why Christian exegesis might be very different from just a Jewish interpretation or the like. So what I go to is Christian tradition and also literary techniques and exegetical techniques that are put in place by most theologians. And that's what I generally get to. I try my best to harmonize the text, make sure that all of it is working in tandem with one another, and I also take into account science because the book of nature and the book of Revelation are supposed to be in harmony and not contradict. So I think it's incumbent upon me to take into account modern science insofar as it details me the history of the earth and things of that nature. So if I come to an understanding of Noah that it could have either been a local flood or a global flood, then I'm more likely to take the global flood story because it harmonizes that much better. So does that answer your question there, Hold My Unicorn?
Yes, it does. Thank you. That's actually a better answer than I've ever gotten in my life asking that question. I usually get like some stupid bullshit. You know, like I'm sure you can imagine the kind of answer.
Just cry about it.
Yeah, you know. Well, I pray, and then the Holy Spirit comes in me and knows that, you know, like I just get something stupid like that. Like you actually gave me an explanation, so I like that. Thank you.
Well, all the other guys in the past were wrong, but I'm gonna definitely be right when I pray about it to the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Max, you're a Christian, right?
Right.
But you're not a Catholic, you're a Protestant. Or...
Anglican, High Church.
Okay. I have a question about how important is the interpretation of Scripture of the Bible compared to tradition? In your opinion.
So in my opinion, tradition, the Scripture is a tradition. I don't recognize that there is a good division between the two, but I think there are different levels. So, well, I think the Scripture is what we're supposed to get to. It's like the top of the mountain. I think the rest of tradition just helps us climb up there. So at the bottom you have the patristic sources from just the early Christians who came before you, be they theologians. Be they theologians like Augustine or later like Aquinas. Because of how prolific they were, and because they're recognized as authorities in some particular field of understanding, it's best to emulate them. But it doesn't mean that they can't be wrong. They definitely can be wrong, but it's kind of like starting up in the world. You look to somebody to apprentice. I look to these people as kind of like how I'm an apprentice, and they're kind of like the masters of the craft, and I learn from there. But I don't just stop there. I look to the councils that are earlier on, that came through a consensus and came ecumenically. In fact, I go to the councils so I know which books of the Bible are in the Bible. And I think it was the Third Council of Carthage that has a list of all the books which are considered biblical. And they're not 66 like most other Protestants would have you believe. They're 72. So that's why I accept the Catholic canon.
I think I was actually trying to go into another direction of my question. Let me clarify. It seems to me like people who let's say Matt Slick, who emphasize more the interpretation of the Bible more than tradition, they see the Catholic Church as kind of evil or not even Christian. Like they have somewhere along the path have lost their path, so to speak, and they say, well, we interpret the Bible correctly, or more correctly, or in the only correct way. Let's just say that, and I think they should be criticized for that, because the early church had to deal with much different problems than we have the luxury today to deal. Let's say if we ask why does the Pope dress in such fancy clothes, that's like really strange and stupid. But we see today that the Queen of England is dressing rather normal and not running around in the king's or queen garments like, let's say, in medieval times. It would be very inappropriate for her to dress like a normal person. And the spread of Christianity in the early days of Christianity, they had to sometimes, in my opinion, adopt certain traditions, certain festivities of the people that they were trying to convert to Christianity. I mean, there are of course exceptions where you said, well, you're pagan, either die or convert, but I assume that there are certain Christian traditions that actually did not originate in Christianity. And so to speak, if the Protestants with Martin Luther, if the Christian church would not have existed until to that point, there wouldn't be any Protestants as well. So they have the benefit of profiting from that, and the traditional church, the more traditional Catholic church, they kept some rituals and traditions that seem odd to the purists, so to speak. So what do you think about that?
All right, so I'm going to have to break it down into parts, if you don't mind. The first part, I'm just going to break it down to what Matt Slick thinks, which is a very loose way of me saying he doesn't think. But jokes aside, I think Matt Slick is completely off base. I think one of the things that he surrounds himself with is this notion of sola scriptura. But the problem is, if it wasn't for any prior tradition of the church, he wouldn't even have his Bible. He wouldn't even have the 66 parts he took from the Bible and made his own Bible from. What ends up happening? Yeah. So I think his views are just really inconsistent, and I don't know how Protestants such as himself stay consistent without looking to the tradition of the church. The second,
could I just ask a question, if that's the case, which is, how do they then not realize or justify? How do they justify? Why do they not see as a conflict the stories that predate Christianity, which have many of the blueprints for the Bible stories, shall we say?
How do they justify not holding to sola scriptura?
There's many good stories about Prometheus, Pandora. These stories are reflected in the Bible.
Yeah. Furthermore, why do they even hold the canon that they do? Why couldn't it be just the Bible and
So really, the question I'm asking you is, how do they justify the fact that sola scriptura could in fact be original in any sense?
Usually the ways I've seen it justified are that they hold the scriptures to be quote-unquote ontologically unique. So because all these books don't contradict each other, because they flow seamlessly, because they have all these wonderful properties, that they can always be identified with one another.
But the problem I have, of course, is the stories themselves are borrowed. The blueprint of the story is definitely borrowed, and in some cases, specific details are borrowed.
Yeah, they might go with something crazy like, well, no, these all happened. Well, the original story happened the way that it did, but all these other traditions, they just got it wrong because they orally transmitted it without divine revelation. But we got the actual story right here. They try something like that.
You see, Puff God did.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm with you there. So so that's why I generally disagree with Matt Slick's position on it. Let's see, Tom, if I could remember any other part that you wanted me to address that I might have missed out on.
Well, basically, shouldn't the Protestants take the criticism in the face, like without the traditions of the older Catholic Church, and they seem outdated now. They seem strange. They are traditionalists for some certain things, just for the sake of tradition. And they are criticized for that very often, like how the Pope is dressing, like there's so much gold and ornamentals in the churches, while Protestant churches are very simple, no fancy stuff, and so they get a lot of criticism for that. But shouldn't the Protestants be criticized just the same? Like they're not humble. They wouldn't even exist if the Catholic Church wouldn't have surpassed the centuries with these traditions.
I think they'd say something like, well, sure, the Catholic Church was evil, but God uses the Catholic Church to allow us to exist, so that's what God's doing. They'd just be trying to rationalize it like that. And my response is, what the Catholics do isn't really that different from what is done in the Old Testament itself. If you've seen the way that the temple is decorated, how the Levitical priests dress up, what goes into their worship service, it's really meant to reflect that. In the temple, the notion was that you would make a big thing in front of the presence of God. Likewise, because Christ's presence is in the Eucharist, you likewise dress up. You likewise prepare yourself in the same way. This is why your priests This is why the priests dress up as well. It's just to reflect what's going on in the Old Testament, because Christianity emerged from the destruction of the Second Temple, and that was a huge existential crisis for all the Jews. And of course, the early Christians were Jews themselves. Paul himself went to the temple to sacrifice, but it wasn't until the temple was destroyed that what came about it was the Eucharist. And the Eucharist was supposed to provide atonement for sins. It was supposed to provide union with God, and that's how that stuff emerged.
You also got to remember the early Protestants were a right bunch of fucking dickheads.
That's true, but they learned it from. Well, we learned that from the Catholics, and they were a bunch of fucking dickheads too. So.
Hey Cerberus, where's my fucking picture, man? Let's go.
I got more.
Come on, bring them on.
Hey, calm down, bro. Okay, calm down.
Show them to me. Show them to
Dude.
me. Come on, let me see. You went through all the trouble to put them together. You might as well let me see them.
Okay, bros, calm down.
You're fucking killing me, Art. You know that, right? You're just screwing it to me.
You started it, dude. You started like, come on, show me the picture. Show me the picture. You started.
I'm going to call you a bro, and you're going to take it like a bitch, says the little sloth.
Hey,
I like that.
Art,
I like that.
Art,
good.
Bro. Hey, Art, bro.
Yes,
bro.
Maximus, bro, what's up?
Bro, do you even do?
Hey, Max dude, you there?
Fuck all of y'alls except for Groovy, because Groovy knows. Groovy knows I'm a man. That's right. The rest of you is... And Cerberus, you can get fucked less than the rest of them because you make funny pictures.
Okay.
There we go. I can laugh at myself, you know. I mean, I'm sure the wags among you will say that I have occasion to do it more often than even you might. But you know, I was when I thought about that picture yesterday, I thought that was pretty funny. That's why I kept goading you to make more. If you got more, I'll look at them. They're fantastic. Knock yourself out. I'm gonna work on your picture though. It's a bit monochrome. I mean,
well, it's kind of meant to be monochrome. It's a tribute to someone else that did my picture before me.
Oh, all right. Well, it's you know, art, and from line and contrast and shadow terms, it's impeccable. It's just a bit monochrome. What do you want, Maximus?
Oh, I was just gonna ask if there was why the Cerberus picture, or why go with Cerberus as a name. Is there anything behind that, or is it just really cool sounding?
You mean, why did I pick Cerberus, or like what is Cerberus?
No. Why?
I just like Greek mythology. I like the character Cerberus.
That's awesome, Cerb.
Keep talking, Cerb, so we can see this awesome picture, bro. And then he doesn't say anything.
Oh, you can just click on it. I mean...
I can? Oh.
Yeah, you can just click his image and
I'm
show
new to
up.
this. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see. I learned something right now.
Oh, it's the Dirty Sanchez!
That one's funny, the Batman slap. That's a good one.
So
That's a good one. That's a good one. You're doing well. You're a pain in my ass, but you're doing pretty well with these pictures. I like it.
Don't call me bro. Stop being a pussy.
It's good. Yo, no offense though, for real. And you'll hear when I'm dialoguing and you're aware of my words, I will not use bro.
I love how everyone just starts laughing. It's amazing.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at Dreas. I was laughing at the squeaky toy picture. That's hilarious. Look at the face of this cat.
Yeah, hey Sanchez, we're kind of going back to kind of the whole bro thing. We just Cerberus has made a few pictures, sort of making fun and jest of Gus's.
I have to admit that's not an original one. I usually switch people's names.
Well, you can't be an artistic genius all the time, Cerberus. After all, you got to save some of your brain to think them big thinky thoughts.
But hey, Sanchez,
You guys all-
if you have an argument here, please go ahead. Whatever.
Oh Jesus!
Just
Let me
prove-
sit down.
just prove atheism.
First,
just
you guys do this all the time, huh? You hang out
What?
and stuff?
What?
We do. Yeah, I do. Well, I kind of regularly almost do hangouts. And if it's not me, then somebody else has a hangout. So yeah.
Ariagus, 2015, huh?
I do not look like that. I do not look like.
What
Well,
about
I mean,
Johnny
it's
Sanchez?
awesome. You know, artistic interpretation.
We'll put some
I would like-
glasses on the next one, would you?
I want last night's argument to be critiqued, because if I'm wrong, I would like to fix it.
Oh, let us count the ways. Who wants to
I
start?
didn't even see it. Can somebody regale me with the nature of the argument?
Well, you
Well,
were
I'll tell
talking
you
an awful lot about hard solipsism,
Basically,
weren't you?
basically, Des was saying Gus is a member of the human race, therefore he's a brother, therefore he should be able to call him bro.
No, he was a different organ, I think.
Was it?
I think I can
No,
sum
you
it
were
up.
on about hard solipsism last night, weren't you?
I think Sanchez.
Yeah, and last night it got killed, so everybody, we need to. So solipsism is dead. It's out.
That's what you think.
What's your argument against hard solipsism?
Reality.
Yeah, so this is the case. If you grant solipsism true, okay, so you have only one person that can know he's real. So if indeed solipsism is true, he is actually God and tricked himself into never knowing that he can know that he's God.
What?
That's crazy.
Fuck.
Wait.
Well, unless God exists, that is a possibility that Ned said last night. God could exist, and then it's solipsism, but God still exists. So, but if solipsism exists on its own without God, then guess what? You are the God who created everything, and you tricked yourself. If solipsism is indeed true, I mean,
That's a logical contradiction. You cannot trick a god.
Well,
Sanchez, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How do you, to know something for certain, you would have to see it from the outside? Do you have external confirmation that to the conclusion that you came to, that is correct?
I agree, but in solipsism there is no outside world. It's just you.
But how do you then disprove solipsism?
You can't. All I'm telling you is this.
Okay, I agree. That's okay.
So hear me out. All I'm saying, if solipsism is true, I've granted it to you, okay? If solipsism is true, that one person that only exists is the God of everything, and he created himself to forget that he can't know that he's God. That's there is no.
So here's the problem I find with that argument. The first thing is, such a person would just be uncreated. They would not necessarily be God. So because God,
We'll call it an eternal being. We don't have to call it God. We'll call it an eternal being.
Okay, an eternal being. Fair enough.
The only eternal being that can create as well. Let's call it that, because it sounds like.
But what are you creating? All you're doing is experiencing your own thoughts.
You created yourself, and you created yourself to be tricked by an environment that you programmed to be an external environment, but you programmed yourself somehow that you can't even know that. And then I guess you jump in.
How are you creating yourself when you're uncreated? That's a contradiction.
Would it be fair to say that Would it be fair to say that it's the equivalent of living in your own mind or living in your own head, kind of thing, or is that?
Well, hold up. If there is no external world,
if you're living within your own mind and everything in your mind is everything around you, then you haven't actually created anything.
But listen, hold up. Within your mind, though, are experiences. You got those experiences from the outside world. So, if there is indeed, look, this is what needs to be separate, guys. And this
But what
like
is the outside world if you're the only mind?
Listen, exactly.
Yeah.
Want to tell you?
I mean, think about it linguistically.
And I'll clarify it, and we can learn a lot.
Joe, think about it linguistically, all right? If you were the only mind, you'd have no need for the word bro.
You wouldn't even know English unless you made it yourself.
It would just be something. Well, it would just be your thoughts.
Simon, you go into the burn wards of hospitals and slap open wounds too. Like, I'm just curious.
I could see solipsism working in that a person has direct relationship with everything in existence.
But no,
not to say that solipsism that says that the individual creates the existence. Just that.
So wait a minute. What you're saying then is there's an individual, and then independently. That's why we need to use these terms. Independently, the environment exists independently of the individual, correct?
No.
The individual would not be part of the reality. He would directly interact.
Okay, now if that's the case, then there's a creator outside of that individual who created that reality.
No. The person would be the only. So reality means that which is real. The person would be the only thing that is real.
Okay, now let me say this. If that's the case, guys, that's what I've granted you to be true. Listen up, because this is last night why we killed solipsism, okay? When I want you guys to celebrate. Now listen. Solipsism's true. Boom, granted it. You are indeed the only mind that exists. Now let me tell you what. You created everything, and I guess you tricked yourself. Because that's the only possibility if you are indeed the only mind. You created everything to trick yourself.
No, you didn't create anything. You are your thoughts. That's the whole point.
Then wait a minute. Are you in an environment that is independent of yourself then?
I am the environment. I am the apparatus. That's the whole point.
You are the environment.
So okay, so I'll use a phrase.
Guys, listen, you're missing it.
I'll use a phrase that might help you out a bit. I'll use a phrase that might help you out a bit. I am my world. That's the whole point. My experience.
So who created that world?
Drea.
I am the world. That's the point.
There's no separation.
Listen, there's only two possibilities. There's only two possibilities. If that's true, look, I'm granting it. That's true for you, okay? Now there's two possibilities of how that could be true. Either A, God created you and then made you so you just think you're in your own world. Okay, that's one possibility. Or possibility number two, there is no God and you are the only being. But guess what? If you are the only being, that does make you in fact God because you are eternal and you created your own reality to trick yourself. Guys, there's no other possibilities. We did this last night with Ned. It's over. It's gone.
No.
That does not prove hard
that's an interesting conclusion.
I think Ruby wants to speak.
Well, it's gonna go viral. It really is. It's done.
Look at it that way.
It's gonna go.
There is
Ray, before you get showered in fucking prominence, can Groovy say something?
I don't want prominence, bro.
Dre.
Yes, sir.
Groovy wants to say something. Groovy, come out.
No, I changed my mind. I'm staying muted until he knows how to have a conversation in a room with 9 other people.
Well, I'm ready.
That's difficult with 9 other people.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult.
Really not.
Well,
I'm ready, man.
That's a nice Dalek, by the way.
I have a question about the solipsism thing. I mean, the classical depiction is that you are a brain in the vat, and the reality around you is only your mind, and there are no other minds. But who created the computer that is feeding your information?
In the brain in the vat diagram, okay. If you are that brain in the vat, okay, who's stimulating you?
Yeah, exactly.
You're the brain in the vat. There's an external, independent world, and that's why I'm trying to tell you guys. Listen, I'm not trying to. There's only two possibilities. That's it. I'm not trying to trick nobody, and I want somebody to tell me when I'm wrong, so I can tell everybody, you know what, solipsism is still alive. All will be make that go viral if you can tell me I'm wrong. Okay.
So here's where you're wrong. You're conflating your environment and your awareness for being something you create. No, it's something that is inherent to you and it exists with you. You don't create it. It just exists along with you. The second thing is
if that case is true,
the second thing means there's two things, Dreas.
Okay. So the second thing is it's not a matter of the fact that you tricked yourself. It's just a matter of you holding a thought that you exist and that you didn't trick yourself. It's just that you happen to exist and you happen to have thoughts that are equivalent to that of a finite being who existed as if he was uncreated, or who exists as if he was created. Yeah.
Okay, look, I'll grant it true. Now listen. Let's grant it true, guys. We figure out if it's true, then how did it get that way? That's what good scientists do.
It's that way.
Listen, okay, if it is just that way, that's a possibility. That is, listen up. That is a possibility. If it is just that way in fact, and you are just in fact, just you, and everything else is you, the environment's you, everything is you, you're in your own little matrix thing. If that's the case, there's only two possibilities. Either you made that world, and you don't know about it, or something outside of you made that world, and you're in it, and you're tripped.
Or the third option is that world just happens to exist as a part of your general awareness. It's not distinct from you. It is you.
So you have general awareness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so where that general awareness come from?
The existence of me, the soul, mind, and existence.
Okay, so nothing cannot come from nothing. That awareness would be eternal then. So you're saying you have eternal awareness. So if you have eternal awareness, then why don't you know you're the only created being? Because you're telling me we don't know if solipsism is true. We just think it might be. We don't know if God is true. But you're telling me you have eternal awareness.
All right, so I think right now you're mixing up your epistemology with your ontology. So the ontology you're referring to things that you are.
I am almost done with my degree. Save it. I don't have very long. That's all. I'm not trying to be rude, but I know all these things. I love how you do that. I just don't have time for it right now. Sorry.
I don't know where solipsism even brings up.
Everybody.
Solipsism can be brought up in the idea of a creation or an origin. That's nowhere in the notion of solipsism.
And that's why
you can have a million different permeations of this philosophy. I don't see that it can be just two. I think that's kind of narrow.
I'm giving you if it's true. I'm telling you. Listen.
I heard you. You don't have to say it a fourth time. I've only been here 5 minutes.
Let's extrapolate then from it what's true. Okay, so if it's true, you're the eternal being, or something outside of you made you.
Either one.
How else does it work besides you saying we don't know?
So
either one works just fine. That doesn't take away from what solipsism is, whether you created reality or whether your direct interaction with or being reality itself doesn't. Origins don't even come up. It's not even part of the philosophy.
Okay, so in one scenario, it's eternal, dude. Sorry, I didn't.
It's possible. I don't see what that has to do with it, though. I don't see how that kills
I'm trying to tell you, if solipsism is true, like, let's grant it, guys. Guess what? Science figured it out, or however you're going to believe it. Science has not figured it out. But listen, if solipsism is true, okay, let's diagram it. Just like with Ned and I, we talk, we're like, if Christianity is true, let's diagram these. Okay, we got some problems. Well, if solipsism is true, let's diagram these. We got some problems. And I'm telling you, if solipsism is true, there's only two possibilities. One possibility is something outside of you made the independent reality that exists without you, or you exist contingently with that reality, and no one outside of you made it. So you made your own reality.
Or three. You're the eternal being. Or three. You are a being who has never, quote unquote, come into existence, who happens to think he's a finite being, just for some odd reason. He just happens to have that brain state. Who thinks of himself as living in an external world where he's really just living with his own awareness as no other mind exists. There. Who is not distinct from his awareness, but whose awareness resides as he resides. Or who happens as, oh well, he didn't want to finish.
Might have dropped out. Lost connection.
Yeah,
I don't understand how hard it
has a lot of trouble with the internet.
So Groovy, I'm actually interested if you were. I know you said you didn't want to continue because you didn't know how to have a conversation, but I'm actually curious as to what you had to say there.
I just quickly, before you go, Groovy, I'll be 2 seconds, which is I'd like to point out the similarities between his position and Roy Montero's in the beginning. Yes or no?
Oh, that's funny.
Sounds good.
Go on, Groovy.
Go ahead, Groovy.
Oh, no, I was just saying there's another possibility to where if we found a way, like with the transhumanist movement, to download a brain into something, and if there was some catastrophe, you know, and the Earth was about to be destroyed, and we shoot all of these things into space with these brains downloaded, and all they have are their thoughts. I mean, which one of those would that be? Which one of his options would that be? Would that be God created the universe that was destroyed that made you float in space with your thoughts?
That really sounds more like being a brain in a vat as opposed to just being a mind in existence without anything else. So I think it could have fit underneath his first premise.
Yeah, but with the brain in the vat, it's set up as if that's the only thing that's ever existed. Like they made a vat and put your brain in it and done. Not that anything ever existed and then went into that.
This sounds kind of
So
like
I
another
guess that would be God
scenario.
in his opinion.
That sounds to me like a scenario from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
What, Reed's leaving?
Season something, episode something, and it's really science fiction.
What, Reese leaving? Well, it is now, yeah.
No, not him leaving.
No, re-sleeving your mind into a different body. It's all part of the whole it does have, there are science fiction elements to it, but then again, fellas and lady, everything was science fiction. Everything was science fiction until it became science fact, yeah?
Yep.
So you're saying we can find metachlorians in the universe?
You go ahead and tell me when you found some, and I'll publish your name in a lovely science journal.
Okay, so did Professor Sanchez enlighten you today with some facts of life?
I told
backward as sausage can't explode.
I told him I told him he was confusing his ontology with his epistemology, and then he said, "Hey, stop doing this, bro. I know this. I'm almost done college." So that one.
Wait. Say that entire line again, because I had to soak in stupid when I hear it. Say it again.
Hey, bro, I know this stuff. Stop trying to trip me up. I know this. I'm almost graduated college. And I know this. Yes. Something along those lines.
You can't talk at me like I'm stupid, because I done graduated some college. I done.
Don't use so many big words at the same time. I can't Google that fast.
That's like when my son tells me he just shit, and he shit on the side of the toilet and expects me to be proud of him. I mean, he's 4, but still, that's what I see that as. Like, I give him points for effort.
Yeah, you missed the toilet. Shut up, Dad. You wanted me to shit? I shit, so shut up.
Oh my goodness, wow. Like I say, when he gets his GPA up, then he can talk to me. I really. You have to work
basic
more.
philosophy right. He doesn't even have that right. He's just way off base.
And it's fine, but see, that's fine. You can say, you know what, I occasionally forget what epistemology and ontology mean. It's not a part of my regular speech. So I said, okay, well, let me make sure I know, because I confuse them at times. So I said, okay, well, let me make sure. Just a little bit of humility, and then I can continue on my point. But this whole deflection thing where he thinks people are trying to make him look stupid, no. He makes himself look stupid. No one has to try. He works so hard at it that people give it to him. Like, if you want to be stupid, here's stupid. That's just stick stupid. Just like fucking Jurassic Park with the fat guy.
You can tell he's just regurgitating stuff that he's like seen in William Lane Craig videos and like Sam Harris debates and stuff like that. So he's trying to remember as much as he can and trying to articulate it, but he's failing, and it's just terrible.
Well, it's funny because from what it sounds like, he has like that Arcane Logos Rolodex, and so every time you say something, he has a little tab. Okay, they're saying something about the Episcopalian ontology stuff. So let me just flip through here real quick.
Right.
There we go. Okay.
Don't be stupid now. That's Episcopalian technology. There, everybody knows that.
And he heard about solipsism less than 24 hours ago, but he's already decided that he has the proof that solipsism proves God.
He commented on because I was talking to Fox and the No on a thread this morning, and they were discussing Sanchez's misunderstanding of that topic, and so Sanchez decides to comment under and says he defeated it last night, and that we should have caught it, and I was baffled. I was like, man, this guy who can barely comprehend basic sentence structures defeated a fucking philosophical conundrum that's lasted fucking ages.
Philosophical conundrum, not even just something that this is something that's been pondered for forever, and he's saying he defeated it.
No, he said he defeated it. No, I shit you not. He said he defeated it. I'm like, man, that's he works so hard at being fucking stupid that he deserves a medal. Like, I really want to spend money and go get him a medal.
I find it interesting how many things are a threat to their religion. I mean, wouldn't you want to go for a system where you can get along with everything, where you don't have to? I mean, some things maybe, yeah, I can understand behavior, but I don't understand the need to defeat solipsism. And I have no idea why he was bringing up. There's only two things with solipsism. It's like, yeah, wow,
Well,
maybe you should watch some science fiction someday. Open up your mind.
Well, I think he goes and he watches a video and he feels inspired from it, so then he wants to come and try it out. Just like if you watch how to, beat a level in a video game on YouTube and then you want to go and try it, but then you didn't actually take the time to study it and actually, plan out the route and take notes. Yeah, basically.
That's what it seems like. He's just regurgitating, like solipsism. Yeah, it seems like what Groovy said. Within like the last 24 hours, he came across this concept, and now it's just like that's his new thing. Because he was on morality the first few days, and now it's solipsism, and he's it's just, this guy's cool.
I discovered me some solipsification.
I'm always tempted to go to his channel and see which videos he liked, and then next time you talk to him, just whatever the last one he liked was, just kind of head him off. It's like, oh, I saw you like this video, so let's talk to you about X, Y, and Z, because I know you're so studied on it. Man, those 5 to 6 minutes must have really enlightened you.
Yo, dog, I heard you liked solipsism. Here's some solipsism for you to solve in 10 minutes or less.
He says he's sorry, guys, I got cut off.
Yeah, that's his God telling him to take a fucking rest.
We're missing out on his wisdom, man.
I'm telling you, man, it's his God telling him to take a fucking rest.
Holy shit, my prayers was answered.
I mean, I'll leave so he can come back in. Here, I'll send him a message.
I'm going in a minute. I'm going very soon anyway, so I'll do the leaving.
Thanks, Simon. Take care.
Simon?
Yeah, I've got about 5 minutes. When he's there and he wants to come in, I'll drop.
Okay. Well, if he does come back in, I'll let Maximus continue on to try and discern his ontology and epistemology.
He thinks it's impossible for a being who exists eternally to not think that or believe that he is finite and that he was created or part of some external world. It's possible to be both. There's no contradiction there.
I mean, wouldn't that entail being omnipotent?
Yeah, it would, and that's why it would be also improper to call this being God. You're also not omnipotent because you can't create ex nihilo, which I think God could, and also you would have to verify that you, as a human being, are omnibenevolent in a sense as well, which would also be kind of impossible because you're just one being alone.
Okay, he just put something in the chat. I do have to go, but tweak my argument if you could. Solipsism is true. How is it possible you are the only eternal being, or you were created and there is an eternal independent reality that exists? I gotta go, my friend. Sorry, homework. It was due Wednesday.
What is that incoherent babble?
Get to work.
I think I understand what he's going for. Basically, if you pick the scenario your brain in the vat, then he asks himself either someone has created a computer that is feeding you information, and then there is a creator of the world which is not you are the brain, or you have somehow created the whole thing, then you are the creator and the God. So in either case, there's a God. That's his conclusion.
Well, does solipsism really even deal with the origin of one or the one with existence? I mean, is that even anywhere? I mean, I don't see the contradiction. I don't see why there has to be a dichotomy. It makes no sense.
He is arguing that someone must have created the whole thing. Either
okay, well, that's
you yourself or someone else. And if it is you yourself, then you are a god who have tricked yourself to believe that you are not God, but actually you still are.
Oh.
That's my maybe I understood it wrong. That's how I understand
he has a fundamental misunderstanding of solipsism. That's the issue.
No.
He's got.
I'm trying to correct it right now because he says
Yeah,
so
I see
the
it in the
outside
external
world.
chat.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
reading it
So
right now.
I've already corrected him, and he says let him know if there's something wrong with his argument. I told him solipsism doesn't entail immortality. So then he responds, so the outside world is independent. Then I respond, solipsism deals with the existence of other minds, not reality. So
And
I'm
then
trying
it
to.
applies with,
Ask him
remember,
if it
I've
hurts.
granted it's true.
You can't take away reality from Sanchez. He has
Well, technically, hard solipsism just supposes that you're the only mind that you are the only thing in existence, and a complete denial of the external world, not just other minds.
Ask him if it hurts, and if he says what, then say whatever's wrong with you.
He doesn't understand solipsism. I can tell from this question he just asked in the chat. He's so confused. It's so bad.
I wouldn't want to give him any more carbon dioxide.
What the fuck did this guy just post?
Oh God.
Poor unicorn. Poor unicorn's gonna go slowly mad in the corner. What is he doing now? Dear God. What is he? There's hold my unicorn in the corner like freaking Renfield from Dracula. The master who would turn soon. The master.
What the fuck is this, LaRon? What did he post?
Blood in, blood out. That's what he posted.
What did he say?
It's a video about. I can't hear it.
Blood in, blood out. What the fuck? Are you getting jumped in, Drag?
Let's see. By blood, the covenant was established. So there's some type of, I don't know. Somebody commented under this said, "Quit your bullshit."
Oh, sure, the anonymous internet people get to be direct and mean, but not Gus. No.
It's 2 hours of him talking about. Let me see if there's anybody else in the hangout. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so it's 2 hours of him. Oh, it's a hangout. Okay. Okay, it's 2 hours of him talking. It's a 2 hour hangout of him talking about something about blood.
Yes.
Blood has very special powers. It's almost magic.
Okay. I've corrected I've corrected Sanchez about 3 times now, so I think he may actually understand the basic premise of solipsism. So perhaps
I think you're giving him too much credit.
I think I'm just saying I think it's really not that hard of a concept. It's honestly you could ponder it by accident. It's that easy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why he's struggling with something you could guess on any given day without being inebriated.
Did you hear that, Arthur? Did you fucking hear that? Fucker.
What if you don't exist and
What if
you
nobody
are
fucking exists?
a figment of my imagination? I'm immaculately conceptualized it from myself, and you silly man don't.
This is Arthur. Fuck. We're talking to you, fucking. Yeah. I know this. Solipsism.
Oh my fucking god. There is an independent external reality, or there isn't, which is. I'm granting solipsism is true.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh my gosh, this is so bad.
All he says to do is say, "I disagree with solipsism." That's all he has to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay. You don't have to agree with it. It's okay.
Here's the thing I'm curious about. The Dunning-Kruger effect is specifically for people who are not all that bright, but they think that they are. This guy's not exactly stupid, so what do we call his effect?
I guess there's a level past obstinance that he's reached, and he's like reached Super Saiyan 2 obstinance. And
That's right.
so
Over
he's sitting there.
9,000 on the Optimus. Oh, you know what? I think we may have. You know what I think? I think that somebody took their obtuseness to the dwarves that make armor, and they got a better suit of armor than Tommy Take Me by the Hand did.
Oh my god. Okay,
Yeah.
Maximus, Maximus, can you see external chat?
Don't
I'm
do it.
going to it right now. I'm also dealing. I'm going there right now. I'm also dealing with Matthew Steele right now as well, and that guy is upsetting me as well.
Matthew Steele. He's usually pretty even.
He doesn't know what. I'm not going to go into that shit right now.
Basically, he kind of picked a part of William Lane Craig, and he picked a chunk, an interesting chunk of something he said, and then tried to critique it, and he extrapolated something that he should have not. That's basically.
And he tripled down on his mistakes. So, and I keep telling him the same thing, and he's not fucking paying attention. But anyway, I'll just go to the external chat here. Let's see.
Yes,
okay.
Okay, you read back, and you're a philosophy guy more than me, so I know the basics of what's.
Where should I start?
Just go up to where he is talking about that he needs homework to do. Okay.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So that's about 10 minutes in, or 10 minutes back.
A second. It seems to me there is the common theme of this obsession with dichotomy and thinking that everything can be a dichotomy, and not making the distinction between true dichotomies and otherwise. And it always seems to come back to this with virtually all of them. In one way or another, they're confused. They say it's either this or this, explain it.
Yeah, everything's black and white in their world. That's how it works.
And it does seem to be the common thread amongst all of them. Included.
Didn't Platonism kind of try to add another fucking category on the shit arbitrarily, even if you really can't?
Well, it's not arbitrary. So Platonists usually argue that abstract objects, like regular objects you talk about, need something to correspond to. So how does so why do televisions exist? Well, because there are fucking things called TVs that correspond to reality. And you know this, you experience them, and that's why we say televisions exist. That's what makes it true. But what makes the abstract object to exist, or the law of non-contradiction, that like they're things. So either there's some kind of immaterial object that's inert that corresponds to our notions, which is small p Platonism, or we have to think of it as some kind of fiction. That's usually the notion of Platonism.
See, that's what I kind of, I guess, compare it to. I mean, like I said, I have a really remedial understanding of many of these, I guess, higher level philosophical concepts. I say higher level because I have a remedial understanding of them. but it's like, some are easier to understand than others, and if I'm going to make an argument around any of them, I have to have a remedial, really foundational understanding of whatever the hell it is, and not just watch a YouTube video. Like, actually go, if I want to use something from Kant, I might want to go read Kant. If I want to use something from Hume, I might want to read Hume. If I'm quoting Voltaire, I might want to go kill myself. But, you know, you get the point.
I hear reading Immanuel Kant induces temporary blindness.
See, yeah, I have not actually read him, so I don't get the reference.
I lived with a young lady who was going to university, and she brought home one of Kant's seminal works, and she literally just about clawed her own eyes out reading it on the couch. Apparently, it has that effect on. I looked through it and I went, "Wow, this guy's got issues." But
is that bad?
Beware of those who spend most of their lives within the real estate that lives above their neck and below their hair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I like talking about philosophy, but I prefer hard sciences. That's my thing.
I like having something to count on.
Like fingers, toes.
You can count. That too. Okay.
I got something you can count on. Trust me. It's
Why does everybody think that this girl in Cerberus's picture is a crazy chick? She's beautiful. I'd date her in a New York minute, even if she did want to know every single thing about me all of the time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Dragnot's been whacked with the stupid stick again.
No, I forgot how creepy that chick looked.
She's got beautiful eyes, even if they are penetrating.
There's some old movie that I watched where there's some creepy, like, mentally disturbed chick who creates the perfect friend by stitching parts of people together. Some of the people who were in her life. I forgot what the movie was called. I forgot what it was about, but I just remember at the end that I think she had like dolls or something like that kept her company, and she kept trying to make friends with people, but she really, like, just imagine a extreme version of Asperger's where she really did not grasp social interaction, and so what she knew was how to deal with dolls and how to interact with dolls, and so she took parts. She went and killed the people in her life and stitched them together and laid down with this corpse made from people parts. And then as she laying down, the corpse person just, puts its arm over her. It's really creepy.
Oi. Coruscart's AFK.
I think I was watching it as a teen because it was rated R, and I was hoping to see titties.
Is there some breasts in there? Well, Keefe's is friggin' advertising another big hiatus. Apparently tonight is his last I'm right, you are wrong episode. For the big
How long
hiatus.
did that last?
Well, there's another big hiatus happening. Apparently this was the little hiatus before the big hiatus.
Oh, man.
I have a funny picture about making friends. It's a joke. Let me post it in the side chat.
Alright there, it's fun to drag us.
Okay, let me go read it. Oh, man, okay.
I thought the silly fucker had to do homework. What's he doing nattering at you guys on the side chat?
I don't know. See, I'm doing homework and doing this. I'm not
He
sure
doesn't
why
wanna
he can't do
graduate.
both. Yeah, I guess not. Solipsism definition. Solipsism is true if there exists only one mind and no properties external to the mind. Such a mind does need to know it was immortal, as its awareness could be finite, while its existence could be infinite. Also, it's possible that the mind has a limited memory and could hold an infinite number of identities.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Just way too many words. Like, you need to put shit that can fit on a Rolodex, like a 3x5 card even.
Oh, well, actually, the definition stops after the first period, and then I could just expound on that. Such a mind does not need to be eternal. It doesn't need to have like an eternal stream of consciousness of one thought. Like, it could have an infinite amount of identities because its memory is finite. So it's kind of like one mind reincarnation. Or it could be the fact that awareness is something that exists as a part of the mind for a finite time, while its whole existence could be infinite, while the mind as a whole could have existed.
Dear God.
I mean,
Alright,
it's
well, at that point I would just say pick one.
Yeah, there are more than just two options that Andreas is trying to get through.
I think he's trying to shoehorn some William Lane Craig into solipsism. It really seems like he's trying hard at that.
No, that's more of a Cy Tenenbergen kind of thing.
It is?
Yeah, I mean,
William Lane Craig was into that sort of kind of,
Craig
internal
didn't.
universe.
Yeah, Craig does not do the whole start with skepticism and get your way to Christianity. Craig starts off with just like, okay, what are some things we hold to be true in our day-to-day lives? Well, science tells us things about the world around us. There are some things like historical facts. Essentially what he does is he takes older philosophical arguments and strengthens them. That's about it. He doesn't start with skepticism and works his way out of that. Cy Tenenbergen does that. Andreas seems to be doing that. But Craig does not do that. And besides, just because Christianity has the answer to solipsism doesn't mean there aren't other answers.
I mean, I'd
Is there
imagine.
an answer to solipsism? Is there such a thing?
As what?
Is there such a thing as an answer to solipsism?
I have one that I think is pretty good. If solipsism exists, let's see, if solipsism exists, actually no, I think my definition is so good, the new one, that my old defeater for solipsism isn't going to work.
So fuck you isn't a proper answer to solipsism.
Fuck you. It could be. I mean, if you don't like to deal with it.
I simply won't be invited back to following Thalon. I'm sorry, Groovy, what was that?
I said it's unnecessary. That's my answer.
Yes, great.
Well,
You shan't be invited to any Thalons either.
The thing with solipsism and a lot of problems in philosophy is that... Sorry, I just goes...
Masturbate first, then relax, then talk to people.
Shit, did he just stand up?
I was actually helping a guy move his TV in the street. Some random
moving
dude.
his TV? What's a TD?
TV, television, like he was
okay.
helping it. Me and my brother, was a heavy asshole TV. So, yeah, the thing with solipsism, while it's possible and nobody can totally defeat it in the sense of make it logically contradictory or just impossible at all, we can make the second best thing, which is provide an argument that it's not likely to be the case, and that is enough justification for rational rejection of it.
Yeah, don't like Yahoo search images of drunken Russian men. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, there. Don't do that.
I think I know.
Still cannot catch the breath. Fucking hell.
Oh, now I remember what my answer to solipsism would be. My answer to solipsism would just be begin with one of the 5 ways to prove God's existence, and then after God exists, there's something external to me.
Huh, well, there's another one. Logic. Logic is absolute. It's not possible for it to be wrong. Therefore, there is something that is outside of you, in a sense. That's one way.
Oh yeah, that could also work. If solipsism existed, then everything is subjective. Logic is objective. Therefore, solipsism is false.
Right.
But then again, the existence of the mind could be an objective thing. So maybe, but that's just a part of your mind. So, if solipsism, I guess you could always rephrase it to, if solipsism is true, then logic is true. If logic is true, then Platonic objects have to exist, and if Platonic objects exist, then solipsism is false. So solipsism would defeat itself because it relies on Platonic objects. You could go that route.
So wait, what happened with our Dirty Sanchez?
Ew, dude.
You backed out?
I don't know. So I thought it was. Oh, are you saying you backed out, or are you asking if you?
No, I'm saying you backed out. You said what happened to our Dirty Sanchez. You backed out. No, but he left before I came in, and he had already left. So he's in the comment section He's trying logic again. I guess is the best way to describe it.
I thought he was trying to get in. Again.
He got in, but the other guys can tell you what he attempted.
But when he was in, he said he had to go soon. So, or maybe that was just his argument to speak a lot. I don't know, but he said he had to go soon. So let me say my thing, and then he left.
Okay. Too bad.
Art, did you make sure the guy who you were helping with the TV, that was actually his TV and not a robber or something?
That did cross my mind.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck around, man. Russian and Czech prisons are not fun.
I was actually thinking that as I was washing my hands after helping. I was like, what's this TV even?
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's friggin' Arthur going, oh good to have heart attack, putting must have cigarette. Where is my cigarette? Okay. Tell me honestly, did you push that thing out the door with a fag hanging out of your mouth? You did.
I wish I had a fact.
Did you? You
No,
did.
no, no.
You know you
But
did.
I did light up one right after I came back.
Big smoke hanging out of your face, and you're just like, I'm going to do something very strong for you. Don't move. And then suddenly, friggin' cigarette-induced emphysema kicks in. That's all right. Be kind to your lungs, Arthur. You'll be sorry when they're gone.
That is true.
I can just borrow some from aborted fetuses.
Here you go. I'll make them for you. I promise.
Well, now that escalated quickly.
Yeah, I was thinking if solipsism is true, then you would have to ask yourself, what have I learned about myself? It would bore me. That's where I sympathize. And in meditation, you basically just let go, and you enter into a state of pretty much solipsism. If a man is the sum of his memories, it would be more an introspective look at oneself rather than trying to externalize it with outside things, computers, gods, whatever.
Arthur, give the mods to somebody so the next time you decide to chase furniture up and down the street, they'll be able to.
I did. Damn. Maximus on the phone.
Good job.
Dragda, you had mods.
Yeah,
Well, are you just gonna?
I took off. Remember? And I came back.
It's tough, you know. It's tough. You know. Don't you put them mods on me though.
Don't worry, Cerberus has them. That's
Yeah, I got them.
You put them things on me.
What? What did you say?
I
don't
want you
want.
put them things.
That's right. I don't want them mods on me. It's a terrible, terrible burden.
Wait, Cerberus has
Better
mods?
born by lesser people like
Did
Cerberus.
Cerberus have mods while just
No,
just
no, he
now?
didn't have. Just now, yeah. After
Okay, just checking.
No, I wouldn't do that to you guys. I would have stopped it a long time ago.
Just checking. Yeah, I wasn't actually paying attention when you broadcast me because I was watching Nate's hangout.
Nate's having a hangout about abortion. Oh boy.
Yeah, I was in there talking to him, and it
That
got
has
interesting.
got to be a prime. That's going to have to be a prime example of him doing his unicycle act.
Guess how many women are in there talk in the subject?
One.
None.
Oh no, there was it was just me and
what's that
him.
previous? Oh, God, sorry.
I was just saying, no, it was, and then I actually brought that up. I was like, we're talking about this, but it's actually, a woman's choice. I was kind of throwing the hint out there, like, we're all sitting here talking. That's cool. We can make this decision, but at the end of the fucking day, it's still a woman's choice. So I think that was,
If that's true, she could abort it herself.
You can if you know the right herbs, actually, but that's an art that's gone out of the window due to the fact that we hung most of the women who knew how to do those things back in the mid.
What? Just women who knew how to do
But
abortion.
yeah, as I joined, he was on about
boy.
he was on about late-term abortions and how could a woman not, if you got pregnant, surely you'd know within the first trimester if you wanted it or not, and how could you not know, and blah. And I just thought elective abortions are very, very rarely, if ever, carried out in late-term abortions. They just aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
So I was just looking at some statistics to post on his. I was debating that whether to join. I just thought, nah,
Don't worry. Eventually, they'll reach a point where he'll be misunderstood, and then he'll have an opportunity to tell people how they got him wrong.
Yeah, well, I left him some links and some statistics that elective abortion. I mean, most medical abortions don't tend to be late term. Never mind elective ones.
I think that point was kind of being looked over. It had what was that guy's name? Truth Speller.
Oh no.
Or something. And he got butthurt by a few things that I had said, and I think he actually typed "unbelievable" in the chat after I'd said something, and then after that he left.
Oh, I'm trying to think who was in. Eric had just joined as I stopped watching.
Eric Silverman?
Yeah. But he'd only just joined, so I don't really know who was in there when I was watching. Nate.
What I like about Eric, boy, when Eric says it's time for you to listen, it's time for you to listen. Eric kicks ass, man.
He does. I like Eric.
I mean, I'm a bulldog, but I don't cross him lightly. I don't cross him unless I've had one of those days, right? One of those is like, who wants to fucking fight? Oh, good, there's Eric.
Let's see who's in there.
I've had my run-ins with
Dex,
Eric.
is it? Dex is in there, and
Oh, thank God.
My Russian comrade.
and St. Tommy, and somebody else that I don't recognise.
Well, Dex will do his long-suffering act. That's where he sits in the camera when he's got his head in his hand. He just sits there with his head, shaking his head. I wonder what Dex is thinking. Well, let's have a look. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dex and I were both on the same. Well, for the most part, he and I were both on the same page that some of the things that were being said, from what I could tell, was basically an equivocation fallacy. Because at one point, Truth Speller made the comparison between someone killing a mother and a fetus in a car accident, and then the mother going to Planned Parenthood and saying, "I don't want this." Like, I was like, no.
If that were the case, then you would be able to arrest people for murder when abortion.
It'd be illegal if that was the case. I mean, it's just. I hate these really grotesque scenarios where they try and compare them, and it's like, no, it's not like that. That's not reality. I mean, I had I gotten a little grim on him because it's like, you know what? If my wife and I had said, you know what, at 15 weeks we really can't provide for this child, who is now our son, and it would be better if we just held off, then guess what? We go to the S'more clinic and do the deed, but. We did not. We luckily have the resources to take care of a child, so we brought him to term. But at the same time, you know what? I could want that. If my wife doesn't want that, it's her choice. I offered the sperm. I guess she has my genetic material, but I can't force her to do that.
Wait, what was the scenario if you want to make an abortion? You basically provoke a car accident, or?
Well, he was comparing a woman getting an elective abortion with a guy killing a mother and a child in a car accident.
But the mother doesn't usually die during abortions.
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Very rarely, if ever at all these days, I don't know. Well, unless it's, now that we have the proper medical facilities and the proper hygiene and... But as well, I mean, there is, if you deliberately, like say you threw a pregnant woman down the stairs, or deliberately hurt a pregnant woman that caused her to lose a baby, there is, I've forgotten what it's called now. I looked at it. No, it's not. It's called child something or other. There is a specific.
Infanticide?
No, I looked it up the other day, and I've forgotten what it was called. It's just very, I don't know about in America, but in the UK, there's a very specific term for it.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different thing in causing a woman who wants to have a child enough physical damage that she loses the baby. That is very different.
Foticide?
No, there's no side in it at all, actually. In child endangerment? No, it's not child endangerment. That wouldn't make
child
sense.
destruction?
It might be that, yes.
Yeah, see, in English law, child destruction is a crime of killing a child capable of being born alive before it has a separate existence.
Yeah, I think that does sound right, child destruction. Yeah, but you can't be done for murder because... But yeah, it's... And don't get me wrong, I have no objection to men having their personal opinions regarding the... issue. I think most people are entitled to their opinions about most things. It's just I find it amusing the amount of talks I've seen where it's been a panel of men talking about abortion. It just I'm going to use the word amuse, but you know what I mean. It amuses me in a non-funny way, if you know what I mean.
I like abortion because I like sluts. I like a woman who just lets me get up all up in it, I like that. That's cool. It's not like a finger, You can't cut your finger off and it grows back.
No, I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
Oh. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
Babies grow back. You can just cut them off. They're not real.
Mm-hmm.
It's like hair.
Something tells me Idol Smasher doesn't agree with our position here.
No, I think that I think
the fact that he used
more
the term
sluts in the world. We need more doctors cutting out girls. In fact, I think we should be like China, where the government.
It's usually women that get pregnant, though sometimes girls do get pregnant. Yes.
No, well, speak your piece. I mean, it is an interesting topic.
Oh no, I'm wrong. Unless I say it's like, fingernails and hair, they grow back. I'm an idiot, and I'm stuck up, and I'm not cool, and I'm one of the minority, and I don't like women, and there's 1,000 things you can say. It's not like that. I'm not really up
It's a
for
lot
that.
of assumptions.
We agree that sluts are cool, and we need more sluts. I mean, sluts make men happy.
I would actually agree with that, but that's a different topic.
There you go. There you go.
Are you saying women who have abortions are sluts?
I'm saying it's pretty difficult not to get pregnant without just fucking somebody that you don't want to breed with.
Or rape. Or rape. There's rape. I mean, that's
well, there's always the morning after.
Or coercion.
Abortion, because they have morning after pills, estrogen, that sort of thing. So rape is a non-issue.
No, it's not. Rape is never a non-issue.
If a woman has a strange man,
rape is never a non-issue.
Of her, it's completely different. If she didn't ask for that injection into her, she can take a morning after pill within 48 hours.
What happens if that doesn't happen? What happens if something falls through with that?
Well,
I mean, you know what?
I know,
As a man, we're not allowed to punish women that we don't like their sexuality of with a pregnancy. That's not something we're allowed to do.
I don't understand that. Can you
Please define a slut for me, Idol.
Pregnancy is not a punishment.
You can be in a
it is
happy
when the woman doesn't want it.
You can be in a happy, sound relationship with just one man, get pregnant and not want the child, Idol. That doesn't make a woman a slut.
If she doesn't want it, why was she having sex unprotected?
Well, why do guys have sex?
Because nothing is 100% guaranteed. You can be on the pill and get pregnant. You can be on the pill and get pregnant.
And why is the pregnant woman a slut and not the woman who remains unpregnant?
Why would you have sex with a man you don't want to breed with anyway? Why would you take that chance?
So you should only have sex if you want to have a child. Is that what you're saying, Idol?
So when two people engage in a willing...
I didn't say that. I'm asking why would, as a woman, you would freely... I mean, I don't understand this whole thing about it being a woman's choice. I mean, we all have choices. We all have choices, sure. I can choose to do things or not do things. So calling it's a woman's choice is crap. If she could do it herself,
well, you just got done saying that you can choose to do things or not choose things, not choose to do things, and so now a woman's choice is crap. How do you connect those dots?
Because no, I said to say that it's just a woman. Well, that's a woman's choice. I mean, come on, who doesn't have choice that isn't a human with a 60+ IQ? It's not special. There's nothing special about women having choice, is what I'm saying. What I don't understand is we all believe in this liberty. Well, most people, I think that most people deep inside do believe in liberty. And then we look at all the scientific evidence, genetics. You take a sample from, like, say, the mother's cheek, a cell sample or a hair sample or something, and then you go to the fetus and you take a cell sample. The DNA will show that, 1, it's human, 2, it's a separate human from the mother. Although dependent upon the mother for life, I don't think the mother has the right to take the life away from another human being. I don't give a shit if it is her kid. You don't have the right to take life from anybody. You don't. I don't care. Unless the mother's life is threatened.
Oh, okay. Well, maternal slavery is fine then, I guess.
No, not maternal slavery.
That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. That's precisely what it is. It's maternal slavery.
It's stronger women.
Slavery.
Oh, yeah.
Maternal slavery.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. It's maternal slavery.
So not having sex, so elevating our sexual awareness.
What happens when a woman gets pregnant? What happens to the guy?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Just cut it out. What do you care, right? It's not your baby.
What happens to the
guy?
No,
I'm still interested in his definition of. I'm still interested.
That's it.
That's what you're saying.
I'm still interested in what your definition of a slut is. I find that more reprehensible than his attitude towards abortion, quite frankly.
What?
Your definition of a slut.
I haven't even defined
a slut. You think any woman who gets pregnant who didn't want to get pregnant is a slut?
When did I say that?
I have asked you for your definition, and all you've said is what sort of woman has sex.
Don't put words in my mouth. I don't care if you've asked. You have no right to tell me that I said something I didn't. Who are you?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Idol, you actually said what sort of woman has sex with a man who doesn't want to get pregnant. That's what. Did he say that or not? No, seriously though, did he say that or not?
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, and that's. So what am I supposed to take from that? Having asked him 3 times, and that's the only answer he's given me. What other inference do I take from that?
Our
mean,
turn not to beat yesterday's point to death, but did I scare him out this time?
I didn't say that you always scared him.
No.
I'm
But
just
actually,
saying.
you have to did.
Well, I mean, it's
You're
just,
evil,
and
Pete.
as soon as
I am.
as soon as he brought the whole slut thing in there, that tainted the entire fucking
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Because that has you can't. There is no positive connotation. Even though my wife and I joke about her being my slut, that's as a reference to our sexual relationship purely and simply. That's nothing. That's that doesn't add to her character. I'm not remarking about her intellect and her professionalism. That is strictly a sexual, sexual
Misogynistic
behavior.
term.
Misogynistic term. It is. I mean, and I am just as much of a slut as she is. So for someone to label someone a slut for making a decision about their reproductive health, I think that does say a lot about their interpretation of that particular act.
Look, I'll be honest here. I did not care too much for what he said. I identify as being pro-life as well. But I try not to insult people, or I don't try to insult genders, even women who have abortions. I know if a woman comes to that decision, it's not an easy one. Even if I disagree with it, I'm not going to insult her.
And I'll give a little bit on relationship my wife and I have. She is pro-life. I am pro-choice. So what does that mean for me? If she is on birth control, but if she gets pregnant and she says I want to have this child, guess what? That's not my fucking choice. You know what the choice that I have is? To let her do what the fuck she wants to do. That's my choice. It's my job as a fucking husband to support her.
The reason I mentioned maternal slavery is because when you have a situation where, because of the way our species is set up, the woman is essentially burdened with the child, and the man can essentially do what he wants. Then in essence, what you have is people who are forbidding abortions are essentially telling women that for the 9 months that they're gestating their children, that their bodies don't belong to them. And if that's the case, who do their bodies belong to? Can't belong to the child. The child isn't cogent. So hang on a sec. Who do the bodies belong to exactly? And how in heaven's name are you ever going to get people to? I'm sorry, I forgot that last thought. So go ahead, Dee.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say that. What was I going to say?
It's like connotation.
Bear with me. Bugger.
Where? I say.
Well, if the woman doesn't have the right over her body because there's a baby, then who has?
Yeah, it was to do
with power over her.
Women getting pregnant, men can just. The same sort of people I've usually found, but I'm not saying it's exclusive to, that complain about how abortion is wrong, are usually the same sort of people complaining about single-parent families. That's what I was going to say.
And welfare.
Yeah, they're a drain on resources, etc.
I will agree with that. I mean, this is why I'm a leftist on welfarism and on maternity assistance. Heck, I even believe that stay-at-home moms should get a paycheck. That's how far I agree with that. I think if someone is pro-life, they're going to want the programs that best stabilize families, relationships, and best help bring about the people who need it. And anyone who wants to raise kids.
It's funny. It's a conversation my wife, my mother and I had. When she told me that she had to have an abortion, because I tell her about the conversations that we typically have about some of these hot button topics, and she's like, "Yeah, I got an abortion," and I was shocked. I was like, I didn't, this is not dinner conversation, so obviously, and so she said she had an ectopic pregnancy, and she had she had to save. She had to save her own life because she would have never had 4 children afterwards if she hadn't. She'd be dead. And so when I hear the rhetoric about it's not the mother's choice or it's not the woman's choice, that's bullshit. It is their choice. They are tied to that. When actually, let me go back to my mother. I told my mother, if you decided to abort me, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be around to be mad. That it was her choice. And how I know that sounds grim, but she was not obligated to carry me at all. At all.
there's no obligation, and this follows suit with what I believe. If you want to say that you value each and every human life intrinsically, then fine. I don't hold that position. There are a few exceptions of people who really can't perform and can't show you what their true potential is because they're handicapped or disabled. But for those of us who are capable, we will gain worth based on our actions, based on our behaviors. So that includes myself. And for people to say, well, let's all go ahead and just have all the babies, and let's just stay away from this evil abortion thing because I think as a guy that's bad and women shouldn't have the choice. Well, hey, are you going to take care of that child? If your answer is fucking no, then you don't get to have that choice. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You didn't have that conversation at your birthday party or something. That would be really weird.
No, I mean that's just if you want to be real about it, let's be real. Let's talk about it. If we want to get emotional, let's get emotional. My mother didn't have to carry me. She didn't have to at all. Mm-hmm. If she wanted a dick, she wanted a dick. I mean, she's a woman like any other woman. That I'm not going to stray away from that fact. My mother probably was a slut at some point.
Wow.
But she's also my mother, and I accept her. So she can be a mother, she can be a slut, she can be whatever the hell she wants to be, and she's still my goddamn mother.
See, this is what atheism does to people.
Exactly. I accept my mother for who she is.
Let me just clarify, Drag. Are you using the term slut in a derogatory term or not?
In this case, if I am. If she wanted to have sex with men who she was not married to, then yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if she wanted, yeah.
Right,
I wouldn't say that's a slut, though. That's just as much a choice as having an abortion.
Oh, you sound like you're sitting on your microphone, Mark.
Yeah, you're not coming through very clearly at all.
Are you in a barrel, Marcus?
Is that better? Fucking Google settings doing my head in.
Much better. Much better.
Sorry about that. I forgot to set my...
Fucking night and day, mate.
I thought somebody else.
For a moment, I sounded like Gary Phony Beetle Flubber Squack for a minute, but I'm sorry about that.
I feel when Annabelle was done with you, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna ship it back.
You people have to realize the situation is a consequence.
I actually thought someone else had come in using your account.
Probably.
No, I think Drag's mum was probably had just as much right to choose to who she slept with and when as she did to have the abortion. So I don't agree with the word slut. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we tried this whole on a societal basis. We tried this whole notion of making women the primary guardians of sexual virtue, and then of course if they can't fight the guy off for whatever reason, oh well, fuck you, Charlie. Now you have to essentially accept the pregnancy as a punishment.
I do have to say that Nate Cunningham's Hangout title is probably the worst of this year by miles. Cecil the Lion versus Dead Babies. I mean, what the fuck is he? What's he thinking?
Oh, I saw that meme this morning.
He must be angry because of Jack Daniels or whatever the hell his name is, his imitation of him on the can. Have you seen that?
I've not seen that.
It's obviously a very popular Hangout. He's got 6 people watching and 3 people in there. So that's and I thought Dre was making me laugh earlier. I mean, he's the mental equivalency of a child walking in and saying, "Look what I nearly trod in."
Yeah, that's right.
I made a similar comparison earlier with my son, he's almost finished potty training, but he likes to come show me what he's done. So if he shat on the side of the fucking toilet, he thinks it's an accomplishment.
Yeah, Dre would bring it in and show you.
Oh dear.
Look what I did.
Yeah, but what Gus just said before, that is very convenient scapegoatism. Just blame it on the woman. The woman has to be the guardian of sexual.
Yeah.
And if she can't, for whatever reason, fight off the guy is still, again, not to be blamed. It's all on the woman.
Well, men can't help themselves, can they?
Well, you slip and you fall into a...
Well, women can have sex whenever they want. Men can't. That's just a life truth. A life truth. It's true. It is.
No, I know what you mean by that.
If a woman stands in the street and says, "I want sex," you'd have no end of takers. But a man can't do the same.
Speak for yourself.
I don't know about that. That's been tested.
What then? If that's the
We should
case,
rephrase that.
Max, if that's the case, what the fuck are you doing in this hangout? You should be in the street.
Wearing nothing but a sock.
He's just gone. Yeah, he's just left to do exactly that. He's just quickly running out in the street and saying, "Who wants sex with me?"
Booty for sale. Booty for sale.
I was going to say it might depend on whether you're heterosexual or homosexual as to how easy it is as a man to stand on the street to get sex.
Well, I suppose if you're homosexual, at least you're doubling your chances. Well, I'm sorry, no, bisexual. That was quick, Max.
I never said I was good. I just said I could get it.
He threw it at a passing woman and just like, here, catch.
He just left the hangout to hang out the window. Who wants it? Okay, no one. I'll go back in the hangout then.
Maybe I'm just that fast. That's also possible.
Oh yeah, it could have been that fast. Yeah.
That's right. That's
That
right.
would be something to boast about.
Said I was that good.
Well, you
I was
were.
gonna
That
say, yeah.
was very quick, though. You must have actually. Someone should have probably shouted yes, and you came in your pants and said, "It's all right, don't worry."
Hey, it still counts.
It still counts, yeah.
Somebody actually wants me. That was it. After that, it was
I'll be up in
over.
a minute. No, don't worry. Don't bother.
Oh,
It's all over.
Oh, poor Max. Don't worry, Max. We think you're a sexual tyrannosaurus. Don't worry about it.
I don't need your body, just a towel.
Going back to the original topic, you'd think if I had genuinely, deliberately and maliciously misrepresented what Idol said, he'd have stood in and explained what he actually meant, wouldn't you?
I think he was too busy talking over you to understand you were trying to say what you thought he said and
Yeah.
asking him for clarification.
You're right there, actually, Griffey, he was.
Oh, I must have missed that bit. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Oh, just Dre being the usual, you know. I almost forgot all about him.
Idol Smasher.
No, the Idol Smasher bit.
Oh, Idol Smasher. Oh, Idol Smasher was just being a twat.
Yeah.
No, nothing new then.
You know, it's just like hair. It's just like fingernails. They'll grow back. Babies are just like hair, just like fingernails. They'll grow back. They'll grow back. They'll grow back. You know, you have a woman. You know, I want a slut. I want lots of sluts. That's what he said. He's like, I want sluts. I want lots of sluts.
Who doesn't?
Oh.
Sluts everywhere.
Well, see, I didn't take him seriously. When I thought he was being, very facetious with what he was saying, but I didn't catch it until he started saying, "Oh, who likes sluts? Everyone likes sluts." I was like, "I like sluts." You know, I was agreeing with him, and then I kind of slowly caught on to what he was saying, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Really?" And so I was like, "Okay, well, why don't you expound upon what you're trying to say here?" You know, and so he's like, "Oh, I'm going to be, unpopular." I was like, "Well, no, but just explain yourself, and we'll decide that for ourselves." And so he started throwing out, "Well, women like to be sluts," or something to that effect.
Oh, yeah, he said
it's,
he was implying that sluts have abortions, and I pointed out you can get pregnant with, a steady single relationship you're having with a man.
Yeah,
it's a good thing he
So then he turns into, if you don't want to get pregnant, you shouldn't have sex at all.
That's right.
Protected or not.
You want to get pregnant. Guys, by the way, can have all the sex they want to, but women.
Yeah. Can we?
Yes, absolutely.
When does that start then?
All you're able.
Sometimes
to.
it only starts with your hand, I'm afraid, but.
Is that still sex though?
Starting small, working your way up.
Yeah,
Although
it's just
if
not
you-
sexual intercourse, I
If you
suppose.
sit on your hand till it goes numb, it does feel like someone else is doing it. Apparently,
Yeah, but
so,
you
so
can
I'm
control yourself. You'll end up jerking it right off at that point.
so I'm told.
It's called a
told.
stranger.
Friend.
Stranger.
I like the fact that drag has actually got names for them.
He does, yeah.
It was from the movie Gone in 60 Seconds.
You saw it in the film.
That's strange. Stranger danger.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, as Groovy said, I was just trying to clarify what exactly he was
I'm
trying
glad
to
he got out of
infer.
when he did, because Dee's wrath was slowly building. I could hear her tone just slowly ticking upwards, and I'm like, you're gonna get it. You're
What about
gonna
the woman
fucking
that's
get it, and it's gonna be so fucking good when you and he fucked off. Coward, idol smasher, try smashing your own.
I was
Yeah, I think-
chatting to someone the other day that said that we're made from dust and that ribs grow back.
What?
That was quite funny.
Ribs grow
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
Here we
Because they're
go.
like spider's legs.
No, he said that all the elements of the earth are contained in dust. All the elements that make up a human being are contained in dust.
Who said that? I've heard that before.
Some asshole. And then obviously the reason God took Adam's rib was it would have grown back afterwards, as they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's
As they do.
Oh, he's in the chat now.
Why,
I think he
Why?
left. I think he left because I accurately represented him, and he realised that perhaps he was a twat for saying it.
Yeah.
He's in the he's in the external chat right now.
Oh, is he now? Tell him if he's
Yeah.
got any fucking. Tell him if he's got any balls, he can come back in and explain himself.
No, you say he has to watch his blood pressure.
Oh, he has to watch his blood pressure. Tell him
Well,
to stop
perhaps you should
jerking
watch
off.
what
That'll
you're
do it.
saying.
Yeah, what
If you
about
put-
asking about women that are raped? Are they sluts as well?
Yeah. Well,
I was the one who asked him that.
Perhaps if you're watching Still Idle, perhaps if you put more thought into what you're actually saying, and perhaps if you were quiet enough to actually listen to what people are saying back to you, you mightn't end up raising your own blood pressure.
Yeah, you can always go into
but
Nate's
everybody
hangout
else-
because Nate's hangout's got plenty of room. There's now only 2 people in there.
Oh, I feel badly. I do. Poor fellow.
So there's an interesting question regarding the woman's right to her own body. Once the baby's born, and say it's like 4 years old, and one of her organs fails, and she needs an organ donor, can you force the mother to give up an organ?
No, you can't. And that's
But
and
you
that's
can
been
force
and
her
that
to.
that's been run through American jurisprudence, though. That's been run through American jurisprudence a few times.
That's because that can also apply to men.
Well,
The taking of a rib for someone else.
The taking of a rib?
people
I
don't
mean,
die.
sorry, I have an organ.
People don't die. People don't die that without their
Someone
ribs.
confused me by bringing up the Adam and Eve rib.
People
thought you
don't
just
die.
conflated.
People don't die without their ribs. They just feel like they're going to. Trust me. If you ever had
Well,
broken
there's that-
ribs, if you ever had busted ribs,
There was
Max,
that-
you'll fucking remember the experience.
There was what, Groovy?
There was that meme the other day that it had Adam lying on the ground with a stitched up side, and he's like, sure, he could make everything out of nothing, but when he needed a woman, he had to take something from me or something like that.
Yes, indeed. It does seem rather. Why would he need Adam's rib to make a female if he could make?
And also, Adam's chromosomes would be and his DNA would be solely male, so Eve would have.
Oh yeah.
Same as
Plus-
Jesus should have had tits because he only had no male chromosome input, did he?
Plus they'd also be
Jesus should have.
not exact twins. They'd be identical twins. So their children would have been born of identical twins. That's just. I should have thought of that.
I know
Josh is
it's
thinking that one over.
It's almost
No, what
almost
I'm thinking is that I'm probably going to end up in the same fucking cell in hell as you. You know that, right? We're both
Go
gonna
straight
end up
to
in.
hell.
Yeah. That's assuming that the
What
devil
I'm
doesn't
thinking-
stop us at the door and go, "You guys are Gus and Mark. You guys want fucking jobs because I've been watching you guys." With my luck. Anyways, you were saying, Groovy?
What I'm thinking is, how do we know he didn't? Because he's obviously not white, so the representation we've been given is wrong.
Yes, Jesus was not a 6'4", blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy.
Does anyone actually believe that? Has anyone actually believed that?
Well, that's a depiction,
not in the
so-
last 100 years.
Well,
no.
there's no description of Jesus anywhere in the Bible. They even
I remember that conversation.
Actually, there is in Revelations. He's bronze and he has fuzzy hair.
Well, that's hardly a
Doesn't look like when
description,
he
is
comes
it?
back, though.
They even had to kiss him in the garden to point him out to the Romans.
Oh yeah. You think they knew who they were looking
which
for? Didn't
one
they
of
have
those-
wanted posters back then?
Which one of those wogs is Jesus?
It wasn't exactly, he's the guy glowing in the corner.
Well, there,
About the latest
there
Sci
wasn't
10
exactly
video.
there wasn't exactly mass media back then.
Yeah, but I mean, the Roman soldier didn't say, what does he look like? Well, you know, he's got a beard, he's about average height, average weight, swarthy-ish skin.
The Roman soldier would have answered that particular brand of
looks a bit,
helpfulness
looks a
with
bit
shot in the
Jewish.
head.
Looks a bit Jewish. Oh, thanks
That
very
only
much.
says that the Romans were professionals. They didn't take any chances.
Yeah, so you just go over and kiss him, so we know who it is.
Yeah, right. He might have been blonde and tall and whatever. Just the Romans wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Have any of you seen the latest Sci 10 video? Sci 10 Atheist video?
Oh, brilliant.
Oh my God! Hakuna Matata! Fuck, that kills me. Oh my God, racist as hell, but man, that kills me.
I felt really uncomfortable watching that.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was obviously some satire. There were definitely some racial stereotypes in there, along with a few other tidbits. But the distinction is that everybody who's going to be offended will be offended, and there's nothing you can do to avoid that. But I got the satirization being made. I got the social commentary that he was doing. Like I said, I don't expect other people to get that aspect of it.
Be rough, man.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain lines for folks, and like I say all the time, we all pick and choose what we find offensive, and also who's doing it. So. Awkward silence.
So if you repeat that, I missed that bit.
Oh, all I was basically saying is that Side 10 Atheist pushes the limit of trying to make social commentary, and for a lot of folks, they're going to be offended, and some folks aren't going to be offended. For me, the context is really, really important. Or if a person understands a specific issue and they want to highlight it in the most crass way possible, well, by all means, as long as you understand what you're criticizing and the satire fits your understanding of it, and it's not just this kind of surface level commentary based on just skimming the surface of an issue. That context is very, very important for me, and I can only speak for myself. Other folks are just going to be offended no matter who approaches that, and some people are going to be offended because of a certain person or entity, critiquing it or criticizing it. So I think that has to kind of go into the equation here when we look at these things.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the depiction of Rocket Ronnie, as a Native American who then drinks a bottle of Jack Daniels was just fantastic satire. I mean, everyone puts out their personal information in our little corner, and he satirizes it very well. It was really, really funny. And then to have Beckel depicted as a bulging biceps. The Hakuna Matata bit just had me on the floor.
Fucking killed me. And even as I was just like, oh, and he did it twice. The second time I just about peed myself.
Yeah, and who else was it? It was atheism is unstoppable wearing a Nazi uniform as well.
Yeah, I was actually happy to see that because fuck that guy. He's a racist piece of shit.
Yep, I agree.
No, I actually had a conversation with one of his fans on my channel because I was like, you know what? If you're a fan of atheism is unstoppable, and you honestly think that what he is saying is supposed to somehow help people of color in America, then just remove me as a friend. If you honestly cannot see that saying that, okay, look, black people, it's really easy if you don't want to deal with the police. Just stop committing crimes. It's honestly that easy. That kind of really paternalistic, just degrading tone that he took. And it's a video that it was actually a video response to, wait, I'm racist? Ironically enough. But people don't understand that aspect of it, that atheism is unstoppable does not understand the process. There's some good websites on how to interpret statistics, and by far and large, you need actual education to do that. And then that's why we have sociologists, social psychologists of various degrees who are actually researching these topics and many other topics. That's why people on the internet who watch fucking YouTube videos and can look up FBI crime databases aren't giving degrees. There's a reason for that. So he'll click with people who are already very bigoted or who have what's called a white savior complex. Mm-hmm. And many of them, when I mention something like that,
a white
savior complex, like Jesus. So people who kind of have that mentality, the very liberal ones, will latch on to this message because they have that type of mentality already. And so at that point, it's just confirmation bias. But if you're wondering what white savior complex is, go to Google and type in white savior narrative, and it has a long history in film, actually.
Yeah.
Oh God, he's still in the comment section.
Yeah, he's now claiming that obviously he's trying to use the analogy that cutting off your neighbour's oxygen and food because you don't like them is the same as having an abortion.
Holy fuck. Okay, Sugar got in here. Oh, shit.
Seriously, is that how you refer to me now? Oh shit.
Sugar came in here because no, I know you wanted to come and smash. Let me rephrase that. Let me come and smash this topic. Just smash the topic.
Oh no, I just came in to look at all the beautiful men. That's all. My needs are very simple, gentlemen. Very simple.
You just want to come in here for our bodies?
Maximus must have shouted a message somewhere.
Prepare the dick signal.
I was logging in, and all of a sudden I went.
Quick, Robin.
All the women.
Quick, Robin to the cock cave.
That's exactly what I was smelling. So there's a little art there. I smell a little drac, and what is that, Mark? I followed that, and oh, Gus is there. Yeah, see, and I walked in there. Y'all
Hear that, boys? Oh, Gus is there. I'm never gonna get a date.
Oh, you don't want this, honey. This is a mess. Mess 10 times over. It's only reserved for the very, very specially insane.
You hear that, Mark? Oh, Gus is there. You hear that? Welcome to high school.
That was a good thing. That was a good
thing. At least you got a mention.
Yeah, Max said Max said the dick.
There, this made me feel better.
Oh,
Maximus sticks his head out the window, goes Hakuna Matata, and then runs back in and wonders why he hasn't got any women.
Yeah. And he's got a name like Maximus as well. I mean, it's better than Minimus.
You think I should be all over that, huh? So, Maximus, how you doing, huh?
How you doing? Show me you want to see him.
I went to the doctor's today for what we have like general checkups, and she went to take some blood, and she said small prick. I said, well, not really. I tend to think of it as average, but just before she took my blood, she said, oh, very funny.
That's just rude.
They all say that.
I'm sorry.
They said the last time I had some blood taken, she said, you're gonna feel a little prick. I said, well, it's not that embarrassing. Just take my blood, love. Get on with it.
And nobody wants to hear that.
Made her laugh though.
So what else has been going on? I only have actually a couple of minutes and I gotta go. But just want to
how's that beautiful granddaughter of yours?
Oh my gosh, she loves me. She laughs at everything I do. She thinks I'm the queen of everything, and so I think she's brilliant myself. But you know, it's just me.
Absolutely, I agree with her.
Yeah, it's very interesting living with your daughter as an adult. You know, walking around the house going, "Yeah, whatever you want." Telling her husband, "Yeah, sure. How do you want this done?" You know, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm just doing all that good stuff.
Sugar sits her granddaughter down right in front of the computer, and her granddaughter's got this wide-eyed look like, ooh, what's this? And you know, in a minute and a half, it would have been, I wonder what it tastes like.
Yeah, exactly. Last night she was, I had her on my lap, and she was talking to Jello and Brother John and somebody else. And she had her face all in the computer, his mouth just drooling, coming at him like, going to eat you. It's pretty cool. I must admit. I got the buy off on from Mom and Dad that I can take her for the summer when I move away, so, you know, I'm good. My life is nearly complete.
Just as a pro tip for you to write down in your little handbook there, Max, normally when the women are drooling, that's not a sign that they like you.
Yeah. It's either extreme intoxication or the roofie is kicking in. Either one.
Or the roofie is kicking in. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Poor Max. Max is like, I'm not a roofist.
I think Maximus would be a very, very interesting date. I do.
Maximus Rufus.
The last date I went on, I took a girl out to eat, and after that we went to the music store, and I entertained her by playing like 5 different instruments. So that's what you can expect. Yeah.
I like that. I like it.
I'm trying to remember my last date. I think we went to Red Lobster.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I smashed her back doors and...
I'm sorry, wait a minute. What
Please
was that
tell me you
last
left
bit?
Red Lobster after the. Please tell me you did that after you left Red Lobster.
No, it's a Chaswell joke. He says that.
I know. That's why I said, what was that? Hey, you guys are talking about all this funny stuff. I mean all the serious stuff on the other side. Don't let me get in your way. Go back to your great talking.
All right, we'll get out then, and we'll go back to talking about it.
Well, while we've been talking, Sanchez has not done his homework. He's still talking to people.
Oh my God! You mean we're having to listen? We're having to listen to Dirty Sanchez and Idlewhacker at the same time?
Is he on the outside chat?
Well, no, he's not in the outside chat. He's on a. Someone made a video and tagged him, critiquing his misunderstanding of everything, and so someone responded to Sanchez saying, "But there isn't anything because everything is a hallucination. You think there is everything. How do you know you are not hallucinating?" Okay, all right. And so Sanchez responds to this guy named Adam. Adam, listen, take it slow because you're missing the point, the most important point, boy, or bro. Let's say we are hallucinating, okay? We are in a mind-independent reality, or we are not. You said we are not. So then listen. If you are the only thing that exists, then guess what? You created everything, and you are eternal. And you are in a world you made, and you don't know you made it. Hashtag solipsism is dead. And then he replies under that, you can cling to naturalism, but solipsism, but not solipsism, bro. Sorry, it's been defeated.
Oh God, this is so stupid.
Last night, I had to listen to Veckel and Idol Smasher and a bunch of others just going on and on and on over just chasing their tails. I sat there for like 2 hours. Finally, I heard sugar, sugar. I was like dead asleep. Dead asleep. Yeah. They just go running around sometimes, and I don't get it.
Well,
what is actually the take of the theists about Sanchez? What's their opinion?
I don't even know who is Sanchez.
Diaz?
He's
this guy. Yeah. He inspired a whole blog that I did. I have to publish today. Yeah. He's just I think he's just the bright and shiny for right now. He says something controversial, and everybody feels like they can get their 15 minutes or whatever, and they go for that.
And then that's something that that Skylar brought, because Skylar felt really bad about bringing him, and I refer to guys like that as chew toys. He's a chew toy. Exactly. Everyone wants their chance with the chew toy, so he doesn't realize that. And Skylar was like, you know what? We're passing this guy around. We know he's stupid. We know he can't actually comprehend the things that he's even saying, much less what we're trying to tell him. And so that's kind of the meta topic for all topics that revolve around.
That was how I started the blog. I said, I'm not sure if you know what, if you see it the way the rest of us see it. It was almost like an open letter to him. It just, it's a little strange, but I'm getting it now. I start to see the dynamic. When I first got in here, I was really unclear as to why things were done. But I've tried a new approach with the fundies when they start talking about where do you get your morals. Do you remember that commercial where the dad walks in the kid's room and he finds the dope and he says, where did you get this? And the kid goes, you, Dad, I learned it from you, or I got it from you. So now that's the deal. And they asked me where my morals came from, because it just means that I, promote murder and rape and all this stuff. I go, I've been living in this Christian world or country for 51 years. I get my morals from you. See, I haven't had anybody tell me, anything controversial yet, but I find it quite comical. No?
Sorry, I was reading statistics about abortion.
This is what happens when I walk into a room.
No, I was reading something else. I was just reading it that across the board, a broad cross-section of the U.S. women who have abortions, 73% report a religious affiliation.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's so strange, Dee, is that the pro-choice and the pro-lifers, they don't even realize that if they could come together. I mean, the pro-lifers, they could get quite a bit of save. They could save quite a few babies if they would just come together, but they just refuse to even work together at all.
Many of them are I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sugar. Many of them aren't actually pro-life. I think that term was just created to act
It's a very
as
emotive. It's a deliberately emotive term.
It is. They're pro-fetus. They're not for that mother actually taking care of the child, making sure that child is properly educated, making sure that child has, what it needs to grow up to be properly socialized participant in society.
Texas is a great example of that. They will fight tooth and nail to prevent abortion, so much so that the governor had even said, even if a woman miscarries, if that child dies in utero, that we're not taking that baby out. And they went, excuse me, Governor, that could kill the mother. And you go, oh, okay, we'll change that. So they'll let that baby be born into this society. Who knows what happens? And in the chance that that kid goes sideways, they'll kill him, because they put to death more people in the state of Texas than anywhere else in the country. Like 524 since 1982. I mean, they make a big deal of it too. So we don't want you to.
Idol Smasher is saying some really weird stuff in the back chat, that no one has the right to do what they want. Why should a woman be any different?
Oh, I wonder if he's part of that. The MGTOWs, the MRAs, and the MRMs have this feeling that
it's not about women doing whatever the hell they want. It's about choosing the lesser of a number of evils.
I agree.
That's
Nobody
about what
wants
it is.
this. Nobody wants this.
And he literally said, I have no right to use my body to take something that doesn't belong to me. That's why his neighbor analogy doesn't work.
Precisely.
The child or the potential child belongs to the parent, because that being that you're fighting so hard for has the genetic material of that. Without your genetic material, without you, it would not exist. So
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is he a Christian?
He's Jewish.
He says morality.
He's not Jewish. He's not he is not Jewish. He's the Noahide, which are a group of
Noahide. Okay, yeah, you're right.
He says he doesn't have the right to kill anyone. I said, well, you do. Anyone can kill anyone, but there are consequences if you do kill someone according to the law that we have instituted in our society. And then he says, so your morality is dictated by society's rules. Genocide's okay if the law allows it. Who mentioned that?
Wow.
That's actually good.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to go that if he believes in the Abrahamic God, he obviously can't be getting his morals regarding abortion from that, given how many spontaneous abortions that happen. And I think a lot of people would be shocked and surprised if they don't know already.
I hate to break it. I hate to break it to this guy, but modern morality, and indeed morality for all time, has essentially been a conglomerate of societal morality. Has been a conglomerate of what everybody in that society has thought. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Like we do not get our morals handed down to us from a God from on high. We decide what they are. We always have.
I think that's a false. I think that's a false dichotomy. I think that there's a third option. Actually, there are a couple others, but the one I go with is rights are dictated by human nature.
Yeah, through cause and effect and consequence. Is that what you mean?
No, it's the type of creatures that we are, which we can derive ethics. So, yeah. So,
like the innate emotions that we're born with. Is that what you mean?
Not necessarily. More like the nature of what it means to be a human. So humans as a whole, not every and all particular members, but just human nature itself, works towards the end, or has the purpose of obtaining two things. We are firstly rational animals, but we're also social animals. And when I say rational animals, I mean in the sense of not just being able to do simple math equations, but we understand one another. We can commit ourselves to our actions. We could even commit ourselves to the consequence of the actions, and we can understand obligations to ourselves and others. And I think anyone who exemplifies human nature or exemplifies their humanity is someone who is living morally good, and someone who does not exemplify them, in fact, takes on virtues, or I should say vices, which contravene that, they are being immoral.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, though, the morals that we expect each other to adhere to are morals that we ourselves have put up. I mean, it comes from us. We're the ones who decide in a society what's right and wrong. And most of the time, generally speaking, it tends to be, and these things are often dictated as distillates from our very nature. For instance, because we know that pain is bad, we proscribe against hurting other people as part of our societal norms and laws, right? This is pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, the whole notion that, well, you know, if a society said that genocide was okay, you know, which society are we talking about? The entire globe? When in human history has every human being on the planet said it was okay to eliminate every other human being on the planet? I mean, it's an idiotic response. It's an idiotic statement.
The morals thing is based on experience, trial and error, empathy, and evolution. It's a mixture of all of those things. We thought at some point, most of the world thought slavery was good, what was okay, and then we, you know, decided at some point it wasn't, and then we made laws against it because the general consensus was it, you know, it still exists today.
Clearly, they wiped each other out and didn't go back and lament over, gee, we should have wiped that tribe out. They didn't care, did they?
Well, we did. Sometimes we did much later on down the line, but
No, I think we should. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's, yeah.
No, but like I said, sometimes we did much later on down the line, but you know, at the time, you're right. No, we didn't necessarily.
Exactly, we were killing each other, taking another tribe's women or livestock or whatever, and then they used to fight each other and kill each other, and then at some point they sat down and thought that this isn't very good. You know, we're all dying, we're all killing each other, we're all taking each other's stuff. Obviously, it's something we don't like. Nowadays,
I think as well the anthropologists have shown that we survive better when we cooperate with each other instead of trying to kill each other.
Yeah.
That's why these are the types of people that survive, mostly those that cooperate.
Well, but I think the question goes to what is the nature of a moral fact. If I was to say it is wrong to murder somebody, or it is wrong to force a woman to do something which she doesn't want to with her body, what is the truth maker behind that? Is it an objective property in nature itself? Do
male dogs?
Is it an objective property in nature itself? Is it just what people think or project? Is it something that is it something of a fiction? Is it self-evident? What?
It may be a combination of all of those things. But whatever it is, it is a regimen and or a code that we as human beings impose as a group on each other.
Well, that's the application, but I'm asking more about the nature of the fact itself. So people can apply.
I just told you that it was a mixture of everything you said, so I'm pretty sure I answered your question.
Are you there, David? You're the resident psychologist. We demand answers.
Hey guys.
Hey David.
Yeah, I was about to type this out, but I'll jump in then. There's sort of three questions that are sort of getting thrown around that we need to sort of disentangle before you can start talking about this. So there's like descriptive ethics, prescriptive ethics, and meta-ethics. So descriptive basically describes how people behave. Prescriptive says how we should behave, and meta-ethics is probably the more interesting one of, well, what is right and wrong to begin with? It's for example. When we say action X is right and action Y is wrong, what about it? What about action X makes it? Is there some sort of intrinsic quality to that? I guess I'm the sort of controversial one in here, in that I'm probably a moral nihilist, at least when it comes to meta-ethics, in that this sort of Platonic notion that an action is just intrinsically bad or intrinsically good is one I don't subscribe to, that it's all about goal-driven behavior. So when we say prescriptive behavior, all we're saying is if you want to maximize the wealth and happiness and well-being of humanity, then performing an action like murder or rape or genocide isn't conducive to that goal. So it's a very clinical way of looking at the world. It's a sort of, not a particularly pleasant picture of the world, but I think it's a defensible position. But yeah, it's sort of trying to tease apart descriptive and prescriptive ethics, that how we do behave and how we should behave are not necessarily the same, aren't the same thing. And when we say an action is right or wrong, what exactly do we mean? Why does it make, what about it makes an action right or wrong? So, but yeah, I think the selfish gene is something that should come up eventually if we're going to talk about morality, but I'll just leave that as a teaser for anyone else to tell me if I'm wrong about morality.
I like it when you tease me, David.
I was actually just trying to push it towards the meta-ethics part because, you're somewhat of a moral nihilist. I actually take the more realist approach. I think that moral facts are a thing, and they are natural property. and they're not necessarily platonic, although I have a friend who believes that. I think that they are indicative of human nature.
Oh yeah, and I think you made a very good point about, like you say, with the human nature that we are, well, we're a person in a world of people. We've got to realise that, and I think, was it D made the point of, if I'm building a house, if you asked me to build a house right now, I'd be like, I have absolutely no idea how to start. I'm not a builder, I'm not an architect, I'm not a plumber, I'm not an electrician, I'm not a roofer, I'm not a, etc., etc. So what I do is I say, okay, I want to build a house for me, but I can't do all these things. So I employ other people to do it and say, hey guys, do you want to build me a house? And they say, yeah, cool. And then you pay them, so I get my sort of, house that I want to, because it's a selfish motivation, but at the same time it's sort of cooperation in that you pay them, you give them a reward for doing that. So that's a sort of selfish gene that I want to fulfill my goals, my genes that build bodies that are cooperative do better, at least from a humanistic point of view, or from a human point of view I should say, than selfish people in the sense of I'm going to do everything by myself because yeah, essentially, it's you work better as a group because you can't. A jack of all trades isn't as good as a group of experts, essentially.
Yep. I think it touches on the point of human beings being social, partially social animals. I mean, if you take a child, dump him into the woods, and he's raised by wild animals, feral children, they are never going to develop the linguistic capacity that people raised by other people are going to develop. And that just goes to the cognitive potential that we have in the proper environment that it needs.
Oh yeah, I mean, feral children are psychologists' sort of dream because we can't, rightly or wrongly, we can't take a child from birth and just leave it in a lab and see what happens to it. So feral children is sort of a naturalistic, it's sort of how psychologists can sort of study them without physically stealing a child and forcing it into a lab and not letting it near anyone. So yeah, feral children are very interesting. Like Jeannie, I don't know if you know much about intro to psychology, but Jeannie's probably the first example you'll hear of, who was basically kept in a basement for nearly decades, I think, probably 15, at least maybe 15 years, I think, something like that. Anyway, and yeah, she I think she recently died. But yeah,
is that from the Austrian horrible dude who?
Oh, that was
oh no, that was
Britzels, but it's similar sort of thing, not the same.
Okay. Go ahead. I interrupted you there. Go ahead. David? Or
sorry, I was going to say that's the book I was going to recommend to D.
Oh, which?
Is it backwards?
A
sorry.
graphic guide. Who's it by?
It is by. Good question. It's by Psychology. Where is it?
By Psychology.
That's all it says in this. Basically.
I'll Google it. It'll probably come up with the.
But yeah, in case you're interested.
Thank you, darling.
Sorry, I can't remember what I was saying now. It's about feral children and stuff.
You were talking about Jeannie being
Oh, Jeannie, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Even though she, grew up and went through, I think she's a very old woman. I think it was ages ago. But yeah, she never understood this sort of language. Just this thing called the critical period. So if you don't, nurture a child within sort of 2 years, 2.5 years, then you can't sort of get to the same standard. It's this, language is one of the things, social development is another, sort of social cognition, things like that. If it's that sort of window, so if you deprive them of any sort of social interaction for the first 2.5 years, something like that, then they'll just never get up to speed. And then you get the sensitive period, which is kind of, you're more sensitive to sort of language and things like that. Sorry, things like reading and what other things? Probably, I guess, kind of social interaction. So you're more sensitive to it. So, for example, it's why it's incredibly difficult for someone like beyond teenagers to learn a new language, whereas as children we learn something like 100 new words a day at their peak. Whereas if I was trying to learn French, it'd be like 2 words a week sort of thing, because we're just not as sensitive to it. We don't have the sort of neuroplasticity and exposure and because we're kind of like a universal listener. So a baby can sort of differentiate between languages that they've only just encountered, whereas for us the languages seem sort of just indistinguishable. Children can kind of pick it up. So
see, this is why I think religion shouldn't be taught to children. I think they pick up more than we think.
Yeah, they're incredibly complicated babies. They look very simple when they don't do a lot, but yeah, there's a lot going on. So it's kind of like the iceberg that I just showed. It's kind of like that on the outside it looks kind of, you know, simple. I guess no, it's like probably the best example is like a swan or a duck, you know. On the outside it looks very calm and things like that, but you look under the water and their legs are going like crazy. It's kind of like that they're processing a lot. It's just they're not exhibiting the sort of introspection that we might think. But yeah, no development. And I don't who was here when I was talking about developmental psychology. I don't know if anyone was, but he was just trying to belittle developmental psychology. I'm not a developmental psychologist by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact he just dismissed an entire field probably because I was there and I'm into psychology, because he's a contrarian like that. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting subject and something that I guess more people in here probably know more about this than me because I don't have kids. So people who have kids know more about developmental psychology than me, who's read about it in a book. You have real world experience. So
I don't think so. I think your information is very valuable. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I could never put these things into words. I know what you're talking about as you're talking about it, but you see these things. But your information is very valuable. You know a lot more than I don't think people need to have children to understand the right way to raise children. You hear people apologize all the time. Well, I don't have children, but you're still a human. You have that, you know, that ability.
I mean, I think he's qualifying his remarks so that he's not kind of taking on that haughty attitude that too many people take when they know a lot about a subject but don't have the practical experience with whatever it is. So I do understand that, but I do agree with you, Sugar, that, you know, knowing how to raise a child, having that information is invaluable because, you know, you can then use it and tailor it to the child. Because no two children are alike. You know, if someone could have made me a manual that would explain my child's behavior, I guarantee you I'd be making you know, my own little annotations on the sides of it because, you know, he goes off in a different direction for certain things. I mean, it's just they're like that. They're little people, so they have their own little quirks.
And temperaments, and, you know, for example, me and my sister, like my sister was incredibly loud and boisterous as a child, whereas I was sort of chillaxed and like, hey guys, I'm just, you know, I didn't speak obviously, but, you know, I was sort of more relaxed. Yeah, even from an incredibly young age. Well, so I'm told. I don't really remember much of my infancy. But, you know, that sort of. And my sister was older than me, so I don't remember her being a baby at all. So, yeah, babies have different temperaments, just like people have different temperaments. They're just not as sophisticated at showing their temperaments. Rather, it's how often do they cry and, you know, moan and things like that, and how many times are they awake at night, sort of thing. So, it's a fascinating subject. It's one of those things that, like, the whole point of psychology is if I'm saying something you don't agree with, by all means shout out, because psychology is the study of people, and if I'm representing people wrong, then I'm not doing psychology. I'm just, you know, explaining something that isn't the case. And psychology is one of the subjects you can disagree with because, well, you can disagree with all sciences, but some, you know, for a better reason than sort of denialism. But if I'm saying something that you don't agree with, then you've either taken a snapshot into a population I've not seen yet, or everything we think we know about psychology is wrong, sort of thing. So it is an interesting subject. I mean, that's why I like it, but that's just
David,
me.
what were you saying about you were a nihilist or something?
Oh, right, yeah. When it comes to meta-ethics, I did put sort of, when Maximus was saying, I kind of somewhat. It's sort of a branch within it. I've forgotten the name. It's
ethics in general. Meta-ethics deals with what the nature of moral statements are, as opposed to normative ethics, which tells us which moral actions we ought to take, and as opposed to applied ethics, which is how are we supposed to apply those to real life situations. So think of it kind of like that in that hierarchy.
Yeah, the analogy I sort of tend to draw upon is facial recognition. So as people, we're kind of good at facial recognition. So my sort of parallel is it because there's something intrinsically special about human faces, for example? Is there just something so amazing about human faces that we can't help but recognize them? Or is it there's something special about how we process faces? And as far as I can tell, you know, for example, people have lesions in various parts of the brain, that they can't recognize faces. So it seems to be that it's the way that we process faces rather than the face itself. So instead of, you know, morality being this incredibly complex, nebulous thing of, you know, oh, there's something out there that we're trying to ascertain that's already moral, it's more a case of, you know, it's something about us that makes moral statements to be meaningful. So somewhat of a moral nihilist. I'm kind of quasi, realist in that. Quasi, yeah. I always get that wrong, so I'm glad someone reminded me. It's like when I say niche and Ozzy gets angry at me. You know, so
it's not niche.
Apparently not, according to Ozzy. So it's either niche or what's the other one? Niche or
It's niche.
yeah. So
Don't listen to these foreigners, Dave. It's niche.
I know. Yeah.
This foreigner thinks it's niche as well, so they're wrong.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is people don't like me calling nihilism. People like me calling it nihilism. And in the big grand scheme of things, does it really matter? That's my nihilism joke.
Are you serious? Yeah.
You're a nihilist about how to pronounce nihilism.
You know, it's when we talk about morals, you take a look at like when the missionaries would come to the Polynesian islands, their sexual practices were very different. I don't know that they've been, you know, corrupted by anybody until these guys came. I mean, don't they think about those things that, you know, male animals, the mammals specifically, they don't ask for permission to mate with the female. I mean, some of them have to do their little dance, but you would think that some of those things would be like us, but yet we make the decision to not take sex by force and stuff like that. It seems pretty clear to me, and I'm probably the least educated of the group.
Although at the same time, I think you can overcomplicate things. For example, I think so. I think just taking a very simplistic look at things isn't necessarily a bad thing. And like with psychology, like I say, it's the reason why people can disagree, because if you just don't have this experience, then I kind of overcomplicate things and make things sound a lot more complicated than, well, isn't that just obvious? And that's why people kind of confuse psychology with just being common sense. So it's because we deal with a lot of people, you know, in our daily life, you know, in our waking lives, we deal with people all the time. But yeah, when it comes to morality, I just think people vastly overcomplicate. You know, it's not this really, you know, ethereal, nebulous thing. It's how do we, you know, behave in such a way that we can achieve our goals and not at the expense of other people's goals most of the time. So, if maybe I'm a reductionist in saying it's too simple, and maybe some people are overcomplicating things. I guess it's up for people to decide themselves. But for me, it's not this incredibly complicated, you know. It's just how can we achieve our goals in a world where people have conflicting goals and values and things. But maybe
I think there's got to be something that makes us want to control each other. I mean, what happens? I think about I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for taking care of me, making me happy. You know, just me in general, and not in a super selfish way. Not if I make myself the best I can be, then I'm there for others who need the help. But I think that we focus outside of ourselves so much that we become so empty that we just want to pull from everything else just to make us happy, and forget that it's just so simple. Make yourself happy first. You know? It seems simple to me. Okay, no more moments of silence after I speak. Come on. Somebody say you idiot or something.
Oops.
Thank you.
Here we go. I'm here to please.
Well, I think it just really comes down to whether or not you think it's worth. Yeah, I think I agree with Dave. It's going to be something that is ethereal. It is out there. It is something we can all objectively study, or it's internal. It's something that we're projecting. It's something that is ultimately coming from us. I think that you're either going to fall on one of those two sides. It doesn't necessarily have to be as deflationary when it comes internally as, oh, well, you just think we're making this up and we could just go on about our day, and it never really matters. Well, you have the potential to still rise in conflict between one another. There is still a lot of the normative stuff we have to console and consider, but then again, just considering it outside from us, if you're going to go that way, then you really have to have a very scrupulous and very detailed account of what it is that grounds ethics, and it's something that all rational people can look at and come to the same conclusion about, or even a very similar conclusion.
Is it just black or white? Because it seemed like you were just saying you fall under one side or the other.
Well, it's a true dichotomy. It's either real properties or they're not real properties.
Okay.
It's one or the other. That is a true dichotomy.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll jump in because That was getting awkward. I think this was with a lot
You
of
broke
our
the
sort of values.
silence.
Maybe we should appreciate the silence. I don't know, but I don't like awkward silence. But no, I was just going to say that with I'm a sort of value research. I used to refer to myself as sort of psychology belief, but the more I realise it's more about values, so I'm going to refer to myself as a value researcher. Plus, it sounds like I'm so high and mighty when I say that. So I'm a
Especially
value
with the
researcher.
accent.
Oh yeah, adds about 50 IQ. So I'm at least in double digits now.
Yeah.
But yeah, with values, I mean, the problem I remember seeing the discussion between Nate and is it Fat Overlords or whatever they used to call themselves, sinners and saints, is it? I can't remember now. But yeah, we were discussing. It was a discussion about homosexuality, so it kind of. Sorry, we're gonna give them a shout out then. If anyone knows the actual name of it.
I was just saying, yeah, that would be their name as a reaffirmation.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So I do recommend it but I missed the entire point of it was about homosexuality, and it was the first thing one of the first things they were talking about is why humans are superior to all the species, and I took issue with that in that we can't even agree on whether this life is the only life there is and therefore is the most valuable. So as much as ants may be less sophisticated than us, they all kind of they're all in the same ballpark of we're just going to move this big leaf around and eat it and then reproduce. They all know what they're doing, whereas with humans, you have some people who value death more than we value life. People who think if I die in a certain way, then this is just the test that I need to pass through in order to get this infinite reward afterwards. So if we can't even agree on whether this life is valuable, I don't really know how I can say we're doing civilization right, in that we just have diametrically opposed values, in that some of us think this life is the only life we know we're going to have, and so we should behave as well as we can now, and if there is an afterlife, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, sort of thing. But if I live a good life, the quote that's attributed to Marcus Aurelius, but almost certainly didn't say it. Live a good life, and if there are gods and they are just, then he won't care how devout you've been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you live by, and so on and so on. So if we can't even agree on the basic value of, well, should we actually care about this life at all? I just think we're not really doing civilization. Well, I say doing civilization right. When we can't even agree on that, I'm not sure how you can say we're doing. We're all on the same. I don't know. I'm just sort of rambling, but if anyone has any thoughts about that, then.
Yeah, I agree with. It gets too complicated. For me, life was just it was life and death. That was the job that I did, and if anything was more than life or death, it just seemed trivial. But I know that's too far on the other end. Keeping life kind of simple is, for me, it works better. I don't have to get all involved being an atheist, but I don't care about evolution or any of that stuff. None of it really matters to where I'm at the moment right now. What I'm doing right now, what I'm feeling, it doesn't really matter. I can't get overly complicated, and I always wonder about people who have to look so deep to find the meaning. I think you're not in the moment. You're not smelling the flowers. You're not looking at the beauty. You're not observing others and loving just the smile on their face or the way somebody smells. I mean, it's just the simplest things are just so gorgeous. Some of this stuff just seems way distracting in a bad kind of way.
Dragnaut.
I'm in trouble now, right? What'd I do?
Dragnaut.
Jag.
He's killing me here. All right, I lost it. Keep going.
Yeah, I guess that's really about it. I find it the most simple thing.
I don't know. I mean, the question that ultimately needs to be asked, before we can decide whether or not humans are the bestest and the mostest, is bestest and mostest at what? What is it? Exactly. What are we being measured against? And honestly, I think while I do agree that it's a little on the silly side to sort of say that if there are human beings that can't even figure out if there's an afterlife or not, that we should dare to somehow imagine we have all the answers. I don't think that there's any doubt that humankind has, beyond all of the other species of animal on this planet, taken the circumstances that it has been given and made the most of it. So if that's the criterion we're talking about, then I don't have a problem with, you know, operating as stipulated, as it were. But again, the big problem isn't that we couldn't possibly meet those criterion. The big problem is we don't know what those criterion are.
I completely agree with that. Particularly the first part you're saying of, you know, when we say we're the best or the whatever, it's according to what? It's in the same way when people ask you, is it wrong to do X, whatever X might be? It's like, well, it depends what you're trying to do. You know, it's like when people say, is it wrong to murder? It's like, well, no. If you want to kill someone, murdering is pretty good. It's a pretty good action to do. But the reason why I sort of refer to myself as a nihilist in that we have to refer to some sort of frame of reference. So the reason why I sort of refer to myself as a humanist when it comes to prescriptive ethics is that even though there may not be sort of an actual state of affairs, an actual intrinsically good thing to do, there are things that are good for humans. So, for example, murdering is not good for, you know, like I say, a humanist value. So, but yeah, when you say something is the best action, or some group is the best at whatever, it depends of, you know, in what context and to do what, you know, to achieve what goal, or, you know, to get to what ends. But so yeah, I think I think that the whole issue about goal-driven behavior is kind of at the heart of a lot of things. So, for example, we talk about the origin of life and things like that. That we're talking about, was it directional or non-directional? It's kind of, everything is kind of, you know, the illusion of goal-driven behavior, essentially. You know, this teleonomy versus teleology and so on. But sorry, breaking into the origin of life there.
Although there is one thing that was mentioned in the hangout earlier that I wanted to touch on, the notion that, well, humans have always just, for all their history, have had different values and different morals. Well, there's actually a point one of my philosophy professors made when somebody brought that up to him. He said he drew 2 lines on the chalkboard, and the first line was really long. He described that as all of human history. And then a very small one was recent globalization, where the human endeavor results in all of us coming together and even working together. And then he drew a bit of a longer line, which resulted in modern science, which is now a global endeavor. And he pointed something out. He said, consider this. Consider that the history of morals was mostly an institutional one. It was considered with it was considered with power structures, and it was culturally variable. But also remember this. Science about the natural world also differed in a lot of places. Some people believed that there was chi, or life energy. Other people thought that there was magic. Other people thought like there was a real difference in how people characterized the natural world, but with contemporary science and all people come together to look at the natural world as it was, we've become, as a civilization, moving towards one direction. But we haven't really moved in that one direction together on an ethical basis. So how can we really say, how could we really drive one thing or another just based off of differences in culture, when differences in culture were resolved in other disciplines and through academic rigor and coming together?
Well, I mean, to say that there are still massive differences in ethics, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by massive. I mean, in most cases, you know, the big shapes in terms of human ethics are still considered to be universal. You know, it's like Sting used to say, the Russians love their children too, right? I mean, wherever you go, you will always find, in a successful and prosperous society, you will always find the same set of underlying desires that form the same, roughly the same set of underlying codices and laws. So codicils and laws, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much of a giant difference your professor was talking about. I mean,
no. Well, it was a student who asked of him.
What's that?
No, he was responding to a student who asked of him.
No, well, I understand, but he's the one doing the talking, and that was the answer he gave. So I'm once again, I'm left with the original question.
Well, I think he was first discussing the differences in. No, I might have been misremembering what he said. I'm not saying things verbatimly. So that might have just been me throwing this out there as exaggeration. But the main point was, not everybody always agreed on ethics, and not everybody always agreed on what the nature of the natural world was.
However, well, not down to the last notion of ethics, no. But generally speaking, human ethics, successful society, human ethics have run along the same lines for pretty much all of history.
I thought somebody in the Hangout was making a mention to how ethics was always different in various civilizations.
Well, certain ethics. But remember something, once again, a society that can't get the big shapes right doesn't last long, right? A society that thinks that cannibalism is okay, sooner or later either denudes itself to a splinter of what it once was, or destroys itself outright. The same thing with a society that's a necrophiliac, and by necrophiliac I don't mean you're fucking the dead. I mean you're sort of necro-romantic, like Egypt was. Egypt became a necro-romantic society where people coveted they coveted the afterlife more than this life, and that sort of thing. I mean, eventually these societies will die out. So yeah, of course there are differences, right? I mean, you go to some parts of the world and you steal something, you lose a hand. Mm-hmm. That's different, but that's, in the grand scheme of things, that's not an enormous difference. Might be to the guy losing his hand, but I think you get my point.
Yeah, the only point I was just trying to make was any differentiation in ethics that comes from many societies can be explained by the fact that many of these societies differed and were culturally and were located in different places. They didn't have a chance to all come together and cooperate to one endeavor, like kind of how science has in the 20th and 21st century. Ethics hasn't had that period or chance yet. And that was his answer to people who were pointing out the differences between culture and how people were trying to see how that entailed, ethics is just this subjective process.
Well, I've always maintained that I believe ethics is a combination of subjectivity and objectivity, such that we will see a migration over time of ethics and morals and what we consider to be right and wrong, just as we have over history. I mean, there was a time when if you found an adulterer, you stoned them to death. And even though there are parts of the world where that still happens, that's not considered to be, putting an unfaithful wife or unfaithful husband or whatever to death is no longer considered, generally speaking, by and large, to be what you do when you find one. We've moved away from certain things that we once thought were, a priori and absolutely, rock solid moral issues, answers to moral questions, and we've moved to other ones. But within our lifetime, Maximus, within the lifetime of your father, within the lifetime of your children, within the lifetime of your grandfather and your grandchildren, morality is going to appear in many cases as though it has stood still. Because human morality moves an awful lot, almost in geological time.
Mm-hmm. So, but what I'm getting here is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the mechanisms or how ethical statements originate, or how ethical beliefs originate in the populace, that's objective. Because you're pointing out to the culture, the biological, neurological mechanisms, all that third-person stuff. But you're saying that the beliefs themselves, those who hold to the beliefs, though that's a subjective preference or projection.
It comes from subjectivity, but it is molded into objectivity.
Oh, I see. So, so we project it subjectively, but it's molded and shaped by our objective surrounding and all those factors.
It's a lot like casting concrete. The stuff that concrete is made out of is very malleable, but once concrete is set, it's very strong. But that doesn't mean concrete can't be taken down later. Wind, rain, time, it all slowly moves the concrete back to what it was before. And then as time goes on, we go in, we fix the cracks, we parge the gaps, that sort of thing. To me, that's always how it's worked. And yeah, there are societies out there, there are sub-societies out there who really fuck it up. Really, really fuck it up bad. But generally speaking, I mean, people often talk about the Second World War. Well, let's look at what happened in the Second World War. Yes, Hitler went fucking shit nuts, and he did terrible things that he should burn forever for. Unfortunately, he won't burn forever, but that's neither here nor there. but he did terrible things. Look what happened. The rest of the world, all right, the rest of what we would consider to be our world, the rest of the Western civilized world, stepped in and stopped him.
Do you really think their motives were purely, or even majority mainly, sort of good?
Their motives in this particular instance are less important to me than what actually happened, because what happened was Hitler was slaughtering people right, left, and center, and he was turning Europe into an ash pile, and people stepped in and stopped him.
The thing is, if their motives were not from some standard of morality, more of a happenstance of observations that led to a similar result, you don't have a guarantee that it's going to happen again.
Welcome to humanity, Arthur.
That's a
Welcome
problem.
to humanity.
That's
There
the
has
problem.
never been a guarantee. There will never be a guarantee.
That's the thing. We should employ one. And I think
There's no way to do it.
Maximus would agree with me that we should employ an objective standard of
but
morality.
But there's no way to do it. There's no way to do it.
Philosophers would, wholeheartedly. Sam Harris would. I would. Maximus would. And quite a lot of other atheists actually would.
Yeah, but you've been trying to disagree with me for 3,000-4,000 years. How's that worked out for you?
Huh?
You've been around for 3,000 or 4,000 years? Damn,
I knew you're old. Oh, dang.
Well, you two guys are cute, but I think you understand my question.
No,
not really. I'm actually not sure what you're referring to.
Well, now you're just being obtuse, so I'll talk to
I am not sure, really.
He's referring to the fact that philosophers have been trying to do this for thousands of years, and they've all failed at this.
Who says they failed?
I'm sorry, what?
We've had
enormous wars and genocides in the past. What? Do you think war and genocide was only a thing of the 20th century?
We have also science for the last 500.
No, don't bring that shit into it. We're talking. Listen, we got started talking about.
The rest of us are complete ignorant on science.
We got started
because people do not.
about.
The standard doesn't mean there isn't one.
You're muddying the waters. You're muddying the waters, and you're doing it on purpose. We got started talking about how one group, how one nation, okay, and a few people who happen to agree with them, okay, let's say 3 nations, how 3 nations in a world full of nations fucked around and started killing people and breaking things for no particular reason, okay? Now, you ended up looking for an objective truth. Well, nobody's ever had not an objective truth, but an objective standard of morality. But that's never existed. Even when we pretended to have an objective standard of morality, we never had an objective standard of morality. Crusades, anybody? Like, I'm sorry, but the number of atrocities that are performed in the name of a god, that have been performed in the name of a god over 2,000 years, has not vouchsafed us against the chaos of human nature. In the end of the day, you really much rather have people continuously thinking about what morality is, rather than investing the quality of morality into an exterior source that can't change over time, can't accommodate, and can't adapt.
Let's remember one thing, though. Ethics, as it exists in modern philosophy, is a relatively new discipline. We've now been able to apply analytic philosophy, analytical approaches. We also now have a world enterprise. Philosophers have peer-reviewed journals. We work together on a global scale. It's the recent developments that come in philosophy are parallel in some way to those that come in science. And there used to be a time where a lot of people disagreed on the nature of the natural world, on what there was to observe. Is there chi? Is there like this division of act and potential? Is there supernatural stuff? Does causality happen? Like, all these questions differ between societies. Even if there was some kind of parallel between them, but now because of modern science, yeah, we're working on that on a global scale, and we could say the same thing about the philosophical work as well. So yeah, I would just echo my professor's statement right there.
When it comes to, yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to morality, we're working on it. We're working on it, and we've always been working on it, because circumstance and reality changes, and in order for morality to truly reflect in order for morality to reflect reality, it must maintain a degree of fluidity. In order for it to maintain a degree of fluidity, it cannot be objective. Because the minute you create something objective, you eventually have to turn around and you end up having to shoehorn situations into the rule instead of making the rule deal with the situation.
Just because you were wrong about something doesn't make just because you were wrong in the past or you can get something wrong in the past doesn't mean that what is right isn't itself objective. It just means what you got in the past.
I don't know
was
what
wrong.
the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Terramax, but I think my point is still valid on its face. I mean, I don't know what you're on about.
What I'm on about is just because people get things wrong in the past doesn't mean that we won't get something right or have gotten something right.
But that's got nothing to do with nothing.
It does, because wasn't your whole point that because we were wrong in the past, we should just classify it as subjective because that's all we're doing?
My whole point is not because we were wrong in the past. My whole point is because we have done morality subjectively, and every time we've tried to do morality objectively, we've ended up in reality doing it subjectively and covering it with a veneer of objective morality.
But there have been plenty of people who approach morality in a subjective sense. In fact, look up Benito Mussolini. He said that the true enemy of the fascist is someone who believes that there are eternal truths about morality. But the fascist holds that if the fascist has no time to deal with such people, because at the end of the day, the fascist is just as justified in doing what he wants as anyone else is doing what they want. Sure, the fascist might have some, and that's just a paraphrase, but the whole point is, just because you believe in subjective morality or embrace some kind of relativism doesn't mean you're free from terrible consequences, and it doesn't mean that you're not going to make any moral mistakes. You're just as prone to moral mistakes there as you are anywhere else. And the fact that we even call them mistakes is a reflection that there should be a right way to do it, and there is a wrong way we've been doing it.
Yeah, we learn what the right and wrong way is, and because often, over time, the right and wrong way to do things will change, we incorporate that into our morality.
I saw you, Squirrel Groovy.
What was that? What?
I was just telling Groovy I saw a squirrel.
Oh,
Wasn't
yes,
that great?
I saw a squirrel.
That lightened up the tension, thank you.
She was videoing it on her avatar.
Can somebody tell me what's wrong with Kazum?
Well, for one thing, he needs to put a fucking shirt on.
Agreed there, but what else is wrong with him?
You too, Dragnot. Just because you're a hot, sexy black man doesn't mean you don't have to put a shirt on.
It's fucking hot here. I'm not doing it as a fashion statement. Hold on, let me turn this off.
I'm not a qualified psychologist. I couldn't possibly tell you what's wrong with him.
No, I watched the video that he said I'm done with this shit, and it was very interesting because I've watched a few of his more mellow kind of, why I'm gaining lots and lots of weight videos out of curiosity, and that has a different tone than this. The video that I watched has a very self-important, entitled kind of tone to it. That he made some comments about the political landscape, specifically about David Cameron, when, okay, you don't have to like the guy, no one has to like him or Bush or anybody else he mentioned, but if you're making inaccurate statements, somebody's going to step up and correct you, or if you're just going off on this tirade about their personal character and you're cherry picking certain aspects, then somebody's going to come up and correct you. It's going to fucking happen. That's why we have discourse with one another. The entire video was him being upset that someone had the nerve to dissent from his position or his opinion.
The chief.
Yeah, that's really what the entire video seemed to be like to me.
Wow, Max, is that you again? Jeez Louise.
No, that wasn't me. That was Dragnot's headset.
What I got from the video and the comment that I saw in the first place that tempted me to look at his videos, because I don't generally watch his videos, was that he made some comments about David Cameron. People asked for some sources, and he refuses to give the sources. Apparently people can Google David Cameron, fat people in healthcare if they so wish, and fuck you for asking. So, yeah.
Well,
Was he correct about that?
I haven't been keeping up with this. What's he been saying about fat people and David Cameron?
I actually don't know what he's been saying because that's the only video I've seen of his in Donkey.
No, he deleted it. The video in question he deleted, and that's what Blue As is commenting about and asking him, why did you delete that video? And there's some type of history between Kazuma and Blue about someone else deleting videos and doing the same exact thing, and so that I'm not sure what that specific history is. I'm just reading the comments afterwards, so. I think it's really disingenuous for you to say, such and such, this is so bad, but I'm not going to at least lead you in the right direction. Just go Google any random fucking article that agrees with my position and see. I think that's really shitty. If I say like, hey, there's a specific issue concerning people of color, here's the context, I'm going to provide a link or I'm going to provide you with keywords to look for, or something to go on, not just, well, go Google random shit and hope you hit what I'm talking about. That's a really shitty way to get your point across.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that.
Hey, Eric. Hey,
Hey, how you guys doing?
Not bad. Just
Yeah,
discussing
hi.
the latest Zoom stuff.
Okay, I gotta set up this DVD for my son, so gotta mute my mic.
As I recall, I think David Cameron has said something about fat people and benefits if they don't accept help to slim down. I assume, because I haven't read that much, that he is differentiating between people who are obese from actual medical conditions or drugs that they're on, because some drugs can help you put weight on, and whether you're just obese or overeating. But that said, I'd say it's a medical condition in and of itself.
Well, I think that's a step. Well, if they are overeating, it would be, I guess, more of a, without the medication causing the slower metabolism that contributes to it. That if they have, there's like just depression, just really bad depression, and so
Or it can be hormonal.
Or hormonal, yeah, something like that. If they're not seeking help for the actual cause, then I can kind of see. But how would you then go about differentiating what is what? You set up some kind of system.
But I will be honest, I don't know exactly what he said. I just know that he has said something in that regards. So
My guess is that he was saying something to be political.
David Cameron said something to be political.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he has to. He's the Prime Minister.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See,
It's like the Pope saying something to be religious.
Okay, wait a second. Winning, I got it right.
Yay!
Well, I mean, this is not controversial. The Army United States, not the Army, the Department of Defense has actually talked about this. It was a joke at first, and then military circles, but there was talk, and I think there still is kind of talk about people who have really, really obese wives and who join the military. Their wives having so many complications because of their weight, and there's all kind of jokes and stuff associated with that. But who have no desire to change their lifestyle or to get better, but are reaping these benefits. And so the military is cutting down costs. So we're like, well, we have Private so-and-so's wife who's 550 pounds, and she just had 2 more kids, and so she just gained another 150 pounds. What are we going to do about that? That's a really shitty scenario, but that's the common scenario that's depicted when this kind of thing comes up. And of course, that's few and far between actually have that type of scenario.
I just did a quick Google. It looks like if you don't try and get help, you might lose your sickness benefits. Apparently. If they don't try and get help under a treatment plan, they risk the possibility of losing their sickness benefits.
Well, I think the real fear is, what kind of precedent would that start? Like, what's the line we're going to draw on that? So, if Betty is actually just to a guy, if Lewis is 300-something pounds, and he is just completely depressed, he's completely pessimistic about his future, but he still wants to get health care. should just relinquish him of this privilege?
Oh,
And
hang on. Healthcare and sickness benefits are two very separate things. You will get healthcare in the UK regardless of your status for free. Well, at point of purchase, at point of getting it. I've forgotten the term I'm looking for. Sickness benefit is if you can't work because of reasons of ill health, you will be given benefit. You get unemployment benefits, you get child benefits, you get sickness benefits depending on whether you're sick, have children, or you've been employed and sick. So sickness benefits have nothing to do with healthcare.
Okay, yeah, I think
what he's saying is if you don't get the healthcare that is provided for you, if you refuse to take any healthcare to help your current condition, we may consider removing your sickness benefits because
that sounds like something G-Man would do. It's like I'll just pray. I'll get money. I'll pray. I'll find a safe full of cash.
So I'm assuming. Yeah, I mean, Cameron needs to save some money because of the promises he's made us. So he wants to cut down the benefits. So basically, he's saying if you're obese and you can't work because of your obesity, then therefore you're on sickness benefits. If you don't make some effort,
see, he should be
don't
creative.
Get medical. Yeah, if you don't.
He should learn how to market gravity because if they're obese, they have a greater gravitational force. Their mass is greater, hence sell the gravity. It's like selling debt. It's like when people sell debt. It's there's a method to this madness. Stick with me here. We're going somewhere. There's a whole market for gravity. I tell you.
Well, if you write to 10 Downing Street, address it to David Cameron. Explain your. And by the way, I'm making no comments as to whether I agree or disagree with David Cameron. I'm just putting out there what I know. But yeah, it comes down to if you're obese and your obesity that's causing you to be too ill to work or to I forget the term I'm looking for. If you can't work because you're obese, you will be getting sickness benefit. If you don't make any effort to go on the health plans that the NHS give out for free, then you may lose your benefits. Apparently.
You know what? I think that kind of accountability is reasonable.
Sure, but what are those health plans?
I don't know.
I can tell you right now they'll involve dieting. I can tell you right now. And frankly, if these obese people were any good at dieting, they wouldn't be obese.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
I can tell you right now they'll involve treating these obese people like they're idiots, like they have no concept at all whatsoever of what they're eating. Which for some of them it might be so. But people are a lot more conscious now of what they're eating than used to be. See, here's the problem, okay? Here's what doctors don't want to tell you for some strange reason, and I suspect it's because in the West we've watched one too many movies, okay? What doctors don't want to tell you is that there are people in this world who have, when it comes to being overweight, won the genetic lottery and lost the genetic lottery. And the people who have won the genetic lottery are going to gain weight and lose weight much more easily and keep it off much more capably than the people who have lost the genetic lottery. And there are people who, unless you're willing to starve them to death and run them to the point of exhaustion every day, aren't going to lose a fucking calorie. And medical science really doesn't understand why. They kind of get it, but the species variation within human beings as to why, we all know someone. We all know somebody who can eat whatever they want to, and right up until they hit about 50, they never gain a pound. And we all know somebody who can't eat anything without gaining. They can't even look at a package of anything without gaining. Like, they can't even think about eating, they gain 2 pounds. So one of the problems with this is that when somebody who is at that upper tier of extremely slow metabolism runs headlong into the one-size-fits-all programs that tend to get put out by people who, okay, fine, I'm not saying they didn't work hard. Losing weight is hard work. But the plans that may have worked for them probably aren't going to work for the really hardcore cases. And unfortunately, because more people are having more children of more varied types, the hardcore cases are becoming tougher and tougher to deal with.
But you know what, Gus? You got to do something. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with a country, it turns. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with you. I just don't know if there's an alternative, and I don't think it's bad to create. Maybe if they go through the program, at least if they go through the program and show accountability, then they get the benefits that they need.
Yeah. I don't think the government are saying if you don't lose weight, you won't get your benefits. Actually, I've just having a quick look at the NHS. I've just popped a link in the side of treatment for obesity, but I mean,
But you're not wrong, by the way. That's why we're gonna eventually. I think we're gonna have medications that are gonna be made specifically for individuals.
Yeah, I think the biggest hurdle with this is not.
Oh, who cares what you think?
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Like it's really, and the reason I mentioned the American military culture, because there's an ongoing joke calling people's wives, well, any person who is attached to you on paper is your dependent, and so someone's stereotypically fat wife is their dependopotamus. And so
Dependopotamus. Oh my
yeah,
god.
so you would call someone's wife.
That sounds like adult diapers for hippopotamuses.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Hippopotami.
It's really really bad, but people, it's a common thing, and so you treat when you address people like that.
That is fucking hilarious, though. It really is funny.
No, I'm not gonna lie, it is funny. We'll laugh at it, and it's
a funny word.
And it's supposed to be, but in reality, some of these people's wives have been fat all their life. Some of them don't really know how to have a proper diet. Some of them honestly weren't taught, but the vast majority of them have mental issues. They're depressed. They lost the genetic lottery, and they and they're usually not.
Well, whatever the reason is, it's almost inconsequential what the reason is. The fact of the matter is,
I think it would depend on your treatment, though, as to what the reason might be. I mean, just looking at that NHS thing, it says one of the things your GP should do is check for any underlying issues. And there was a number of them. One of them was ovarian.
Eyesight.
Yeah.
Bad eyesight. They don't really see their image in the mirror because they can't see.
No, that doesn't seem to be.
That's not one of them?
No. High blood pressure, apparently. Diabetes.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, diabetes, of course.
Yeah. I'm sure there are other things, but yeah, it does say if you go to your GP, see if there's any underlying problems. And it does mention also psychological issues.
I think
diabetes is definitely.
If they want something like that to work, they would have to have a comprehensive medical screening to really determine the source, whether it's 50% genetic, 50% psychological, or whatever, and then have something tailored to them that gives them options and avenues that they can utilize. So it's not just you're fat, get on this treadmill until you're not fat anymore.
But you know what? think about how much and what is the standard of success also. What indicates success to justify continuing a program like that? Should the expenses be exorbitant?
I mean, I don't know what their actual solutions are, but it does look like they look at a number of solutions, and it doesn't look like the NHS are just going to say, get on a treadmill and work it off. So, but whether they're comprehensive enough, I don't know, given the lack of funding in the NHS.
And I'm not blaming people for being overweight, but I think it's the kind of food that we eat and that we produce.
Yeah, and as well, if you're poor, you're more likely to have a bad diet because crappy food is cheap.
What's crappy? You're right, and it's readily accessible, and it tastes good, and it probably affects us physiologically. Also, because we release what is comfort food? Comfort food is food that it makes you feel good because you feel fat and tired and relaxed. So so what's going on in the brain with these foods also?
Right.
Well, there's actually there's actually chemicals in certain what are the brownies. And I was watching a documentary on this a while back. Is that some of these chemicals
is
are
in brownies.
Well, no, not that kind of brownie.
Oh, sorry. I got. Well, listen, you gotta specify. Come on.
It's a certain type of chemical that it actually causes your brain. Hey, calm down.
Sorry.
It causes.
Sorry.
Oh, my son.
I'm your son. I'm your son.
You can be. I can adopt you.
Daddy
There's a chemical that causes your brains to release endorphins.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's the
I can't remember what this
serotonin
and serotonin.
Serotonin, yeah.
And it releases serotonin. So once it's doing this, it's like, well, shit, I want to eat more of this. It makes me happy. And
right.
Once that happens, it's like, well, you're going to obviously keep eating.
You're addicted. You become addicted. That's
Yeah,
addiction.
literally.
That's addiction.
Yeah, there is food addiction.
Well, there's food addiction, but there's also certain addictions to create the chemical release or the chemical response that we identify with pleasure or satisfaction or comfort. That's why people eat the same shitty foods.
In fact, I noticed when I was glancing, he said obese people and drug addicts may lose their benefits if they don't.
Right.
I'm trying to broadcast Maximus, but it's not working. Oh, there
Good.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not that important.
Sorry.
So I
didn't realize you could hear me.
But Gus is all right. Gus is all right. Gus is also right in regards to the genetic lottery, in that I know some people who stuff their face on unhealthy food and are scrawny little wretches.
Well, and the other thing he talked about that I think is a really good point is that there is not a one-size-fits-all solution. And maybe England is a small enough country that they can tailor it more than they would be able to maybe in the United States.
Possibly, yeah. As I say, the quick look that I had on the NHS site, it does look like they don't have they don't assume one thing, one fits all.
Hey guys, can I be heard?
No.
Yeah.
All right, good.
See, now we're confused. We're giving you mixed messages. Our bad. My bad.
Yeah.
Did he say can he be heard or can he hurl?
Can I be heard?
Oh, okay.
Can it be heard?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just as I said, I can't broadcast you. It worked. So either it was slow to work or somebody else did it. I don't know.
So Max, are you going to take the lead that I had sent over to you? Do you think?
What
it's
lead?
not going to.
Right, that lead. No, I don't think it's going to work.
Well, you know what? It's not going to work. You're right. But it depends on what it is that, again, that standard of success. It depends on what the objective is.
Well, I've always thought that if I took on more atheists on more online discussions, then more Christians would listen to me, but I think that even if that situation were to happen, all it would do is keep me where I am and alienate me from my atheist friends.
Well, I had spoken to Dreas yesterday. I'll just after he got after everybody was kind of going at each other about him saying dude and bro, and so I had to hang out with him, just he and I, and we talked for like an hour, and in a one-to-one where he's not like in performance mode, he was better. It wasn't easy. He is who he is, and that's whatever. But at least he was in a situation where he didn't have to feel that he was like vulnerable to be present in what he was saying and what he was hearing, and he can consider things a little bit better on a one-to-one. And the reason that Maximus that I thought it would be good for him to speak with you is that I thought you would maybe be able to dissect actually his theology a little bit.
I heard his argument, and I tried to tell him where he went wrong, but he just wouldn't listen. He just kept saying that he was too advanced for it, and
Yeah, that's crazy
not,
stuff.
not to mention there was 9 other people in the hangout, and it was hard to dialogue with him. But with 9 other people, I know that the hangout isn't just meant to be a dialogue. It's supposed to be, a lot of people talking. So.
Well, that's why I thought that was exactly why I thought it might be good for the two of you to talk, because he'll probably on a one-to-one he'll probably consider it. He's not easy still, but if it's not a live hangout and it's just the two of you talking, I think you'll probably, at some level, he'll absorb what you're saying, and if nothing else, he will genuinely appreciate that you're taking the time to speak with him on a one-to-one. And that in and of itself may offer some trust and comfort in other situations, so that he can say, "Oh, you know what? That's interesting," or "I'll think about that." He may never get there. I don't know, but I just thought it would be a good kind of an icebreaker.
He really likes that morality question. Personally, I always just go with. I personally don't like that apologetic because people get far too emotional over it. Oh, so I remember one time discussing it, and they insisted that you're saying atheists don't have morality, and I never said that. All I said was justifying moral statements is hard, and when they tried to justify it, and I pointed out some of the problems, they called me a douche. Because I was essentially saying that unless you're smart enough, you can't be moral. But there's a huge difference between justifying your morality and, being moral. People always mix those two things up.
I have a question. Do you think that, and it's connected to this, it's a little bit of a tangent, but maybe not too bad. If it's too much, let me know. Do you think that when people, let's say you say something to me and it just blows my mind, and I'm like, and I respond to deny what you're saying or to dismiss what you're saying, do you think people actually, when they're offline, do you think there's any people that actually consider it in a almost like semi-consciously?
Consider what semi-consciously?
The point that they've already dismissed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's possible. I've done that.
Then I almost think it's better to say it and almost not even then tell people you don't even have to respond. Think about it. We'll talk about it after you thought about it. Because I'm getting to where I don't have to know that somebody's acknowledging what I'm trying to say, or I'm trying to be more aware that I don't need to know it. I'm saying it for myself.
Who left the hangout?
I don't know.
Wolf King. He sometimes has connection problems.
Good. Oh my God, that guy, that Wolf King guy. Oy vey.
He's the worst. I think as well sometimes.
You know what it is? It's his voice. It's his voice. He's got that deep voice, and it makes me feel like I'm like I'm like Pee Wee Herman talking over here.
Oh.
I like Wolf King.
I do too, very much.
I think as well, even if the person you're addressing, you're fairly sure isn't taking any notice of what you're saying, you should, if it's a live hangout or if it's in comment section, you should perhaps consider other people who might be sitting on the fence about something, that they might be listening and they might take in what you've said and consider what you've said.
Now who popped in? Wolf King?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking hate that guy. Hey, Wolf King.
Oh, I do too. That guy. That Wolf Dong.
Wolf Dong, oh my gosh.
What?
What about my Wolf Dong?
I didn't say anything. Shut up. It was D. Talking about your little boy bits there.
Yeah. Well, you know that's there in your fucking head. Yeah.
I'm on a roll today. I'm actually funny.
I know. I had my roll yesterday.
Huh?
I know. I was on a roll yesterday.
I know the feeling.
You have your moments. You definitely do.
It made me laugh once. I can't remember what it was that he said, but it
Oh,
was funny.
it was with the Nephilim free thing.
This was
I
some
was
time
laughing
ago.
about that too,
Oh
actually.
yeah, Neffy, sweet.
Poor
Neffy.
Neffy.
I love trolling the hell out of Neff.
He's never going to change. You know that? I mean, when I say he's never going to change, he isn't going to budge 1 millimeter.
Of course not. You got every degree from every school, from every country, from on every planet, every galaxy, you know, in the universe. You know, he went to alien school. I mean, you can't beat him.
Didn't he once say he could debunk any PhD or something like that?
What a stupid comment. What a stupid thing to say.
I'm sure he said something like that. I could be mistaken, but
I wouldn't be surprised.
He will never lay off the sauce.
No, he will not. He will not. Is Gus still here?
Yeah.
Gus, are you here? Okay, good.
I'm here.
Oh, so you heard me talking about you behind your back and saying all those terrible things.
My memory's a bit different from yours.
I think
most people's are. Okay, so don't feel special. I'm the one who's special. Isn't that special?
You certainly are special, Eric.
Yeah, how about it? Isn't that special?
So, did you have fun in Nate's hangout, Eric?
He's just. I like Nate as a person, and I hate Nate. I just don't get. We're talking about Planned Parenthood, and they decided that that there's people that love animals, that we're turning to where we value animals more than people.
There are people like that.
Well,
of course. But he's sort of talking about it as an extrapolation of or as a metaphor for society.
Wow.
And
there are people who are like that. Like one man feels.
We just said that, Max.
Right, but they're few and far between. It's not the common thread, and it's really, I don't think it's a trend. What he was basing it on was all of the news coverage about the lion that was shot and the Planned Parenthood news. And I'm like, it's a total false equivocation.
Mm.
Well, it's not really a false equivocation. They're two events that garner attention. I mean, and there's a comparison being made between the two.
Right, but it's not that people don't value human life in the Planned Parenthood. There's nothing about valuing life or devaluing life.
Well, so you don't think abortion devalues human life?
Say that again.
So you don't think an abortion would devalue human life?
Unquestionably, no. I do not think it does.
That and the issue has nothing to do with that. Has something to do with afterwards. It's already happening.
I think that it's so much more complicated than that. That if you dumb it down to that point, then it's really a convenience just to emphasize your stand on a topic.
We did all rightfully so beat up on Idol Smasher for his slut-shaming remarks, but could I at least defend my own pro-life position here in a respectful?
I think you can be pro. But
I can.
Maximus, I don't even think it's about pro-life or pro-choice, though.
No, but nonetheless, he does want to try and defend his position.
Okay.
And the only point I was just making with the devaluing of human life, that I do. So the common kind of comparison I'd like to make is if there was a woman who was not knowingly pregnant, so she knew it, but at the same time she was smoking and drinking, I would consider that as well to be a devaluing of human life. Considering fetal alcohol syndrome, considering the terrible effects of smoking, and if such a person even knew what they were doing would lead to that, but still kept doing it, I would consider that to be a devaluing of human life, even though allegedly a human life hasn't been born yet.
I think that
I don't, and that is technically an autonomy issue. You are doing what you want with your body. I don't see how
killing the fetus makes it any more different than just inducing a state where the fetus isn't going to be in good health.
First of all, when somebody is an alcoholic or an addict, it's not necessarily a choice. So I think you made a judgment call, and I don't think it's something that you can always just judge that easily.
I never said the person was an alcoholic. I just said they just drank and smoked.
Right, but when people drink and smoke and they're pregnant, or when women drink, do you really think that they're not addicted?
Especially given the information that we have these days regarding smoking and drinking whilst pregnant.
Even if it was just one person, such a state or such a situation is inducive of reflection. Even if it's mild.
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Even if it's only been even if it's only ever been one person who has done that, ever, it's still a situation worth ethical reflection.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. Yeah. It's worth ethical reflection. I don't know if the conclusion is fully valid.
Well, the only thing about the state of affairs that has to exist is that it has to be logically consistent, and it is.
What about this?
Is suffering worse than death?
Is suffering worse than death?
Is being in a prolonged state of physical agony or lack of capacity or severe human disadvantage, is that worse than being dead?
It's relative.
It would depend on it would have to depend on situation to situation, but more often than not. More often than not, yes. I'll agree.
Okay, well then I need you to understand something. Most of the time when women decide to get rid of babies, they do it early. Okay?
Right.
It's very rare. It's very rare, all right, that you have a woman keeping a child well into when she knows that she's going to be pregnant with a child that she doesn't want, okay? So that being the case, it's usually over very early, and an abortion, while it's not, I don't pretend that it's a painless procedure. It's not an infinitely painful procedure. The reason that we step in and we keep mothers who are fully prepared to have a child from poisoning her body and thereby poisoning the development of the child is because, in effect, what this woman is doing is actually worse than killing the kid. She's making the kid suffer in the short term and the long term.
Certainly a potential for it.
So we are all agreed that it is a kid.
Listen.
No, because one is.
I can't speak for everybody else in the room. But I never want to get bogged down into that. How many cells does it take to make a human being stuff? So I'll grant it to you. The minute that one piece of human DNA touches another piece of human DNA, it's human. It may not be a fully functional, fully walking, talking, playing with Lego, spitting, farting, and all that other shit human being, but it's still human. However, having said that, as human beings, we make judgments about life and death all the time. In the United States, there are a number of states that still have capital punishment. In the United States, healthcare is not considered a right. So, you can't have it both ways. Either life is sacred, and all life is sacred. All life, not just children as a protected class because they're cute and they're sweet and they're adorable and we're physically and mentally hardwired to give them advantages. But all life has to be sacred, or none of it is.
Oh, I know. Also, even if you consider, especially in America, we're talking about first world countries in general. Much as I hate that term, but the amount of children that are born below, not just on the poverty line, below the poverty line, the amount of malnourishment there is.
Well, let me just say one thing. I think that healthcare ought to be a human right. I think not only that, I think welfareism is something that's necessary. I think people who are in the lower classes in society should be provided more government assistance. I think that a single mother should be provided government assistance. I think that anyone who takes a position as a stay-at-home mom or even as a single mom, or actually most specifically if it's a single mother, I think a single mother should be provided a paycheck for just being a mother alone. I think that being a stay-at-home mom is its own career, and I think even that, to a lesser extent, because there's a two-party system there, I think even that should be compensated.
Until we have the
You
world
damn
you want,
socialist.
until we have the world you want, we have the world we have.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what else, Max? Oh, sorry.
But you, all right.
Hang on, Max Groovy wanted to ask something.
Could I ask you 2 questions, Max?
Sure.
Okay. In a perfect world, in your perfect world, would there be any abortions?
No.
Okay. In the world we have, would there be any abortions? In the world you see today, do you think it makes sense to have abortions?
I think I understand why a woman would want to have an abortion in that situation, but in the world today, I think that how we legalize or make abortion illegal, I think that should be taken into consideration, and I don't think that we should necessarily apply any kind of anti-abortion law just tomorrow. I don't think it should be done that willy-nilly. So if it is going to be applied, then it should be to the best of our ability. But I don't think it should just be done tomorrow. Or
Max, if abortion is illegal, do you think abortion goes away?
Huh.
It doesn't.
It
I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that. I know. Or imply it. But I wanted to ask it just to make my point.
And if I could just respond to that point.
Yeah.
And I think in terms of what I want morally or ethically, it's idealistic. I grant you that. But isn't the point? Isn't the point of our ideals though that we strive for them in some way?
Sure.
That we. Yeah, and that's all I. And when I have my
remember. Tighten it up, would you, Max? Come on, man, tighten it up.
Sorry. And while I approach, and while I do try to push for the ideal, I do want to do it in a way that is beneficial for all of us, and where we could take care of the problems that might accompany it. I don't want to just.
That's great, but remember how many lives are going to get fucked up while we're waiting for the mountain to come to Muhammad. Okay. Mm-hmm. Remember that while we're striving for the ideals, we must while we must campaign in poetry, we must govern in prose. And while we're striving to make your dream real, there are real people who cannot be forced to wait and put their own lives on hold while idealism is allowed to take its course. In other words, you can't wait for the egg to come out of the chicken because you need your scrambled eggs now.
You know what? I don't like that there's abortion. I'm pro-choice. I don't like that there's abortion, but I think it's a necessity. And I don't think that women choose necessarily, for the most part. Now I shouldn't say for the most part. Often, a certain percentage. I don't think women choose to have an abortion. I think there's a lot of women that feel that they have no alternative. Carrying to term is not something to take lightly. There was one other thing I wanted to say, Max. At least with abortion being legal, the genetic material can be used to hopefully improve the quality of life of people that are sick with certain illnesses and maybe save lives. That otherwise,
true, yeah, stem cell research.
There are with regards to that, if something is, in my opinion, morally wrong to do, I don't want to bet. If something is morally wrong to do, I don't want to just keep something legal for the sake of that alone.
No, I don't know.
But maybe it becomes, maybe the morality balances itself out though.
Well, open heart surgery, from what Dragnot told me, was open heart surgery was something that we gained from Nazi research, from Nazis experimenting with Jews.
Better stop open heart surgery then.
No, but wait. I never said we should stop open heart surgery. What
I
said,
know you didn't. I know you didn't. But I'm just reminding you that
Yeah,
sometimes
but-
sometimes good things come from bad medicine.
And all I'm saying is just because the consequences or the ends are
The
are
ends
good,
are
we,
just
we
better.
like it doesn't mean the means themselves are good. So
I
I think
understand that.
yeah.
I think it's an unfortunate. It's not an easy question. It's not an easy topic.
Yeah,
And I
I-
respect
sorry.
your view on it. I think you show a level of compassion that a lot of people don't. So
This is why I didn't care too much when Idol Smasher referred to women who have an abortion as quote-unquote sluts.
Mm.
This is,
Yeah.
I don't want, just because I'm pro-life doesn't mean I want to shame women.
And I'm sure Eric will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm positive he's not saying justifying abortion for the sake of stem cell research.
No.
Oh, but stem cells taste good on toast.
I mean, there are other methods of doing stem cell research without.
Studying these, I saw something about a lot, like 45% of women going to college are taking STEM courses. So maybe, I don't know, is there some? You know.
I don't think that's related. I mean, going back to what you were saying before about, whether it's a choice or whether it's the situation.
No, that was a joke.
I know it was, but I was just going to say, it's certainly not an easy choice. I would imagine, I could be mistaken, but I would imagine most women probably put a lot more thought into having an abortion than they do to actually having a child.
Yeah.
The amount of people that accidentally get pregnant.
You know what?
I'm pregnant. I'll have a kid.
Probably definitely not across the board, but I would imagine that there's a certain percentage. I mean, I hate when I see abortion used as birth control.
Mm.
I think that's unfortunate.
Does it actually happen that often? though?
I do know of someone that's had several abortions, and now she can't have a child because of it.
Oh yeah, because every time it scars your womb a little bit. Every scar makes it more difficult for the egg to attach.
Yeah.
It's definitely.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I was right. Was I good?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, I appreciate all of you letting me defend my position. Thank you.
Great, now get the fuck out.
Aww.
Shut the fuck up, Max.
Aw, Idol Smash will be so jealous because we sat and listened to you instead of.
Well, maybe if Idol Smasher wasn't a fucking polemic twat.
I get why it's an emotive discussion. Whichever side of the fence, for want of a better term.
It's a tough
sitting
discussion.
On.
Sure, of course. Babies are wonderful. Who wants to hurt babies? Nobody wants to hurt babies.
And I can perfectly understand that if
But there's many ways to hurt babies.
Right.
And one of them is giving them a life in a place where they're not wanted. That's a great way to hurt a baby.
Yeah, that's why.
And their babies, and their babies, and their babies.
Oh yeah.
Although that's another issue. That's really not the point.
But yeah, well, I forgot what I was going to say.
I take it back.
I'm actually trying to find the actual research that contributed to open heart surgery because I remember hearing about it back when I was
thought
in
it was
high school.
from South Africa.
Yeah, it's the black man, wasn't it, Drag? Don't you remember?
Oh yeah, that is true.
Who
Over in
was that
Zimbabwe.
conversation with?
Oh no, it was a South African heart surgeon. I think did the first mechanical heart.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. Back in the
long time
no,
ago.
it was actually who were we discussing? Were you in there, Drag? When we were talking with somebody who was claiming. It must have been somebody else. Somebody was claiming the African man. It was
an African surgeon.
Hotep type discussion. I'm sure you were there.
Sounds like something Incorporated boy would say.
Was it? No, I don't think it was him.
Does anybody remember the guy that had the first? Remember Barney Clark? Barney Clark.
No.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
He had the first
dear.
artificial heart. He lived for like 60 days.
Mm. But yeah, you're right. The first person to, if I recall from my search, first person to carry out a heart surgery was a black surgeon.
It wasn't fun for him though, those 60 days.
No, it was not, I'm sure. I don't know if he was very conscious.
No, they still have yet to find a truly autonomous, properly functioning artificial heart. And we've been working on it since the 80s.
But heart replacements are so much, you know, open heart surgery now. My dad had on his mitral valve, he had a weird growth, and they had to remove it because it was like an appendage, and it was making the valve malfunction. So while they're removing that, what do? They do a quadruple bypass. They're right there. Why not?
They're right there. Why not?
And that's kind of what their rationale was. He did
We're
have
already here. We might as well get the Canisius and the locks. They're nice.
That's what they did, and
That's what they did. They got the Canisius, they got the locks. He felt better. Everybody was happy. Hey, poor Theodore Bickel died not too long ago, eh?
Who's that? I've heard that name.
Yeah, the original dude who did the movie version of Fiddler on the Roof.
Oh.
If I was a rich man, listen to us two non-Jews singing a Jewish song. That's
You
great.
guys are better than I am. You guys know it better than I do.
That's all I know. That's it.
What do you want, Maximus? What are you talking about now, for crying out loud?
I was going to ask, have they ever replaced a human heart with an animal heart before and got that to work?
I don't think so.
Well,
Valves.
Oh, valves. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, they use pig valves.
There's that Italian guy who wants to do head transplants, isn't there? Or is it body transplants? I
Oh
suppose
my
it
God, where do
depends
I
on-
sign up? Where do I sign up?
Where can I get Nick? Oh, I would like Wesley Snipes' body. That'd be awesome.
You, like
Screw that,
whose?
go all the way,
Britney
man.
Spears' body?
It's
No,
a
go
Wesley
Lexington
Snipes.
Steel.
What is it?
Lexington Steel. Just go all the way.
Oh yeah, I would definitely go for Lexington Steele's body.
Oh. Well, I
Everyone's
think
Googling it now.
I think what you have to
I'll
do
save everyone
is
some time. Black porn star,
Yeah.
big.
I think you have to be a paraplegic, and you have to have your head transplanted onto somebody who is not, who's dead, but all their limbs work. I don't think you get a choice in the matter. Though they may, if you're male, this give you a male body, and it's not happened yet. And the guy who did it he did a talk at some somewhere in America where a lot of doctors and surgeons and what have you came and were interested, but the way the press reported it peed this guy off so much that he's buggered off and gone elsewhere because the press did a hatchet job on him basically and called him.
Are we making any real progress on unsevering or reattaching a severed spine? Because
Yes,
that
we in
sounds
fact
like
do.
what it is.
Yeah, we in fact have. There's this Italian doctor who has.
He was just saying.
So what?
He was just talking about him.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's retouching a spine.
Okay.
There's electric stimulation now that gives paraplegics the ability to walk. I was reading an article about it the other day.
Wait, without praying?
Wild.
Yeah, I gotta find the article again, but it's electric impulses from an external device gives them the ability to walk again.
I think I saw something about that on online where it was that a quadriplegic was or a paraplegic was able to stand up for the first time. It was just a few days ago I saw it.
Yep, yeah, it's probably the same one. I think it was probably like I fucking love science or something.
There's a woman that boy, did I have a huge crush on her. She did roller derby in Chicago and she broke her neck. And she's now, I think she's a quadriplegic. She's in Oklahoma City now. And I know that she's making huge progress.
Well,
You know what? That's why we need to thank Planned Parenthood. All those harvested baby parts are being put to use.
Well,
Is that how it happened?
No, it's just there's memes floating around that are saying that. Basically.
Oh, I see. It's kind of like what South Park did with Christopher Reeves a while ago, where they had his character just take baby fetuses, rub them on his body, and then crack open their heads and suck them open.
What?
Oh, it was an episode of South Park.
Oh my God, that's
They're
hilarious.
making fun of people who actually believe that shit like that happens.
Oh, I see. I didn't know people believe shit like that happened.
Oh yes, they're on Google Plus.
Yes,
they
my
are.
lordy.
Oh yes, there's a lot of them.
Wait, what shit that was
my.
AFK for a bit? What are we talking about?
Lunatics.
Some drunk Russian guy that was trying to get people to talk about stuff while he did things to himself.
What?
Ew.
Oh my God, Drag.
Okay, Drag, this is a classy hangout, okay?
No, it's not.
Then why are
Yeah,
you
when the hell
okay.
did it become that?
Okay, fair enough.
Apparently, we're talking about some people believe that some people rub fetuses on their bodies to heal them.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah.
Well, look at what
Look at
Sci-Ten Atheist's last video.
I'd rather not.
Oh my God, it was hilarious. It was so funny.
I'm not a big
The mortician was fucking Kennedy's brains out, literally.
No, it was the priest.
Was it the priest? I thought it was the mortician.
No, that's the priest. He has the collar on.
He was comparing people believing that it was. I think it's some Bible verse, and someone correct me if I'm wrong. Hey, calm down. About you'll know it's Jesus by his wounds or something like that.
Right.
And so he was comparing that to a practical application of that in today's time. So there's a widow and a priest, and she's kind of mourning over her husband, and she looks in and she goes, I don't know who that is. Who is this? Who the hell is this? And she goes, oh, you know what? Let's check out his wounds to make sure it's him. And so she puts her finger in like the back of his head, and so the priest puts his dick in the back of the guy's head. So, oh yeah, this is him.
Dragnaut, it was John F. Kennedy.
Oh, it was Kennedy. Yeah, it was Kennedy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was Jackie Kennedy.
Yes. It was really funny in a really macabre way.
Although
which is sometimes the most funny.
Sorry.
Oh, I just read a comment. Taking us right back, I've just read a comment, and as I say, I haven't seen Kazumi's videos, so apparently he was saying that the UK voting system sucks, which I'd actually agree with to some extent, that the UKIP MP David Cameron is removing the NHS, banning porn, taking money from fat people, preventing freedom of speech, and other stuff that this person can't remember now.
I like Will's response that he's gonna flag his video because there's tits in it.
I would agree. You know what? If women can't show their boobs in videos, neither should men.
Well, did you guys see when what's his name did the video where he had his shirt off? You know, the popular atheist guy. You know,
the amazing atheist.
The amazing atheist. And I said my comment was, dude, I think you have a Snickers bar stuck underneath your boob.
Dude.
And it was kind of, you know what, it was really kind of, I hate to say this, it was really kind of gross.
I don't even want to think about it, thank you.
Are you fat shaming?
You know what, I am, and I feel bad, and I feel like I really am wrong for doing it. You're
I just
right.
don't want to think about the amazing atheist, full stop. I just don't like it.
Hey, I'm pretty sure Drag has a link.
No,
thank you.
not this time.
Oh.
If I want to look at fat guy tits, I look in the mirror.
Oh.
Oh, come. We've seen you without a shirt. You're doing this on purpose now.
Although you have some pretty nice biceps, I'll give you that.
Yeah, those aren't going away. That's my only saving grace at this point.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what you get if you wank all the time.
My biceps will be bigger if I did. This stupid thing. I'm trying to do homework and it's not working now. I'm starting to get pissed off. 'Cause I got like about an hour before I got to start getting ready for work.
Okay.
So what's going to happen with Google Plus and YouTube?
I don't know.
Separating ways or something.
Are they?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It's gonna. I think it's going to be the way it used to be.
A lot of my YouTube traffic comes from Google Plus.
Exactly.
Well, now that's out of necessity. It may not. I wonder if it never changed, where they were kind of integrated together. If it would have been how it would have worked. I mean, before there was Google Plus, it was just everything was done on YouTube, and I think it was a lot better because there was more content.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, you have 8-hour hangouts now. I mean, there's tons of more content because of this.
Well, what you can
Well,
do
that
now
doesn't have
is,
to change.
I mean, what we used to do is use external links. I mean, just really, if you want to have a community for, your fan base, just do that. So we have to get
Why are they falling out with each other?
No, it's. I don't think it worked out as far as their revenue is concerned.
No, I think it was because of our hangouts. They're like, okay, we have to disassociate from these bastards.
That's,
All of these horrible jokes about Nazis and Jews and black people, calling God a cunt, talking about aborted baby Jesus. Fuck, we have to disassociate from that.
Especially the Jews. Fuck the Jews. No offense, Eric.
They've done enough of the media. They can't have any more of it.
if somebody would just fuck this Jew, I mean, then I would be happy all the time.
No.
You wouldn't even be in the hangout.
I would be in the hangout.
Although I had an idea of an apologetics channel. It's one where I exercise for 3 months, get a 6-pack, and then proceed to make apologetic videos shirtless.
No, well, I think what you should do is do an apologetics channel where you apologize for some of the theists.
Well, if atheists could have objective morality, then I would bother.
Oh,
Touché.
Oh, man.
That is sorry. I just had to go there.
This is why I like being an atheist who does believe in objective morals, because I don't have to, suffer these jokes.
Oh, yes, you do.
Shut up, you heretic.
Only by association with you guys.
Yeah.
Heretic.
Damn, I must be a fucking real asshole if I'm even an atheist heretic. I mean, fucking hell.
Yeah, atheist heretic. You gotta follow. We're a religion now. We have our doctrine.
Atheist Dawkins leader.
Hey, whatever happened to that guy, the heretic? What was his name?
Which one?
The guy from Boston.
Oh, I know who you mean.
Yeah, he's a sharp
Skeptical
guy.
heretic.
Yeah, he's a sharp guy. He's very bright.
Yeah.
Skeptical heretic.
Yeah, I think his girlfriend had a baby. He's probably just got a life now.
She was. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's
familiar. Skeptical.
When did he?
Was it the skeptical heretic or was it the skeptic heretic? I can't remember.
What, Max?
Did he eat the baby yet?
I would hope so. I would think so.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have to remove him from Tony Nicol. That name sounds familiar.
It was a he stir fried it.
Oh fuck! I just ate, for fuck's sake. Tony? Oh no,
Sorry.
Tony. Damn,
Sorry.
for a second though, I thought we had Tony Tico in here.
Tony Tico?
Yeah,
I keep
he's
trying to
a-
broadcast people. I don't know if it's...
So Max,
There's
try
a
to
lag
talk to
sometimes.
Dreas,
okay.
Max. Just try.
Hello,
He
guys.
did already.
Hello.
Hey, Tony.
No, I mean on a one-to-one.
I'll try with Dreas as soon as he's willing to listen, but he's not. So
Well,
we're
he
gonna have
listened
a
to me.
play.
He really did listen to me, and he, you know what? He puts his guard down.
Dude, you have to get on his level, bro.
Well,
Bro.
it wasn't that we agreed on things. He just was able to say what he wanted to say about what he's trying. He you know what? He's. I think it's very hard to say, you know what, guys? I have a lot to learn when there's 9 people that are attacking him. I would be hard for me.
Yeah, that's the thing. You see, this is very difficult for anybody who comes into our hangouts who is of the opposite sort of position, right? Especially controversial opposite position, unlike Maximus here, which is that he's alone here, right? And it's basically a dog pile.
Yeah. Well, and with Dreas, he really, I don't think he is prepared to be presented with perspectives that really are well thought out.
Yeah, I mean that's something that he needs to work on in his free time away from the computer, because if he's going to come at me and claim he's a scientist when he doesn't know the first thing about Big Bang cosmology, I'm going to make him look stupid. I mean, and I'll preface it. It's like I have a remedial understanding of this topic, and I know more than you. So you need to do something about that.
I'm with you 100%. That's where he gets stupid. That's where he gets stupid. And
it's kind of pretentious, isn't it, to call yourself a scientist when you obviously don't know fucking shit about it.
Well, I think that's because compared to the people probably in his life, he may be.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, everyone else I know is stupid, therefore I'm a scientist.
That's humble.
I get it, you guys. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm having a conversation with this guy doing fucking cube root of 500 over cube root of 4 and trying to use a quotient rule to divide and simplify if possible. Just stupid shit here. And I'm arguing with him, about shit that he should have read in his free time. I feel insulted that I, wasted time doing that. But, I'm not. It's like, you need to realize at some point that you don't know everything. You can come across as if you do, but if somebody knows that you're full of shit, they're going to call you out. And
he's a simple guy. And these conversations get not only heated, but they get heated from a perspective that has developed over years of having these conversations. He's not prepared for it, and so yeah, he is not prepared for it. I don't think he would deny that either, by the way.
This is usually why you preface things when you say, for example, as I understand it, like Big Bang cosmology, as I understand it, posits that the universe came from nothing. You know what? That's not correct, but at least it was a humble claim, as he understood it. Yeah.
Yeah. And you see what I wouldn't have gotten on his case if he would have approached it like that. But what he does is he'll like the posture a few sentences before that, and when I say posture, he wants to set himself up. It's like, I'm respected in society and I fought for your rights. But here, let me lead you through Big Bang cosmology, even though that's not my field. And then, talk to you like you don't know what you're talking about.
And who the fuck is he talking to?
He was trying to talk to me about that. I was like, no, you don't fucking know, dude. Just, once, and I could have been a real big dickhole and say, you know what? Do you have a 4.0 GPA? Then you can't talk to me if you don't. And I could have been a real dick, but I didn't do that. It's just, I don't see the point.
Drag. Bro, do you have in science?
No.
Do you have in science, bro?
Yes. I make science and potty every night.
Does your son actually Did your son actually shit on the side of the toilet, out of curiosity?
No.
I don't even want to.
No.
I knew I was that.
Oh my lord.
I didn't think anyone's aim was that bad.
Apparently on this previous video, and this is hearsay, Kazumi claims that Cameron was telling other people how they should look or dress.
But, and then couldn't come up with a source. He said, "Fuck you, find your own source."
Yeah. So I was a tad not sympathetic towards him when he said, "Google Cameron fat people and benefits." I thought, oh yeah, he's got a point. That story is out there. There's from a number of sources. But having heard, and again it's hearsay because I haven't seen the video. Having heard what someone else is saying, he said in his previous video, yeah, I would want sources for those too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when we asked Arcane if he knew what shit meant, and then he refused to answer. I mean, if I wouldn't give Arcane, if Arcane isn't going to back up his sources, and we're going to give him shit for that, yeah, Kazumi doesn't deserve any less or any more.
Well, no, Arcane gives you YouTube videos. That should substantiate his claim.
Get out of my house.
Or Nephilim Free, he'll link you to his own blog.
Get out of my house.
Or what about the guy? Who was the guy from South Africa? Going back to South. What is this? That was.
You're talking about Sydney?
Was it who was the guy? He wrote his own book and all of his resources
Oh, you're talking
were
about
Wikipedia.
Beasley.
Oh,
Yeah,
Beasley. I
Rob
fucking
Beasley.
remember Beasley.
yeah, that name
Why
rings
are we
a bell.
talking about Rob Beasley? Also, go home. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So wait, Rob Beasley made
I
a
don't-
book and it had references to his hard disk?
What's that about South Africa?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's why South
yeah.
Africans are the worst. Absolutely worst.
What have I done now?
Who's the
Trying
different?
to reference. He was trying to make references to Joseph Atwill, but he was having a hard time finding sources that legitimize his position. So he just linked to a bunch of Wikipedia articles.
Is he still around?
No, we think his wife ate him for dinner.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I heard you were talking about big fat women earlier.
I love me some fatties.
Okay.
I wish I had that in like a sample.
You can download this video.
You can definitely download this video and turn that into a
That's it,
sample
yeah.
and make a dubstep remix of it if you want.
I'm gonna make a new ringtone.
Immortalize him
I
forever.
love me some fatties.
Love
That
me
is
some
a
fat,
riot.
fat. Love me some fatties. Fatties, fat.
Fatties, fatties.
Love me some fatties.
Oh, dear.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
That's all I know.
Now, do you have a maximum or a minimum to this definition of these fatties you love?
He's
let's
going for
see.
the max.
The last girl I dated was about 220.
In English?
220 pounds. How much is that?
Is it 16 pounds to the stone or 14? I never can remember.
I thought it was 13.
All right.
No, it's definitely an even number. Oops.
What, you dated a 13-year-old? You fucking
No.
bad joke. Never mind. Forget it.
15, nearly 16 stone.
Why do you have to make up new measurements, for fuck's sake?
I
Just use tones. Just pick one. Okay?
Those French people are so
Do you understand it in kilograms?
Good grief.
Kilos are easy. Kilos to pounds are easy. It's just twice, essentially.
So she's like, what, 8,000 pounds? Or 8,000 kilograms?
That's
About right?
I said
she cost Max 1,000 pounds.
See.
No, I said she was 200. I said she was 220 pounds.
Oh, that was cheap.
Which
for
is
you
just
then.
under 16
Then
stone.
she was inexpensive.
She was on sale.
And she was about 5'3".
She's a big girl.
Oh my god.
that's big.
Yeah.
I don't see the problem.
I don't either. I really
Neither do
don't.
I.
I don't
Also, she practiced martial arts, and I'm pretty sure she could have kicked my ass, which is pretty. I don't know. That seems attractive to me for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Hezbollah comes a knocking, so will she.
Exactly. Honey, the terror handle that.
Sherry, don't like it.
It's like Amazon size.
You guys know there is actually there's some women in Chechnya who scammed ISIS.
Oh.
I like her
they're
already.
Yeah, there are 3 of them. So they're like went on some social media, like a bit underground, and they were like would find these recruiters, and they're like, hey, we would like to join ISIS. We're pretty girls, So, but we need money to get there. And the guys are like, yeah, sure, here we go. So ultimately, they scammed them for $3,000.
That's what David Cameron should do to get some money.
There you go. See.
See, he doesn't need to cut sickness benefits. He should just scam ISIS. He could kill two sturds with one bone. 2 birds with one stone.
2 birds. What? 2 birds.
Oh, the joy of it.
When it comes to publicly funded healthcare,
I'm getting stoned with birds.
When it comes to publicly funded healthcare, I do think it is worth considering whether or not those who live unhealthy lifestyles should pay more in taxes or something.
That would be horrible.
Not directly in taxes. Well, it doesn't have
I
to
know what you're
necessarily be
saying.
direct. It doesn't necessarily have to be directly. So, for example,
Well, some sort of accountability. Some sort of accountability.
Wait,
is
are
what I
you
think
saying
I-
that people that are healthy should pay more in taxes? Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand? that?
No, people that lead unhealthy lifestyle.
So,
that's tough.
oh, people live an unhealthy lifestyle should pay more in taxes. I don't, then you've got the government defining what is healthy and what is not,
Well, there's that.
which
Well,
I'm not sure if I'm okay with happening.
Love your avatar, by the way, Ocean.
Thank you. It's
So-
it's Odin on a horse, on sleep.
Well, I mean in terms of fault. So, for example, if somebody is a smoker, then they've chose to smoke and continue on smoking. But if somebody
you can't do that,
They're
Maximus.
already paying more
You
taxes.
can't do that, Maximus,
Yes, because you're buying
it's-
cigarettes that have a higher tax on it.
Yeah.
If somebody
but also
if you add
you
another
can't
tax
take away the
on it-
universality. You can't take away the
I'm not
universality of the healthcare. Plus, also you'd have to include people who were in the car by choice, aren't they? So it's there's too many grey areas
true.
to say that if it's
The thing
somebody's
is, you already
fault.
have people paying a tax on smoking. If you add
Yeah,
another
and
tax on
drinking.
smoking, you're basically reducing the liberty of free action. So
Isn't there
and
laws
people
about how many times people can be taxed as well? So you can like income tax.
Because you're like double jeopardy
value-added
tax on
tax.
smoking. At that
Yeah.
point.
I don't see how throwing more taxes on a product limits your liberty. It just means you have to pay more money for that product. That's it.
Let's put a stamp on paper and stamps.
There are things we consider essential that we try to make as affordable as possible, and there are
What
things
about the
that
internet?
are.
The internet makes us all sit here and get fat instead of exercising. Let's tax the internet.
I don't want the government defining what's healthy and what's not healthy.
That's
and
right.
slapping
Yeah,
another tax
that's
on
why
it.
I was being
That's
a
just
little.
stupid.
I was being a little facetious there, as to like
Oh,
say.
but
Hey,
that's
hey, if
totally
it wasn't for the internet, Nephilim Free wouldn't get any exercise.
But here's the thing: when it comes to we're
Doesn't
already
primal
asking
screaming because of the internet?
if you're in a public system, you are already asking the government to get involved in health. You're asking them to fund it, so they are already involved. So I don't think that's
Yeah, but if we already have a system of taxes set up that's actually paying for it, then why do we need to get into micromanagement of people's lives based on their activity? What's the metric going to be? How do we have people come into people's lives and check whether or not they're smoking or sitting on the internet too long? This requirement that kind of I'm not okay with.
Well, you don't need to check their lives just to add a tax. All you need to do is note that they are buying this product, and this product is dangerously unhealthy for you.
I don't want the government really knowing what I'm buying. Like, I don't want to have to report that. Or
Well, that's not how they would know that you're a smoker.
You put the tax on the smoke or the
Because I
product
could buy
itself.
cigarettes my entire life, and the
Right,
government
they
wouldn't
would-
know that I'm smoking. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't pay the tax.
Well, when you go and get an insurance examination, they check for nicotine or tar nicotine. I think in your hair. It's from it's.
That's pretty crazy.
Well, it's when your
Yeah, I
hair
don't want the government doing
grows.
that.
It's essentially a record of the chemicals in your body.
And by the
Watch
way,
me get old real
and by the way, smokers hate other smokers who bum off them, and they'd be less inclined to let you bum a smoke if they were more expensive.
Oops.
I
They're
just
already
copied
pretty
and
expensive,
pasted
and
it.
People bump smokes all the time.
Just going back
Like,
slightly
people
in history.
that don't smoke unless they bum.
Yeah, I just posted Will to Power, put a link for the book that Bob Beasley wrote, so I've just copied and pasted it in the side chat if anyone wants to have a laugh. A look.
Is that the one with all the Wikipedia sources?
Yeah. Something else.
Oh gosh,
No.
who was I online with the
Getting
other
back,
day? What's
getting
his
back to
name?
the NHS for a second.
Mhm.
The whole point of it, the whole point of this having a social health service is that it's universal and free at the point of need.
Service, that's the word.
That's the
I was looking for.
whole idea behind it. Sorry, but I couldn't quite find it. Universal healthcare, which is free at the point of need.
Well, you know what? It's
what the
not like
NHS is
having a certain weight is not like it's illegal. It's like we're judging people for something that just seems like there's nothing wrong with it. It may not be as healthy as other things, but you know, we go to war. We have soldiers that go to war. We send them to die, and it's like it's so inconsistent. I think in some ways how we decide what is the social norm or what is socially acceptable or right or wrong.
Yeah, and what are you going to use? The BMI index? Because that's already been shown to be bullshit.
That is bullshit. That is true. But I
What is
wasn't
it,
really
body fat or something?
Yeah, I really didn't want to address body fat.
Mass. Yes, body mass index, isn't it?
I really
body mass, yeah.
I didn't really want to address the overweight thing because, well, that's far than smoking than tobacco smoke. So that's why I didn't really want to touch that one.
On a completely different note, can I remind people it's a blue moon tonight. It's a rare occurrence.
Oh, thanks. I almost forgot.
Just popped it, yeah.
Is that where the phrase "once in a blue moon" comes from?
Yep.
Yep, exactly. It's when there's 2 full moons in a month.
Oh, I just said that yesterday. It says, tonight's blue moon will be easy to see, but the name has nothing to do with its colour, and once in a blue moon is probably based on a misunderstanding. Oh, okay. Most definitions say that a blue moon is the second full moon in a calendar month.
Yeah.
This year's July's full moon was on the 2nd because there are 29.5 days between full moons. We have one again on the 31st.
I think there's already been one this year as well. I can't remember which month it was, so it definitely rings a bell.
This is getting a lot of publicity, though. It's interesting. Maybe because in the summertime, I don't know. Maybe it's in the northern hemisphere. It's less cloudy than in the winter.
Apparently, they occur 7 times every 19 years.
Wow.
So it does actually match the saying then, doesn't it? Once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
There used to be a baseball player. His name was Blue Moon Odom.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a pitcher.
Sure he wasn't a catcher?
I don't know.
You're the catcher.
He's a catch.
My boyfriend says differently.
Oh man, this was fun, you guys. This was really fun.
And you could always get the live recording, see it again, and catch my
I know.
Live
vicariously through my own memories.
I know Maximus is disappointed Laurent didn't come in today.
I don't know who Laurent is.
Yeah, I've come up with a whole list of burns just for him.
Oh my god, he's too much. Laurent is too much. Yeah,
If you want, I will shoot him an invite again.
Go ahead.
He was in the comment section, or the external.
What do you think of this one? So, Laurent, do you tie your hair back in that picture, or are you just so ugly your hair runs away from your face?
Oh
my gosh. I don't know what he looks like.
But you need to practice your delivery.
Yeah, just delivery. It's not a big joke, just delivery. You know, it's like, Laurent, man, what's going on with your hair? It look like your hair's trying to fucking run away from you.
Yeah. I said this to you yesterday. Delivery.
Laurent, you're so ugly. Your hair goes to the back of your head.
Yeah. I don't know if I've been in a hangout with Laurent.
Laurent, you're so ugly. Your hair goes to the back of your head. It's away from his face, so it doesn't have to see his face. Hello.
Laurent, you're so ugly. Your hair's running the fuck away from your head.
No face. Oh, his head too, actually.
Well, yeah.
That would be a better way of putting it.
I'm gonna shut up now. Yeah. Thank you.
What bets are we putting on? He doesn't actually shut up.
Speaking of which, Wolfman, you missed it too. Laurent was in here trying to crack jokes on folks.
I missed it as well.
I have to admit, it's pretty funny, but I like how you turned that around on him. Good job.
I'll let people kind of drag on, no pun intended, the drag nuts thing for a certain little while, and then afterwards, say it again, it's like, okay, I got you. Because
Yeah,
they've already ingrained it in people's minds. So dragging nuts, I get to drag them across your face and turn that image around on them. There's a science to insulting people.
There is. I used to
And not some
remember-
deep physics.
I used to insult my friends all the time. I remember one time a friend of mine, when I told him I was going to Lebanon, he said, "Make sure when security checks you on your way back here, they get all the crevices." And my response was, "You're the reason why I wish white people would hit their kids more often."
No, that's actually not the reason, though. Not that I would know the reason.
Reason for what?
White people hitting their kids.
I always just thought that it was mostly an old world thing. Like for me at least, I'm pretty sure minorities here beat their kids about as much as white people here beat their kids.
Depends on the area. If it's like California, you can forget about seeing that sort of thing.
Is that what I think it is, Sydney? Oh, it's just
Is Sid still here?
yeah. I just put my camera on, but it doesn't appear to be.
I am, but what did you think it is?
I thought it was cannabis at first. Some of it.
Sid,
Yes.
Sid, did you hear what happened at the Gay Pride Parade in Jerusalem?
I did. I heard that some crazy religious fuck went and shot some people.
Yeah.
He stabbed them.
Oh, stabbed them or whatever the
He
fuck.
had just gotten out of prison.
I hate the fucking religious Jews. Fuck
They're the
you
worst. They
religious
are.
Jews. Get the
Hey,
fuck
well,
off this planet.
hey, Sydney, I think this just goes to show us how evil Israel is, because that shit never would have happened in Palestine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good point.
Let's all
You know
go
what?
to the Iranian embassy and go, death to Israel, death to Israel, death to America.
Sid, you'll understand this. When I lived in Jerusalem, I met the Messiah probably 25 times, and it was always an overweight Jewish guy from New York. Always.
And they were all called Jesus about 2,000 years ago.
Actually, they were all called like David.
No, now, but 2,000 years ago, they were all called Jesus.
No, they were
It's all the Brooklyn.
And
It's all the Brooklyn Jews.
and then
they
at the
all
end of the day, because it was such a lot of crap and such a lot of hokey pokey, but at the end of the day, 100 or 60 or 40 years later, whatever it was, the memory is a little bit hazy, so they kind of all combined all the Jesuses into one
Oh, I know that one. That's the multiple Jesus theory, and yeah, no.
It's not a multiple Jesus here. It's a multiple fail. It's a multiple. What are they called? Failed Messiah.
Yeah,
false Messiah.
Yeah, it's the theory of Earl Doherty, and it's stupid. No historian actually believes
the multiple Jesus theory. Yeah.
Well, I don't have to rely on all my knowledge on historians. Some of it you can actually deduce.
Yeah,
Hey,
who cares about history? Just go with what we say.
No, don't.
Sydney,
don't
I
get
love when people
defensive.
say that about
No,
history
no.
and then get on to people for saying that about science.
Yeah,
Don't-
history.
Do not get butthurt. It is not appropriate.
I slipped down the stairs once. I was a bit butthurt then.
Oh,
Did you? Oh yeah. How many stairs did you
rely
butt
on
bounce down?
scientists.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can just deduce it myself. Creationism is true, by the way.
Is stairs a euphemism in the UK?
No, not in this particular. No, I did. I missed. I was only about 12, by the way.
Oh,
So-
never mind.
so-
That takes that one
I
up.
misstepped.
What has a stronger influence on the world today? Atheism or euphemism?
The moon. The moon has the strongest
Good
influence.
answer. Hey, it's a full moon here today, by the way.
It's a blue moon.
Yeah. The moon will be blue tonight.
and if it was made out of cheese, it would be blue cheese.
Blue cheese. Oh.
Roquefort. Delicious.
Yes, I'm a big fan of that.
I bet you. I bet you, if it really was made out of blue cheese, a place like what's the biggest pizza chain in the world?
Dominoes.
Dominoes, they would have built a spacecraft and they probably would have already have shuttles on their way to mine the moon.
Oh, they don't use proper cheese on their pizzas, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, they don't
They
use.
So anyway,
reconstituted Renity Blair stuff. I don't even want to think
the
about
intent
it.
of the second camera here that's looking outside the window is to catch a squirrel or two walking along that green bar.
Oh,
You see that
Groovy
green
had
bar
a
there?
squirrel earlier.
Or if we're lucky, we might even see a spider start to build a web in front of the camera.
Oh, wow. Was there one just to the left of your camera blowing in the wind there? A spider web, not a squirrel.
That is kind of either the remnants of a spider web or yeah, it looks like a remnant as well. But
Do you
he
remember-
might be back. He might be back. If I find an actual spider around, I'll concentrate on the guy because I've done it before. I've actually over time, every single day, I've filmed a spider building his web from beginning to end.
Wow.
But I did it in the days of VHS, and I put it onto VHS and gave it to a friend of mine's kid. So I don't have a record of it.
Yes, Sid,
Did
there
you,
was
did
also.
you know that?
Huh?
Sorry, I started. Did you know that if you give spiders different drugs, it causes them?
Yeah.
It causes them to make weird webs.
Acid.
Well, I like to give them mosquitoes and quite anything else that flies into their web. Quite
Apparently, coffee had
okay.
the worst effect on them, didn't it?
Yeah,
Coffee has an effect on me too.
Yeah. The most erratic spider web built was
You know,
the
I'm
spider
starting
on
to.
coffee, on caffeine.
I'm starting to find a direct correlation between drinking coffee and hanging out. I've never hung out without a cup of coffee in my hand. Now, if I stop drinking coffee, will that lead to me ceasing to hang out as well?
Well, what it'll do is it'll give you headaches.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, the
Caffeine
withdrawal.
withdrawal.
Yeah.
I was talking with Christians gives me headaches, and I'm still in the hangouts.
That's a good point.
That's where the sun moon will come from, over that side.
Sid, there was also a Palestinian kid that got killed in the West
Oh,
Bank.
did you see that? Those fucking religious cunts. I tell you something.
There's something else.
Israel should just send them over to Jordan. Let them Jordanians.
You know what? Let them make their own country in the West Bank.
The religious Jews? Are you fucking kidding me? No. There's
They
no
would beat
difference.
Can you imagine if they were segregated
Eric,
with themselves? They would just beat the crap out of each other.
Eric, there's no difference
and then whine
between.
about it.
There is no difference between the religious or Orthodox Jewish community in Israel or anywhere, and the Orthodox Islamic community.
Oh, I agree.
Anywhere
100%.
as well. Exactly
I
the
agree.
same.
Yeah.
No difference. I hate them. I hate them just as much as one to the other.
You know, I really like Gabriel, but boy, when we talk about politics in
Gabriel's
Israel,
he's not that ultra orthodox.
no, but he's a kahana. He was
I'm a Kahanist as well. I mean, Kahana's been
Really?
proven to be correct. That's
What's a
unfortunately.
kahana?
Mayor
Rabbi
Kahana. Rabbi
Yeah.
Kahana, yeah, he was.
That's unfortunate, but he's been proven to be correct.
Well,
What
I
is
don't know if he's
one?
been proven to be correct. What does that mean?
In what
he's been
sense?
proven?
In what? Who? What? Tell me
Oh, okay,
more.
whoa.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kahana was a political party, and he was the person that was behind it. He was actually assassinated. So was his son. He was controversial because he was very outspoken.
He was a one-state solution kind of guy in the 80s, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I personally like the one-state solution myself.
I love
it. Let the Palestinians be citizens.
Well,
let them.
but that isn't what the one-state solution represented. That what you're saying is different than what they thought of as the one-state solution. They thought
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It all started with a one-state solution. How it would have evolved if it was implemented is not really up for discussion because we don't know.
he wanted to expel anybody that wasn't Jewish.
Oh
Of
yeah,
course
I'm
he
not
wanted to
about
do that,
one-state
but the
solution.
point is, first you get the borders figured out. Okay, then you've got your sovereign Israel from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, and once that happens, I guarantee you everybody's point of view will change just a little bit from what it was before, and it'll work itself out just fine.
You can guarantee that, but I don't see how that matters. I mean, I don't
Because most people most people, I believe, in Israel, especially not the non-Jews, as well, most of the Jews for sure are secular and atheist. And in my opinion, I believe that many Palestinian Muslims and maybe Christians are also secular, just like you and me. But they can't say anything because they'll be killed. That's the kind of society they live in right now. But if the whole of the West Bank and Israel was just one country, Israel, then there wouldn't be that problem with coming out, because there'd be somewhere to go. If you in Ramallah, if you come out as an atheist, you're dead because there's nowhere else to go. But if you lived in Ramallah and you're a citizen of Israel and you are an atheist and you want to move to Haifa, where a whole bunch of other atheists live, fine, great. I think that's the best solution.
So are you saying everybody has the same exact rights?
Yes.
Oh, then it's just a border. Then
it's a secular. Israel's a secular government. Is what I'm saying.
I think
the whole government is secular, and I believe that it will even represent the majority of the country, even if the people who lived, the Arabs who live in the West Bank are integrated into Israeli citizenship. I honestly believe that the secular stance will even become stronger.
The problem is, though, it would not stay a majority Jewish.
You don't know. No, you don't know. You see, you cannot predict. I'm just saying the next step would be this, and you're already starting to predict the future, which you have no right to do because you don't know how to do that, and you might not.
Sid, that's what you're doing also, though. That's what speculation is. Yeah, you are. You're saying.
Excuse me. I'm saying draw the borders, draw the border from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Start with that, okay? And then I'm speculating as to what will happen, but in a positive way, because
I'm not saying it's positive.
That's the reason for doing it in the first place.
I'm not saying I'm not passing judgment when I said what I was saying before you interrupted me.
Okay, Prophet Eric, let's hear.
It's not about being a prophet. Don't be a dick. I think it's already. I could be wrong, but with the West Bank, I think that there's a higher Arab population than Jewish population.
Well, obviously.
So if it's not,
Helena needs to be unmuted, by the way.
If you integrate the people that live in the West Bank, that if it's a majority Arab population, Israel I don't think Israel exists.
Then that's where you are very narrow-minded, because if it's a majority, even if it's a majority, my point is this: I believe that the secular nature of society of the whole country will kind of integrate into each other, because on the Jewish side there's a massive secular the massive secular population. The secular population and the religious population in Israel do not mix with each other. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, so the same thing's going to happen if Judea and Samaria are part of Israel. The same thing's going to happen with those populations. Firstly, everybody will be able to move freely from one part of the country to other. They can all integrate. Secondly, secular people will find secular people.
I'd be happy. I would be totally happy with that if that's how it worked out.
I think that vision is a very positive vision, and it has no negative, other than for the religious folks who want to control everything. There's no negatives.
So what is keeping it from happening now?
People like you and your lousy opinions.
We know that, but what else?
Well, me not being the prime minister of Israel might be a big problem.
So it's politics. It's maintaining the status quo. It's same shit. It's people wanting the same.
It's not that, Eric. It's just so inevitable that's what has to happen. The one state. It's inevitable. There's no way around it. There's no way around it, unless the Palestinian Authority today declares itself 100% secular. 100%. Then there's a chance, but that's not going to happen because people will get assassinated.
here's something. What could be done is that the UN goes into Israel, destroys the border between the countries, and forces them to sign a peace treaty, merging themselves into one secular government. I kind of like that.
They don't have the capacity.
All right, let's see the UN. Let's see the UN go and do that. Well, I tell you what. The UN. Hold on a second.
They have the military capacity actually to do that.
Let them first give Crimea back to the Ukraine, this United Nations force, and then hold on a second. Let me finish. And then let them stop the war between Ukraine and Russia, and when that's all peaceful, then let them come to Israel and do whatever you suggest.
Wait, why should Crimea be returned to Ukraine?
Really? Really?
Yeah, really. Dude, I was born there.
Did they vote?
I have still relatives there. Crimea was historically Russian. It has a Russian majority population. Crimea was giving away to Ukraine when my country, the Soviet Union or Russia, was in a state of disarray because of bad politics from the Russian side and because of bad actions from the Western side trying to destabilize the country. Nobody asked my grandparents or my father or my mother whether or not they want to join Ukraine or what country they want to join. It was just being told to them, now you're Ukrainians, you don't have a choice. So as I see it right now, Crimea belonging to Russia is to return it to previous states of affairs.
And the way it was taken is okay? You like that? You think they can just march in and take it, or there's no negotiation?
First of all, is it taking or is it reclaiming?
Right, that's the point. Historically, Crimea was Russian. We fought for it against oppressors. Crimean Tatars were attacking Moscow with Tsardom.
Who gave Crimea back to the Ukraine? Was it the Soviet Union or what happened?
It was
it a voluntary move by the Soviet Union?
No, it was a collapse.
It was a collapse, dude, with disarray, countries in disarray. Nobody asked either the citizen or the government if they want to.
That's not true. That's not true because there was a distinct handover of the Crimea. There was a distinct handover of the Crimea to Russia at some point.
Do you seriously think that Russia would voluntarily give up its land to a non-Russian country or non-allied country? You seriously think they would do it voluntarily?
Ukraine was not a non-allied country. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but it break away, right? That's the point.
Right. Sydney, during the collapse of the Soviet Union, there were a lot of new countries created and a lot of displacement of lands. So what happened was some countries that were sort of under Soviet rule were liberated, and other parts that were in favor of the Soviet Union became quote-unquote liberated along with those nations. So what you have is these borders that are fairly arbitrary, that were created by the collapse of the Soviet government, just destabilized completely. And so you just have a bunch of new nations created, and the borders weren't very well thought out. So you had areas that were majority Russian. Right, of course. It's like you have the same thing with Yugoslavia. We kind of what happened there too.
Hold on a second.
So I'm just arbitrarily drawn borders.
Okay, I'm just looking at a quick history of this Crimea here. After the Russian Revolution of 1917, Crimea became a republic within the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic in the USSR. That's 1917 to World War II. It was a republic. In World War II, it was downgraded to the Crimean Oblast. And in 1954, the Crimean Oblast was transferred to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic.
And that period has a lot to do with the transition from the Tsar.
It became the Autonomous Republic of Crimea in 1991.
In the area that you're talking about it being a republic, there's a transition going on between the Tsar and communist rule, and a lot of nations were kind of scooped up by the communist rule there. And over the period of time between the World War I and World War II, you have a lot of countries that kind of boosted their Russian identity and Russian patriotism. And being Russian was a very proud thing in that area.
You mean being communist?
And that's where.
No, Russian.
Russian. What does that mean to be Russian?
It's like not necessarily communist. But although communism had a lot to do with that pride.
Okay, well, what does it mean to be Russian? What's the pride behind it?
Nationality,
Russians have a very proud history going back to Peter the Great. So
I'm talking about now. What's the? I mean, or then?
they have a very proud history going back to Peter the Great. That has effects now.
Why?
Right. So
why?
Russia,
What's so great about being Russian?
Wait. Russia had a control of Crimea for a long time after the wars against the Crimean Khanate, which was sort of a I don't know, maybe ocean.
That's Peter the Great taking that area, right?
Right, and afterwards there were a lot of wars against the Muslims, by the way, ironically. So that this land, which now the Republicans and Westerners are like, oh, this is should give them back to the owners, where well, the owners are actually Muslims. If you think about it, like we were the good Christian nation back then who was fighting against the Muslims. Muslims were taking Moscow's kids and wives and selling them to slavery, just like they were doing the Barbary Wars after the Civil War in America. We held it up. We did lose it once when British supported the Turks. We took it, and it stayed Russian essentially afterwards, totally. Completely, almost. Wait, hold on, just hold on. So nobody then asked, none of my ancestors, nobody in the Crimean country, do you want to join Ukraine, right? Nobody asked it. But suddenly now, when we give the land back to its people who live there, actually still their ancestors, suddenly everybody's, oh, but there is no democratic elections. Nobody asked these people. Well, it wasn't asked of them in the beginning.
Hey Art,
yeah.
I'm not sure if you have, but if you have already, but could you broadcast Selma?
Oh, sorry. Good.
I've just been trying, but it doesn't seem to be working for me.
It sometimes bugs out, yeah.
Throw me mods as well. I can start handling it. Anyway.
It should be working for you now, Helena, but you are still muted, by the way. If you click on the unmute button, you should be fine. Bye, yay! Hello!
You are audible.
Right, so does anybody else have any objections? I'm happy to answer any because...
Oh, I totally have an objection. My objection is tough shit. Sometimes land goes to one country, and sometimes it goes to another, but you try your best to stabilize shit, and unfortunately Russia did not make sure things were stabilized. Crimea, for a good time, was in Ukrainian hands, and that's just the way it is.
Now it's in Russian hands, so tough shit.
They were aggressive.
Here's why it is tough shit. If Native Americans have been thoroughly screwed out of pretty much everything in both Canada and the United States, and yet I'm pretty sure we would say tough shit here if somebody kicked us out of our house, sent us to our land of origins, and just gave the Native Americans back their land.
Actually, that's your problem, and actually, that should be consistent with your position. If you're demanding the land to be returned to the previous owners, like what you argue in the case of Crimea, then you should give the land that you're now sitting on in Canada, and you should say this to every American who is sitting on an Indian land right now to get the fuck out and give the land to Indians.
No, I'm not saying give the land back to Indians. I'm saying, I'm not saying give the land back to Indians. I'm saying I'm saying in terms of national borders, we should do our best.
I'm teasing.
I'm saying in terms of national borders, we should do our best to keep them as they are. The fact that Russia isn't doing its best to keep things how it is or how it was shows that they're just destabilizing shit for no reason.
It does keep it as it was. It's getting back to be Russian, which is what it was. And if there is any instability at all,
unless you think it's getting back to the Crimean Khanate, but the Crimean Khanate doesn't exist anymore. There's nobody to represent it.
There's that. And if you want to take it back to I kind of lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Like, the people there have considered themselves Russian since Peter the Great came in and took it over.
Yeah, we have their history. That's
like 1400s. So, or maybe, but no, it's 1600. Sorry. When is fucking Peter the Great? Hold on. I have a degree in Russian history. It pisses me off now.
You really? Oh wow. Yeah. I'm impressed now.
It was one of the areas I jumped in. Yeah, 1600s, late 1600s.
There's a huge history in that region that is made by Russians. it's sorry. This, if you want to take it back to the state it was in, the most reasonable thing to do is to give it back to Russians.
When was the last time Russia possessed Crimea?
One reason why I wasn't really pissed off about that part of the war, when war broke out over there, I was like, okay, well, what's the reason? And then I found out what piece of land it was, and it's like, oh, it was like one of the establishing pieces of Russia under Peter the Great. This is one of the first things that he did that got him the nickname Peter the Great. So, that land is historically Russian. It doesn't necessarily make sense to make too much bones about it. Like, I can see some issue with the method, but because there's a little bit of ballot stuffing and some other shit that kind of went down that may not be necessarily seen as fair. But then again, Russian history is filled with these kind of brutal things anyway, so it's not really a change of the status quo. But I can imagine that that area of land, Russia had to have had their eyes on it for some time since the collapse, because it is so historically, emblematically Russian.
Like, imagine if somebody took, I don't know, Texas from you at one point through
a better example would be Georgia, because it's part of the establishment of the beginning of the United States. So.
Right. Yeah.
But it's like kind of off to the side a little bit, and it didn't necessarily have all the land that it has now and that kind of thing. It's got a lot of the same situations. So if the United States collapsed and Georgia became an independent state, or Georgia became part of Spain or something like that, and then America decided to be like, no, Georgia is back to being American, and then the people of Georgia are like, yay, thank you. And there's an invasion that takes place, and there's American troops all over the place to take Georgia back. This doesn't. That's kind of what the situation would be culturally.
Yep. And people have to understand this, really. Just fucking Wikipedia article tells you all you need, really, to know.
When was the last time Russia had Crimea? Was it during the Soviet Union era? Was it before?
1992. So 20 years or so. And it has not been not Russia for very long.
Yeah.
And before that, it'd been Russia for a while.
Russia had control.
By the way, the lingua franca of Crimea is Russian.
Okay, but that's because Russia had control of the Crimea from 1783 to 1954. Okay, that's a long time.
Yes.
Arguably a little bit before that too.
So that's 200 years of being Russian.
Yes.
So the people there have a strong Russian identity.
Yes, but from
developing not only
fucking great, which is the reason why Russians have this big pride about themselves, is because of Peter the Great's expansion, and the Crimea being a key part of that is that's one of the reasons why that particular area is emblematically Russian.
Interesting.
But it's not just about pride, right? It's as much as a legitimate ownership claim.
National identity.
Well, there's that too.
It's kind of like what I'm using in the word pride. As I'm using pride is kind of national identity, because they not only do they have that national identity, but they like it and they want it.
And in 1571, the Crimean Tatars attacked and sacked Moscow, burning everything but the Kremlin.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes. So you're reading the Wiki article.
I am, but I'm just saying this is not exactly Russian nationalism.
So what?
I don't see Russian nationalism in the Crimean
What year
Tatars.
was that, Sydney?
That was 1571.
1571. That's a huge difference between the 1500s and the 1700s, because in the 1500s there was a Muslim Khanate that was at war with the Orthodox Russians.
Right.
So there's a religion difference there, and that also goes back to the late medieval period.
Yeah, you're quite right. They were still Crimean Tatars, though, even though they were Muslim ruled. So What does that change? What does that change the culture?
They called themselves Crimean. It was a Crimean Khanate when they were invaded by Peter the Great. The Russian identity starts at the invasion of Peter the Great. Now, the people that you're talking about that are part of the Khanate, hold on, Sydney, the people that you're talking about that are part of the Khanate don't exist anymore. Unless you want to try and find a representative in the Middle East
when
who will come forward and represent the Khanate.
When did Peter
the
the Great
there
appear?
don't identify as Khanate.
When did Peter the Great appear? He doesn't even. He's not even on this Wikipedia article.
Late 1600s to early 1700s. I don't know exactly when it was.
Like, he didn't encounter it himself personally, of course. That's probably why it doesn't mention
Actually,
it.
his reign starts in 1721, so it would have been after that.
Right, and you left out, Sydney, you left out the part where it says that the Crimean Tatars attacked and sacked Moscow, burning everything with the Kremlin. Until the late 18th century, Crimean Tatars maintained a massive slave trade with the Ottoman Empire, exporting about 2 million slaves from Russia and Ukraine over the period of 1500 to 1700.
Okay, but that was under Muslim control, like you say.
Yes, and then we conquered them back.
But I still don't see Peter the
that.
Great. I still don't see Peter the Great on this Wikipedia article. You show me.
Irrelevant. I mean, that's just the, okay. He was, dude. There's no dispute.
One of the first things. Look at the.
Don't mention anything that's irrelevant because it's.
Look at the Wikipedia page for Peter the Great, and you'll find that about his. You'll find a little section about his war against the Crimean Khan, where he takes the land.
Peter the Great. All right, maybe I don't know.
It's in the section labeled early reign, and then you have him taking the area.
I don't dispute it necessarily, but I just need to verify because it's not cross-checking.
Dude, there is no dispute. Peter the Great was the Tsar of Russia. I don't know what's the debate about him.
No, I see that.
There isn't a debate about this. Like, it's,
no, I see who he is, and I just don't. I'm looking for the connection to the Crimea. That's all.
Well, under his rule,
taking the land.
Yeah, under his rule,
and then squashing out the culture of that area, turning it very Russian.
Okay, he
it has
died.
been Russian since then.
He died.
So, like, Peter had a very
1725
very regimented cultural transformation of Russia. He basically forced out any Eastern and Muslim influence in Russia and replaced it with a very Western Orthodox Christian culture.
Yeah, and like based on the Enlightenment.
Yeah, he even made he would have made the official language Dutch if he'd been if he thought it was reasonable to do, but.
Okay, he died long before the.
He was going that far with Westernization of Russia.
Yeah, he was our Napoleon essentially, Russian Napoleon.
Okay, but he died in 1725, and the Russians didn't take over till 1783.
Not completely.
Hey,
you have like the culture that Peter started was continued by successive czars.
If I remember correctly, isn't it true that you Christian saints are the ones who came up with the Russian alphabet?
Okay, hold on a minute. I got a question here. The Crimean Khanate, is that what you're saying? Khanate. Okay. Okay. Now Peter the Great dies in 1725. The Crimean Khanate lasts from 1449 to 1779. So all the way through Peter the Great, his whole reign, this Crimean Khanate is still a vassal state of the Ottoman
we can
Empire.
find out which czar finally defeated the Crimean Khanate. But the war was initiated by Peter the Great, which was also during this cultural change. That was
then it was a very long time coming because they didn't get it until 1783, and the guy dies in 1825.
So the Khanate was eliminated at that point. And then the land has since then remained Russian and has a strong Russian culture, as well as Orthodox Christian, with the exception of the period of time in communism when Orthodox Christianity was outlawed. So, like this, the culture there is Russian. And if you look at the population,
I don't doubt that.
It's Russian. They self-identify as Russian. And the reason why is because the Khanate was eliminated.
Okay. And we speak Russian. Ukrainian is fringed upon there, almost. It's like it's a foreign language there.
There is a cultural Ukrainian as well.
Well, of course, but it's
does every Russian,
to the Cossacks, but they're
does
not
every
in Crimea.
Crimean understand Ukrainian?
No, not at all. Really? I don't understand Ukrainian, and I'm Crimean. My dad doesn't understand or speak Ukrainian, and he's Crimean. Neither does my mom. Actually, nobody might
The whole education system, everything there is in
Is there
Russian.
actually a language called Crimean?
No, Ukrainian.
Must be a dialect.
It's the Crimean, the Khanate might have. Hold on a second. Let's take a look. Because the Khanate was, damn it, a vestige of like Mongolian rule.
Right.
So, like that's where they're descended from, is like Muslim Mongolians. So that Khanate had that kind of identification until it was eliminated. Nobody, the Muslim Empire is, or not the Muslim, the Mongolian Empire is pretty much gone. There's not many people around that really identify as Mongolian.
Yeah, and before the Mongolians, there were the Greeks there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Okay, I think you.
Yes, the Greeks were there. That was. I can't remember the name of the city-state that was there, but that's going way
Anatolia.
far back. To say that Crimea should be handed off to the Greeks.
Well, yeah, that's why I could have.
Like,
Yeah, but the city you're thinking, I think, is Anatolia.
Maybe if Mycenae was still around, you might be able to pull that off. But even Mycenae doesn't really have claims. But I think they're the ones that actually.
I'll admit it. Art, you were right about Crimea.
Thank you.
I concede your arguments.
Thank you. Now, by the way, as for the other.
That's right, bitches.
If you ask me, it should still be British.
Oh fuck! you won one war, and we later on still kick your asses.
You know what I find? You know what I find really amazing about the Crimean War is that the British and the Ottoman Republic were on the same side.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the Ottoman Empire. I mean,
There's actually a number. Like the Ottoman Empire had a pretty good relation with the West until World War II.
World War One. Sorry.
World War One.
Yeah.
And then it was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
It was trying to stay relevant when it sided with the Central Powers, and if
am
it had
so
sided with the other side, things probably would have gone a lot better for it.
Don't you think that? Don't you think that?
Personally, I'm happy that Lebanon though became a French colony and not a British colony. That's what happened to the landmass that became a British colony, and that didn't turn out so well for the.
No, that's right. Yeah. That is very true.
If the Ottomans had sided with the Allies in World War One, that whole region would be completely different now, because the empire wouldn't have been carved out.
I honestly think you would have been better off with the Ottomans. There would be far more stability.
Exactly.
That's true. Yeah.
But at the same time, the Ottoman Empire was kind of on its way out due to a sort of financial collapse. Although, if it had won that war, it might have jump-started the Ottoman economy.
Yeah, they were slowly, for quite a long time before they collapsed. It was like the Roman Empire. They kind of decayed over time.
There was a lot of the same problems actually with the Western Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
Also, if Russia never suffered any collapse from its revolution, it also would have been very different. We wouldn't have the whole Soviet thing.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it would be probably be constitutional monarchy.
Oh, that sounds so beautiful.
I know, yeah.
Damn it, Ottoman Empire! Why did you side with the wrong fuckers in World War One?
White Russians for the win.
Yeah.
Exactly. What the hell happened there? You guys conned all the peasants to join the Red Army, promising them this, that, and the other land and whatnot. And then you win the war with them, and then you say fuck you. Now you're just going to have to be,
interestingly enough, there's a documentary and a movie about the whole war between the whites and the reds, and key part in it played Czech mercenaries who were supposed to be on the side of the whites, but because the white general, who was admiral actually, Kolchak, didn't have the money to pay immediately, they just abandoned him, and that played a major role in his loss.
There's another factor right there.
Fucking Czechs.
The Orthodox Church went through its greatest period of martyrdom during its dealings with the Red Army. There's one funny story where the Red Army started proselytizing communist ideology, and they sent one person to this very small Russian village, and the government forced all the peasants to listen to him and talk about Marx and Lenin. And now the priest, he was in the back, supposed to listen to all this. And after the communist gave his whole spiel about how awesome Marx was and how communism was the future, the Russian Orthodox priest asked if he could just say one thing, and the communist said, "Okay, fine, just say one thing. Come up here."
Booyah! That's what he said. Booyah.
No, that's not what he said. He said
All right.
he said to the whole village, "Christ has risen," and the whole village responded, "Indeed, he has risen." And then he just sat down like a boss.
I think he said booyah.
He was killed after that, but he was a boss up until that point.
You see how dangerous religion is, huh?
It's because he didn't say booyah.
The one that killed him.
Sorry.
And don't tell me communism is a religion, because, boy, I'm gonna have some words for you.
Who the dickens says communism is a religion?
It is, because my God,
no, actually, I say
my
nobody
communist
says that.
God
There is one person. There is one
and
person.
Marx.
There is one type of person that says that, and that, of course, is a theist.
Of course.
I have heard.
They say atheism's a religion.
Oh, let's face it, we're only down to about 2
they get
theists in
easily
this room
confused.
anyway.
I have actually heard objectivists, followers of Ayn Rand, say communism is a religion. Also, Opie Taylor, who does not believe in any god, said that atheism was also a religion.
Well, I've heard that objectivism was a religion too, which is what Ayn Rand, her philosophy is called.
Yep, some of her critics have said that.
Exactly. So hey, what they say means shit.
Well, I've heard Christianity is a religion.
I've heard that too. What a lot of crap that is.
Well, Christianity is a religion.
It's a cult. Come on, man.
Not technically, it's a cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, cults are religions.
Every single offshoot of Christianity is a cult, and that's all there is offshoots. There's no one, unless you call Catholicism the one true Christianity.
If in the study of religion, it's hard to say that any sect of it is the one true, quote unquote. Like this, in this study of these different things, you really rely on self-identification, and then you try to find out what the similarities and so on are. If you wanted to try and find
accepted Jesus Christ into your heart.
Fuck off. The way to decide. I mean, the problem with the one true anything religion is that there's not really a qualifier on what the one true actually means. So if you want to add a qualifier to it, like to say original, then you try to go back as far as possible and figure out what Christianity was like sans Paul.
I know, but what you're doing is you're totally obfuscating the issue. You're talking about cults. I said that every single Christian denomination was a cult because there's something.
What qualifies the difference between a cult and a religion?
And the Baptists are a cult, and the evangelicals are a cult, and the this and that. So they're all cults. Everybody's a cult.
What qualifies the difference between a cult and religion?
A religion is kind of an all-encompassing word to sort of describe theism as a whole, in from the human perspective.
There's a lot of religions that are theist. So what's like?
There's a lot of non-theistic religions.
I'm trying to figure out how are you distinguishing the two? Because a cult is just like a group of the following, or a leader with a following, or something like that.
So that's what I'm saying. There's a cult called the Church of England, and there's a cult called the Presbyterians, and there's a cult called the Methodists, and there's a cult called the Lutheran. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Well, you're not giving an example of how those are all tied together. You're not giving a definition of how those are all tied together.
Okay, they're all tied together by. They're all tied together. They're all tied together by one common denominator. They all preach nonsense, and they all claim.
I see.
They all claim. They all make claims.
Whether or not it's a cult is defined by whether or not Sydney agrees with it.
They all make claims that are obviously irrational.
But she's not.
They all make claims that are obviously irrational, and they tell lies. and I'm absolutely appalled by the fact that they're allowed to get away with it.
Wait a minute. That's not. Wait. So essentially that boils down to any institution or organization that disagrees with me is a cult.
No.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
pretty much
that
what it
tells
boils
me, everybody that tells me that God exists and expects me to accept that premise as unquestionable, to me is a charlatan, a liar, a deceiver.
No, who's telling you to accept that premise?
Then make it clear that when you're talking about your God, then make clear that it's your alleged God, because it doesn't exist. It's alleged. Until there's even one evidence, a shred of an impossible proof, it's alleged.
So anybody who's claiming something you disagree with, it's quote unquote made up. Got it. There are plenty of people who believe things I don't believe.
I just told you. If you're going to mention your God, then make sure that you say alleged, because, until you prove it, it's alleged.
I can definitely prove it. I just don't go over the proofs with everyone.
Okay, until you've
convinces
proved
me,
it.
because not everybody wants to hear it all the time.
Until they prove it, until you prove it, please use the word alleged before your God's name, because otherwise I get offended.
Then I'm going to placate you by how you get offended. That sounds reasonable.
Dude, bro.
Oh.
Don't get offended.
Dude.
Calm down. It's like Maximus, just calm down.
Bro.
Calm down.
Calm down now. Come on. It's only a fictional god.
Yeah, but then on the same kind of vein, I can't prove your mum's dead, right? So she doesn't exist.
You can't prove
Could you say your alleged mum when you refer to your mother?
Oh, absolutely, yes. And I have never referred to my mother without saying my alleged mother. And I can go through the 4 years of internet, and I can prove that.
All right, prove it. I'm calling you on it. Prove it.
All right, I'm going to be data mining for the next, 6 months. See you then.
Oh, good. Then maybe you'll be quiet.
I'll definitely be
Another country heard from.
And if that isn't proof of God?
Thank you. Ramen.
Yeah.
I might be sacrificing some pasta this afternoon.
Really?
I might be boiling some pasta in.
I think I'm about to right now.
Wait. Did you just say you were gonna say? Did you just say you were gonna sacrifice pasta?
Pasta panini.
No, pasta.
Pasta spaghettini.
Oh yeah.
Well,
that's the best kind of pasta.
Yes. No, I didn't say pastor. I said pasta.
Although now you mention.
But now you got me thinking. Which is tastier?
Hey, you guys. I have to run. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks
All right.
for stopping
Be well,
by.
everybody. Be well, everybody, and even you, Sid.
Thanks again, Eric. I appreciate it.
Likewise.
Once again, he doesn't forget to include me. I love it.
Take care.
Moi
See you later.
Yeah. Finally, he's gone.
Now, Maximus, are you okay now? Are you?
Are you accusing me of being butthurt?
I think he's
No.
just asking you if you've done some yoga and some deep breathing.
I'm just hoping that your blood pressure is back to normal. That's all.
I will kill you. Shut up. No, I'm kidding. I'm good.
No, that's fine. If you kill me, that's. I mean, you're welcome to try. You know how it goes. So, your alleged god. What is his name again? Yours?
Oh, his name is Yahweh.
Pardon, Simon, are you alright there?
Strange name.
Hey,
No, the thing
I thought
is,
you'd been affected by the blue moon.
I think he had a seizure.
It's not really pronounceable in your language.
Okay, hold on. Now,
explainable.
Let's put this into perspective. Maximus's alleged god is Yahweh. We know that Roy and Nate's alleged god is Jesus. We also know that
Jesus. Sorry.
Mohammed Makan Biklal or Balal or whatever the fuck his name is, who comes into these hangouts, his alleged god is Allah. So we have three alleged gods. Do we not
What
see
about Art's God?
Allah, well, you're already wrong there because the term Allah doesn't actually signify a proper name, but a title. It means the deity in Arabic.
Is that vodka D?
Vodka is God, yeah.
What the fuck was that?
No, I know what she meant.
It's none of your business. That was private.
Maximus said.
Oh, what Maximus said. Yeah, Allah is a title, not a name.
Oh, it's a good. And that means it makes
Hey,
what
it
difference?
means
It
God.
makes
it's a
what
it's a
difference
word,
to what I
sorry.
said? It makes what difference to what I said?
You used it as a proper name, and we corrected you.
Yeah, it's just a noun, not a proper noun.
Well, did everybody else understand how I used this incorrectly?
Yes, I know how you used it incorrectly.
I don't
Because
personally care that you
I'm
used it
still not sure.
incorrectly, by the way.
I'm still not sure how I used it
You just
incorrectly.
explained, didn't you hear it?
No, I did, but I didn't understand. I said that the Muslims' alleged god is called Allah, and what was wrong with that?
Allah.
Well, that's like saying the Muslims' alleged god is called God.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay,
God in
well
a
that's
different language.
fine. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter. I'm still saying it.
It probably matters to them, but it doesn't matter to me.
The Muslims' alleged god.
What's the problem? Did he like lowercase r? or
The Muslims' alleged god is called Allah, which translates to God. Okay,
In that
are we
case,
okay?
you would lowercase the word God, but you would uppercase.
Now, the Christian God is Jesus Christ, who also translates to God. All right, got it? Now, in
Jesus is a proper
Maximus's
name.
case, we have Yahweh, which translates to God. Okay, so basically,
No,
we fucking
that
all-
translates to the Lord.
Yeah, it's just together, Jesus.
Oh, that's funny.
And Jesus
Thank you,
Christ even
Simon.
translates to
Oh,
Lord. It even
brilliant
says in the
timing.
Bible, Jesus Christ is Lord. Come on now.
All
That's
right.
funny.
So, what's your point?
I think that was it. That was it. Case closed.
Screw grammar.
Exactly. I'm anti-Semitic.
Thanks, Krishna.
Thank Krishna.
Anti-semantic.
And Shiva.
Wow.
I'm anti-Semitic. Yeah,
And
that's my
Ganesh.
new title.
So, are you going to
Don't
prove your
forget Odin.
atheism?
And Buddha.
Don't forget Odin. Thor. Oh, screw Thor. Just Odin.
Yeah, you're missing my guys.
Screw you, dude.
There's two representations of Norse gods in the avatars in this room. Be careful who you offend.
Oh yeah.
We shall come down on you with
There's no way I could ever offend anyone
Well,
and really give a
Look at
shit
yours,
about it.
Ocean. That looks very Celtic. That's not really Norse.
Yeah, there's
it's-
similarities.
Oh, similarities.
Celtic,
There are,
but
no, there
it's-
are similarities.
But I'm guessing
too.
that's Celtic, not Norse.
If you look at the entity that's on it, it's Odin. It's a eight-legged horse with two ravens and a spear.
All right, I'll give you that. How many stars are there?
And also the knot above him is the mark of Odin,
There's 9 stars.
representative of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil.
So where do the females fit into that picture?
Underneath the horse.
What are you talking about?
I'm so glad I never said that.
Female?
But Simon, I do
Freya
agree
hears
that
you
the
saying
spirals, the spirals and knots.
I tell ya. Oh,
No,
if
I'm a
if Freya-
feminist. I'm a
No,
feminist
I'm
as
saying
well.
to
So
Art, if Freya
I
hears
think
you saying that, Art, you're in
I've
trouble.
never seen the
no, I'm a feminist, and I want to see where we fit in.
Wasn't Freya Odin's wife?
Well, into this symbolic, beautiful.
Freya
whatever
is
the
not
fuck it is with a
Odin's
horse.
wife. Odin's wife is Frigga, and
Oh,
there is no
Frigga,
Freya.
Look, there's two
there's
there's two crows,
Freyja.
or there's two ravens. Now, what's the deal with that?
Freyja is kind of a Viking, or she's a war goddess, as well as kind of the Aphrodite representation.
And what's with the really fucked up Olympic title thing there, where instead of using circles, they're using triangles?
That's
For
the knot of Odin.
Olympic
New
rings?
World Order. It's the New World Order.
Oh, that's the old world order.
They're
Have you
pyramids.
seen Olympic rings these days? They're round.
They're
Olympic
pyramids.
rings then were triangular.
Look, see that shield in the middle? That's a depiction of an eye. It's New World Order. Okay.
That's the Nazis.
So the link to the symbol that's up there in the side chat is called the Vakmat.
Hey, Ocean. Ocean, have you met Laurent yet?
Laurent? Yeah, I have. And I've screamed at him a little bit, yes.
I have.
He got mad at me for using profanity. I told him that I didn't fucking care.
That's profound.
Did
Oh, no,
you
that's not right.
did you get to hear his story of ancient civilizations?
I think I got kind of a taste of it, and I got really frustrated with him. Because he was talking about the ancients. I was like, oh, which one? Are you talking about the Elamites? Are you talking about the Hyksos? Are you talking about the Romans? Are you talking about... And I just started like listing off shit. Like a bunch of civilizations that all completely fucking disagree with each other, but all fit into ancient world. So his head was kind of like, what's going on? I don't know.
Yeah,
all talking about, like, hunter-gatherers and shit.
Yeah, he was saying, yeah, all of them. I agree with all of them. And Dragnon mentioned the ancient Chocobo people.
That's right, the Chocobo people.
Yes,
I do remember him bringing up the Chocobo people. If you fucking saw that conversation, then why the hell are you asking if I've heard his? I was there.
No, I know that Dragnot asked him about the ancient Chocobo people, but considering the fact that you listed
That was a
ancient people,
beautiful
like,
fucking
that's
line.
what Dragnot was referring to.
Yeah, that was a beautiful line said by Dragnot, the Chocobo people. I nearly lost my shit. I almost Googled Chocobo people to see if he was like doing a double, like trying to reference something, but it's like, is there a civilization called the Chocobo people? That would be awesome. No, there's not.
Laurent told me when I called out his bullshit on the origin of the word shadow, he said, well, you can't be just looking at the epistemology on Google because that's like because of the you don't know where the epistemology comes from there. It's just like a cursory search, and then Dragnot just started spouting off. Yeah, the started spouting off similar nonsense, except it had no point to it, just to see if Laurent would agree with him, and Laurent did.
God damn it, this guy.
Laurent is so fun.
It was a little more than that, because you were saying you went back and explained the etymology of the word shadow, and then he disagreed with you and said, no, that's not it. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. And then Dragnot turned around and said, yeah, who believes in etymology anyway? I mean, what's that got to do with it? Yeah, etymology. Nothing to do with words.
Who cares about etymology anyway?
For some reason that makes me think of Bionic Dance.
Oh gods, no.
I hate Bionic. Yeah. I hate Bionic.
Kill it with fire.
Wasn't
Bionic Dance.
Wasn't she in a hangout with someone who was actually a professor of No, what was he?
Yeah. I was there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is he in
it was a covenant group. I was there.
Yeah. And that she was arguing meanings with him. What's his actual? Is he an entomologist or is he?
No, he's a linguist. I think he's a linguistic professor. Well,
yeah,
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, he's a professor of linguistics, and she went on to get the fuck if he's a professor of linguistics. I just thought, wow, yeah, that was quite something.